Today is the day. We're closing in on it now. Good morning, everybody. Slowpoke, Sleeping Kisa, Happy Hem, Corbalupa, Lantern, 326 waiting room. Exactly. Scooty Scoot, Scion Zombies. Can't wait. You gonna play Scion Zombies? Maybe they'll give us a second Scion Ascendancy. Maybe Scavenger is just cool enough. That'd be kind of nice, right? Wabataba or Wabba Wabba. Thanks for the Prime Man. Appreciate the sub. Pass, Slowpoke, Lugdush. Good morning, guys. Have I seen this dog? The Corgo dog? Yeah, I see it in Elk Stream all the time. S'more Kane, what's going on? Khaled and Althor, good morning. Mad Seed, hey, how you guys doing? Beyond Saving. What's the high appeal for RF? Never understood why it's so popular, why people choose it every league. It's just a fun skill to play. It's not particularly good damage. It's very high quality life. Typically it can be pretty tanky, so people that don't want to be stressing about dying all the time, want to be a more relaxed, chill play style, stuff like that. Also, it's aesthetically a cool skill. Thematically, it's a cool skill, stuff like that. Bingo card win. 3 a.m. GGG post? There was another post? What did they do? In Secrets of the Atlas, we're adding a crafting bench option that will act as both a door of a chance and scour. As this is coming in hot, it may not be the initial deployment. I mean, it's funny that they're doing. I mean, cool. That's that makes chancing and scouring like 4 times less bad. So that's a big upgrade to chance of scouring. But at the same time, I think most people are just gonna click Omen of Fortune anyways. I guess for chancing like some low tier uniques, that's gonna be real nice for like an SSF angle, the lower tier uniques chancing type of thing. But I mean, I'll take it. A win's a win. Hey QOS, hello sir, what's going on? SSF buff, another good change for SSF. Yeah, it's a pretty nice change for SSF for sure. Ivern, it's a good beginner build. Yeah, it's pretty easy to pick to pick it up. The reveal is today, Leor. Yes, the reveal is in roughly 4 hours and 47 minutes, I believe, unless I suck at math, which sometimes I kind of do. You know, if I spend too much time XDD chatting in Connor stream, you know, the math skills they start dwindling to a non-existent level. You know. They removed Captain Chance. It's about dang time, man. It's about dang time. Chancing at 30% Zodiac Leather and a 30% Iris. It's pretty sick. I think if you have a 30% Zodiac Ire or Zodiac Leather, at that point you're not an SSF, right? If you have a 30 quality of a specific base, that's non-SSF situation right there. That's Omen of Fortune territory. Did I see Nick's 155 on Champ today? Nick did a 155? Are you messing with me? He did a 155? Sub 2 hours from a fresh start? If sub to any percent is real. Now this is like he's skipping passives, right? So he's doing Ranger. He might be duelist at this point. Now he's duelist. That looks like duelist start. Any percent run. I mean, the 217 wasn't all doing everything, right? Today's day, are you excited? Yeah, dude, I'm freaking pumped. This is the champ angle is the adrenaline angle, right? Basically. Yeah, that's crazy. 154. The thing is, though, I don't know how to compare that with all passives and labs, right? Is that better than a 217 with all passives and labs? I don't know how much the skipping gets you. Man, that is pretty crazy though. 155 on Itava. Nerf Nick. Dude, he's out of control, man. He's out of control. A 155. This is skipping like Cruel and Merklab, I think. I think he's skipping Cruel and Merklab, and he's skipping passives. It's an any percent run. When do the patch notes come out? The patch notes are generally right after the reveal. Stoked for the stream today, bro, Tendo? Dude, I am too, man. It's gonna be. We got hopefully some good stuff coming. I was gonna pull out the bingo board. We saved it from yesterday. Somebody asked about the bingo board. Bring out our dot cap diagram in case somebody talks about dot cap today. We'll be ready. But this is our bingo board we assembled from yesterday. In preparation for today. We might go through and give some percentage predictions, like based on what I think the chances are of like some of these occurring. I think that'd be fun to do like a bit of a prediction on each of these squares to see how cooked I am. TAT maps? No, I don't have any TAT maps in there. Oh, I'm gonna go on a hike. I need some time to kill. Dude, have fun on your hike, dude. A hike sounds nice, man. Just walking around in nature. Sounds not too bad right now. Less than 5 hours? Yep. We're in the sub 5 category. It's almost time. I can't wait for them to remove dot caps so us will still do more damage with a blue claw. We had the dot cap square on here, but I removed it because it's baloney. It's so cope. If you want dot skills to be better, dot skills need to be better. Dot cap has nothing to do with it. You know what? I should add a line to this. I should add a line to this. Let me add one more line. This is the line that people like to do to try to refute me because they're freaking cooked as hell. What does this line look like? Probably looks something like this. The yellow line is every skill level scaling full DPS / fake build POB with very expensive gear. That was yesterday with the cold dot. You're freaking the stars align. Stars align. We have full DPS gear. We pretend it doesn't matter that our character has absolutely no defenses. And we say, yeah, this is a real build when it's not. Can we have a 2 to the end line for LS? This is just for dot. This is dot builds. We're not including hit builds in here. I guess technically you could argue that poison is a hit build because it really is, let's be honest, but boldly assume Lance wouldn't just be hiking to the fridge for cheese. Guys, relax, okay? I only get cheese, you know, like once per day, just a normal amount. The LS damage line starts above the chart. Have I done a Pestilent Strike build? I don't know if I've ever done a Pestilent Strike build. I've thought about making a Pestilent Strike build, I think a couple times, and each time I was like, nah. That's pretty much how that went for me each time. Is this the hot crazy chart? No. This is not the high crazy chart. This is the dot cap chart, is what this is. What's the purple line? If you can't tell, it's Death's Oath. And Death's Oath never breaches 1 million damage. This line goes on to infinity of cost, and it actually never breaches the 1 million breakpoint. It never does. every league there's a Reddit thread asking for Death's Aura buffs. I don't think they're gonna happen. I mean, maybe if they decide to look at dot skills, maybe they'll be like, oh wait, this thing is so incredibly bad. Its number shouldn't be, what is it? 750 base, 1000 base? It's comparable to like a level 15 dot skill or something. And you can't gem level scale it past that. Hey Bonger, how you doing, man? Good morning, good morning. Community sent hearts. What is the heart thing? I don't even know what this is. I was in Jung's stream, I think, last night, and people were doing this heart thing, and I don't know what, it's just bits, but it just has a new, like, logo for it, I guess. What about Chaos Golem dot? We did the Chaos Golem dot build. We did a, cast, like, a pretty budget character, and I think we were around 5 million DPS, roughly. It was, like, I'm trying to remember, it's been a while since we did the Maelstrom Chaos Golem. But it was kind of decent for the investment. I think my biggest issue with the Chaos Golem is I wish the effect of the Chaos Golem was actually, like, visible. I feel like you can barely even see it. So, like, it's not very cool because you can barely even see, like, the animation for it. And also, its AoE is kind of, like, small. Dude, add Bane? Bane would be better than Death's Oath. Did you see the PoE tweet about the Chance Orb? Yeah, we did. We did see the tweet about the Chance Orb. we are aware of the Chance Orb situation. We are aware of the Chance Orb situation. Which, I don't think it's going to change too much ultimately. But, at the same time... They might be worth something late game now. I don't think it's going to change what they're worth late game. You have to understand, Omen of Fortune. Let's look at Omen of Fortune. Omen of Fortune is a guaranteed chance. And it's going to hard dictate the cap of value. Currencies. Omen of, okay, I guess it's not a currency. What the hell is it considered? Omen. Fortune. I guess it went up for standard, but most of the league, Omen of Fortune sits between basically like 1 to like 4 divines for the majority of the league. It starts out really valuable because of Ralakesh, and then as Ralakesh gets flooded in the market, its value tanks because it's basically 1-to-1 proportional to Ralakesh value initially because Ralakesh is such a high value item at league start and it's a guaranteed hit, right? And then it stays at like 1 to 4 divine range. And the thing is, you can hit most uniques, you can almost guarantee hit with Omen of Fortunes. So what's the scenario where you're going to sit down and click 5,000 times for Chance Orbs over doing a 1 to 4 divine purchase? Like, I don't know about you, but I can't think of too many people that are going to want to do that. Click multiple thousand times when you can buy it for 1 to 4 divines. The time spent clicking, you could farm the currency. Not to mention, the scours and the chances also cost you money. Clicking in thousands of times takes less than 10 minutes. I mean, it depends what you're chancing. Like, I'll give you an example. If you're chancing just a T2, you could click 10,000 plus times. Like 10,000 plus chance orbs, 10,000 plus scours. And it's not just clicking 10,000 times. You have to go buy the currency. You know? You have to spend the time doing that. Granted, Faustus heavily speeds that up. But still. I mean, come on. I'm just thinking, yeah, I'm pretty sure, let me see. PoE rarity tiers. I'm pretty sure, just as a good example, because it's so freaking, you know, prevalent and recent in my mind, even though it wasn't recent. I'm thinking of Emperors, Vigilance. And this is a T2, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's a T2. Was it a T1 in 321? No, it wasn't. In 321? Ain't no shot. It was a T1. Which league number is Crucible? Crucible League is 321. Do I believe this number? Do you guys believe this number? Do you guys think it was actually a T1 in 321? That's what it says in Crucible League. Because there was numbers for chancing this thing in the 10 to 50,000 range. So maybe that would make sense if it was randomly a T1 during 321. My brain was just thinking, oh, it's a T2, it's a T2. But if it was actually a T1 in 321, then that makes some more sense. But still, even with T2s, you can spend a ridiculous amount. I chanced it with 30,000. Yeah, no, there were numbers from people. I know I did 12,000 and didn't hit, but there was a wide range of numbers. I had people telling me they spent like 50,000 plus trying to chance scour their Emperor Vigilance, that league. Like, it was a bloodbath for wrist and mouses everywhere. Wrist and mice. New change you want to see? Test Vigilance rarity? No, I'm not clicking chance orbs. No. Was Vol's Devotos a T1 at one point? I remember it being very expensive when there was only 4 acts. Well, there was also it was a completely different meta too. Vol's Devotion. Do you mean Devotion or do you mean... Is Vol's Devotion the amulet? The amulet was really popular for back when Discharge like cast on crit builds were a thing, I think. What time is the reveal stream? In 4.5 hours, guys. You guys want me to put it all like the countdown on screen? I can put the countdown on screen. Let me do that. I'll take the time to put the countdown on screen. Pull up a separate browser and screen capture it for you guys. That Whispering Staff looks cool. For PoE 2, I gotta be honest, I can't get hyped about or excited or interested in PoE 2. It'll be a while before I'll look at the PoE 2 stuff and be like, yeah, I'm excited about this. I can only think about one game right now. PoE, the original. Is this just the league reveal, not skill balance? This will include... And this is very consistent, so I'd be very surprised if it doesn't include this. This has been the way they've done it the past, I want to say, maybe 8 leagues. This will give us basically all of the hype stuff. They'll do a trailer where they'll be like, and we added a passive tree, and we did an Ascendancy rework, and here's 5 new skill gems, like that sort of thing. There'll be like a hype trailer. Then there will be a detailed overview where Mark/Jonathan will go through different pieces that like, hey, we added this. This is what this all details. Like they'll go over like piece by piece a bunch of different stuff, like actual details. And then after that, they'll do a Q&A with Ziggy D, where Ziggy will ask a bunch of like prominent questions that he got pulled from Reddit and community questions wherever he could gather from people. And then after that, they'll give us patch notes, which will be the actual like details. Hey, this skill got nerfed by 20% and stuff like that. So it'll have pretty much all the details, and that's what they've been fairly consistent on. There's always an off chance that they say, hey, we're behind on schedule. We need another day or 2 for patch notes. I don't think that'll be the case. That's more of a PoE 2 thing where everything's just disappointing. But in PoE 1, you know, PoE 1, there's usually stuff's on time. So I think that'll be probably what it is. I already ordered sodas and chips. You're going to be prepared, man. You're going to be prepared. They know we have high expectations after 1 year of building town 50 times, so they better match the expectations. There's definitely a lot of expectations on this for sure. No info. I'm gonna go in blind, raw dog. There's no way, man. You're not gonna look at patch notes or anything, see if your build got nerfed or buffed, or if there's anything else that excites you. I'm hoping after today, after like the reveal and the patch notes. The thing I'm most excited about is I'm gonna have an idea of probably 5 different things I want to play that are not on my mind right now. That's what I'm hoping is gonna be the case after the reveal today. There's no way they do that after 11 months. Yeah, Sir Rogro, I don't think they will. Raw dogging a new league is crazy work. Yeah, that's wicked dangerous. Especially because you're missing out on knowing like what the cool stuff they're adding to the game is, or what stuff's changing or going to be different than the last time you played the game. Lance, you play your first character as long as possible? I usually play my first character longer than any other character in the league. Generally because, number one, there's a longer time of like needing to farm gear and stuff and like progressing the Atlas and all that stuff. Like initially, like I do like to take my first character to a pretty high end character, and there's a progression curve to that. Whereas the second character, I already farmed a bunch. I can afford to just skip straight to having pretty good gear. Like that alone usually makes the second character play longer. But that even said, sometimes I'll play second or third characters longer if I do like a real min-maxy project. So it just kind of depends. I think one of the big things I want to do this league differently than I've done the past couple leagues is I want to... I think I've gotten a little bit too lax on doing... I'll have a bunch of ideas, and I'll let myself get too tied up in one singular min-max project. I think I want to be more careful this league of getting sucked into a min-max project, because that usually prevents me from making a lot more variety of builds. If I spend too much time on one min-max project. So this league's goal is to not do that. Get perma stuck in bathhouse layout? Yeah, we don't want to get stuck in bathhouse layout. I wanna try to avoid getting too lost in the sauce. Those quality life changes are huge. Yeah, they're pretty dang good. All right, I'm gonna get the while I'm thinking about it, we'll add this to the screen. Make it not visible right now. Wrong source. I have to remember what this is. Probably make that a little less of a crop. How's that? Is that okay? Does that look okay? He's a little bit bricked. Maybe I'll crop it from the bottom a little bit. Alright. Let's call that good enough. Well, maybe mess with it a little bit more. Hold on. Just one more. There we go. And later, have a great day. Thanks, man. We're gonna try. We are gonna try. Hopefully you guys can see that. That'll be the countdown. Keep that hopefully on screen unless I mess something up with it. Watch your random build challenge you did with Wooly Gamer recently. Do you think you'll ever do a run like that? Probably. I like doing challenges against Fading Wyverns. The one with Wooly, we did a it was basically a randomized build challenge, and we pulled Jug FR into doing a Maven, I think, or something like that. Oh, that one was brutal. That was a rough run. Am I gonna heist for Simplex? No. 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 Nope. Nope. No way. No how. No. The thing about heisting for a Simplex, is, the reason I did that was because it was a, how do I put this? It's a limited trade economy where not many people were heisting. I was worried there weren't even going to be amulets available to buy. On a normal league, the amulets are available to buy and they're a reasonable price. So if we make a build with a Simplex, we're gonna just buy it. My dad's flight got changed to 2250 and the reveal's at 2200 and it's an hour away. It's time to let your dad know he needs an Uber. Say, hey man, it's nothing personal. Disown your father? Yeah. Hey man, I won't be there today. I got things to do. I got some business to take care of. The only way I think heist would be bearable is if you made an exclusive heist runner, so you just zoomed through them. I think that would help a lot. The thing about heist is it is also very profitable. Like, if you're doing it as a for-profit strategy, when that money starts rolling in, you know, that also helps make it doable. You know, you see the cash flow, and you say, hey, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Okay, I need a null rallying cry real quick. Easy peasy. Boom! Boom! Alright, there we go. We're just gonna, real quick, just so I give you guys some context of what I'm doing right now. I am... basically, I want to showcase that there are alternative options to the rare percent synth, in case people are concerned that it's going to be too expensive or something. And they're not very different in power level. So we're going to showcase basically a comparison with Awaken Orb Belt and Awaken Orb Amulet. as the that there's a contingency in case those randomly are more expensive than they should be, because they're really not that much stronger than a basic Awaken Orb. Is Abyss Jewel better? So the thing about Abyss Jewel is I'm trying to showcase a non-expensive option. The thing about Abyss Jewel is you need a Hunter or Elder Influence Stygian Vise. And Hunter and Elder Influence on a Stygian Vise is gonna cost you another 1 to 2D premium. So it's better to have a Stygian than it is just have the flat strength implicit, but it's not that much better. So I'd rather advise the cheaper thing. Because this is just meant to be a placeholder type item. Kids going at it? Yeah, they're running in circles upstairs. Sorry, is that too loud? I can try to mute myself when they're running around. Having a WWE itch? Yeah. I got lucky with Leakstar. I currently work on a 12-hour rotation, and the 13th falls on my off weekend. And I have the first Monday off. Ooh. It's time to degen. Easy peasy. I thought it was my dogs upstairs. No. It's just my kids are running around upstairs. What are all the different stages you're going to include in this guide? So I am going to do... This character is meant to be around 10, anywhere from 5 to 15 divines in budget is roughly what we're trying to set up right now. I have this character, which is meant to be like... This life-based character is meant to be basically like a divine to 2 in terms of just regular life-based gear, which is meant to be where you farm out the Ivory Tower swap. Then I'm going to include the early, like you just finished campaign, you're going to, here's your first few cheap uniques to buy, and this will just get you into maps and get you farming towards this life-based character. Then I'm going to showcase a higher-end version, basically showcasing how to hit dot cap with Righteous Fire in League. And then after that... I might showcase just the Giga Chad Legacy version, just to be like, yo, if you want to take this character into Standard, if you like having a character to invest into over the course of like multiple leagues, where you just like a project to have in Standard, I'll showcase what it does in Standard, because it really gets an insane power spike with some of the Legacy pieces. That's probably the 5 iterations I'm going to show in the video is what I'd like to do. Ultimately, today... They could just freaking destroy Ivory Tower and just make it not work, and then, you know, build's dead or whatever. So that's why I'm waiting on doing the video till after. I'm also gonna go. I'd like to go over some of the important gear crafts. So I'll probably have a section where I want to go over basically how to save money on basically helical crafting and how that stuff works, because that's a super important upgrade, but it also kind of pays for itself if you understand the vendor recipe and you understand how to set up the craft to have high odds to hit either a win for yourself or a win for another build where it can still sell even if it bricks for you. Stuff like that. Anyways, today though, real quick, we're just gonna make a basic belt to compete with this belt, which has Dex int, fire as strength, percent strength implicit, and we're going to awaken or percent attributes with percent life, and then just benchcraft strength and int is what I'm planning to do. And that's basically just a 3 mod belt, percent life, percent attributes. This is T1, right? Yep. And then we craft on strength and intelligence, and that's all there is to it for this belt. This should be roughly comparable. Let me go ahead and do attribute catalyst just to compare. Get out the catalyst. Read my previous messages, Pohunger. Your previous message. Algie, I managed to get 1 week off. Yo, that's sick, man. Congrats on getting some time off. That's awesome, Pohunger. I feel like it's been on the chopping block. I think it's a situation where it's just niche enough. Like, it's super strong, but it doesn't see enough play rate to get hit by any of those nerfs, basically. That's what I feel like it is. Okay, so we'll do this to fire res conversion, and we'll have a 1-to-1 comparison. Cold to fire. Alright, so this is just an Awaken Orbed belt, just so we can compare. This belt right here has 434, 1300, and we're at 11.5, and the current tooltips are 580. We put this on, our ES goes up slightly. Life goes up slightly. We lose a little bit of strength, gain a little bit of int, right? You see that change right there. 40 strength loss, 50 int gain. And our tooltip should be pretty much the same. It's even slightly better. So early league start, if the percent strength belts are randomly expensive, you can always just buy an Awakener Orb, slam percent attribute, percent life, and then benchcraft strengthen it, and you have a pretty similar power level belt. In case people are worried about that being expensive. And then we'll do the amulet as another counter example, because the amulet's a similar case. People were saying yesterday they were worried about the cost of the synth items, so I'm just gonna showcase that these are pretty similar power level, and they have a top end cost of being limited by the cost of an Awakener Orb. Can you run a map? Sure. We've been doing basically minnow tests is what we've been doing. I don't know if it matters which one I'm wearing. They're basically the same power level, but we can showcase what a minnow looks like. The standard white minnow. This is what I always like to do minnows for my generic testing. Where did you hide the cam this time? I don't think I have the cam on right now, to be honest. I don't think I have the cam on right now, to be honest. Obviously, on the earlier portion of the progression, Valoref is a lot more sketchy. Like, Valoref takes us down to like 1k ES. As you progress the character, Valoref gets a lot less risky to press as your ES starts to way outscale your life. Like right now, we're at a 1.5 ratio. Eventually, you'll get to like a 3-to-1, 4-to-1 ratio, and Valoref leaves you with like 7, 8k ES when you press it. But initially, the press is a lot more on the sketchy side. The same with the cams online, but hidden behind the timer. There's no cam. We can put one on though, I guess. Oh, he's gonna go in down there. So this is what we started like 113. I think when we've done the test, it's been about a 17 to 20 second kill time with the current setup, which is like 1.5 to 1.8 million DPS or something. So this current setup is the setup that has Enduring, Composure, and Recover on block. And what's our block chance on this? 46-35. We could go 4 passives here and go to like 66-55 block if you want. You can do 4 passes there. Depends on like how rippy of content you're doing, whether or not you want to do that, I guess. It's like 5 to 10 a year. Yes. I think this is around 10 a year is my estimate. And we're gonna set up the Awakener Amulet to have that as a comparison as well. So we'll do that real quick while I'm thinking about it. I swore off doing Scion starts. I said maybe this time it won't suck. I mean, the biggest thing about Scion start is it's rough. Its rough phase is Act 1 and 2 pretty much. Because the thing about Scion starts is your early passive tree, your first 20 nodes, you're starting here, and then early nodes aren't that great, so it feels really bad on that very first part. But once you get to, you know, mid-act 3, you have Righteous Fire going. It's, I don't know. It's not going to be as good as like a Templar RF, because Templar RF has, you know, the more efficient initial tree, but I don't think it's that much worse. Like, we're doing we're getting our campaign time down to about 4 hours. I'm not particularly good at campaign. I'm okay at it. And 4 hours is about how fast I was doing Armageddon brand Templar, right? Obviously, I think I was doing a bit faster Armageddon brand Templar, but that's like a super meta leveling. So I don't feel like it's really that much farther behind. I've been doing Scion Sunder starts. I feel like Scion Sunder wouldn't be too bad. Your initial nodes are pretty decent with the Fizz nodes and these nodes here in life, right? How are you able to start other than middle of Scion? So you see how we're over here, but we are a Scion. That is because of the Ascendancy point. Where the hell do I pull up my Ascendancy? Okay. This thing, Path of the Templar. Can allocate from the Templar's starting point, grants 2 passive points. Late game, as you min-max this character, you won't use this, because late game you'll do a split personality Unnatural Instinct setup, which I will showcase for the Doc Cap setup. But before that point, before you have Lethal Pride, before you have Unnatural Instinct, we're trying to be on a much stricter budget. Yeah, I think this is a solid start to do. Is just start on Templar, because Templar's early nodes, ES Armor, Life, these are pretty good early nodes. Do I think EB Inquisitor survives? I think it will, but I mean, do I think it deserves a nerf at the same time? Yeah, I think it's probably too strong. EB Inquisitor, E-Blade, a lot of stuff with E-Blades are very, very strong. Will they nerf it though? I kind of don't think so. I think it's too niche. I think it's not popular. It's not talked about enough. People aren't asking for its head on a chopping block or anything. Like, a lot of their nerfs, I think, is based on popularity and like how people talk about things. A lot of it is, I think. EV needs a buff first. I don't think it might get a buff first, you know. I mean, it's gotten multiple buffs. Like, one of the biggest, most recent buffs for E-Blade was when they gave it the quality change to E-Blade, where they gave it the less energy shield per quality or whatever, was a pretty sizable buff to the E-Blade builds. I want Lightning Strike nuked from orbit. Yeah, no. A lot of people want Lightning Strike dead. A lot of people want Lightning Strike dead for sure. All right, let's go get the let's do the amulet real quick so we can do the showcase the comparable amulet. Warlord influence, increased attributes, shape, increased attributes, shaper influence. We'll do a Gate for this, a Gate amulet. And this needs to be, is it 9 to 12? Is that the roll range? I think it's 9 to 12. Already awakened orbed, not awakened orbed. Really? I just buy a Shaper's Influence one and then just fundamental it real quick. I think I will. I think I'll just fundamental it real quick. Mark's empty. Yeah, it's standard, man. No one's online for standard. No one's selling stuff at reasonable prices. Everybody's crazy in standard with prices. Hey, okay, how you doing, man? I love my LSMTX, but I hope it's not dead, Barksy. You might be okay. We'll see. Okay, here's what you're probably not gonna not get nerfed. You're gonna get nerfed, let's be honest. But will the nerf completely gut your build? Maybe not. I kind of think it will. I'll give you the example. Last league, we all knew Penance Brand Dissipation. It's on the chopping block or whatever, right? And they nerfed it pretty heavily, but it survived. The thing is, they gave it like a 70% damage nerf, and it's still one of the best skills in the game. The thing about Penance Brand Dissipation, though, is it was so much better than every other option that 70% nerf didn't kill it. They give LS a 70% nerf, it's gonna be pretty dead. So we'll see how they choose to nerf it. Penance Brand had a lot farther to fall than LS does. I think LS gets, if it gets like a 50% nerf, it's gonna feel pretty bad to click over a lot of other options. Storm took the hit instead. Stormbrand had splash damage. Stormbrand got splash damage. Stormbrand paid for Penance Brand's sins and absorbed like a large portion of the nerf that needed to be just on dissipation. It died by association. It dared to have the penance, it dared to have the brand tag, and for that it had to be executed apparently. I actually don't want the amulet to be this low item level. I'm pretty tempted to start an Inquisitor E-Blade PB with Kalissa's gloves. What are your thoughts? I started an Inquisitor E-Blade PB with Kalissa's gloves. What are your thoughts? What are my thoughts? I think it's one of the best league starts you can do in PoE. I'm probably gonna update the guide on the E-Blade build. Because I think it's a really, really good build. I mean, you're not gonna get me to tell you it's a bad idea unless the patch notes randomly take it out, which we'll see if that ends up happening or not. You're going Sanctum? Yeah, you'd want to use it on Sanctum. I wouldn't league start E-Blade and go straight into maps. I would definitely go Sanctum. Use the optimal currency strat. I don't think you can take E-Blade into maps. I think you can, but you have to do a very different approach. I was talking about this to somebody who came in my stream earlier. Maybe at some point, if I feel like I have the time, I can try to do a test run with it. But I think the approach is you play as a more life hybrid base rather than just pure ES base. And you're going to do like this mastery, 100% armor and energy shield from body armor. I think you're doing that mastery and you're doing like a pure ES base with like hybrid bases for your gloves, boots, and helmet type of thing. But it's like, I don't know. I'd have to take time to actually like set that all up. And I don't know if I have the time. I do want to update the E-Blade guide depending on what they change and what they nerf or buff, but I don't know if I want to do like a, hey, here's how you do mapping if you want to start mapping instead of Sanctum. I'm not sure I want to. So we're going to want to do other things as well. Christmas Day is here. It is indeed. Okay, we have this now. Let's grab some fundamentals real quick. 1% attribute roll. Then we'll grab a % strength amulet. Damage per int. Damage per dex. There we go. There's a % attribute roll. All right, now we just need an amulet with % strength. .8 divines. What? Have people lost their minds? All right, fine. I'll just go buy a warlord amulet. Sure. Dude, you know what I need to tell new players that are playing standard? I need to tell them how to make money. You know, just get some warlord amulets, start fundamental fossiling, and start selling your amulets for 5 divines a pop. Freaking what? What is this economy? Nothing makes sense. Just tell them to stop playing standard. You know, that is the real answer. That is the real answer. PoE 1 reveal, and then tomorrow PoE 2 patch, shaping up to be a great weekend. You can leave off the part about the PoE 2 patch. We don't actually care about that. Must have maybe a little lost. Are you lost, sir? I care. Should you, though? You won't after you play a little bit more PoE 1. Just log in. Join us, brother. If you say standard, Marcus will be summoned. I do need to ask Marcus if he's willing to, help me assemble the, not necessarily help me assemble. I think he already has a really good setup for standard Gagarf, and I haven't freaking touched standard Gagarf in a while. So he probably has a POB for the showcase build for that. So I need to ask him about that. All right, anyways, let's put this amulet away because we don't need to. Percent strength, easy peasy. My standard account is a mess. You are not alone. I think most people have a mess of a standard account. It's a horrifying thing that we try to pretend it doesn't exist. You know? Occasionally we have to go back here to do like League Start testing stuff. And it's a dark timeline where we're paying 5D for a random Warlord amulet. But aside from that. Any suggestions for a strong build for next patch? Strong build for next patch? I mean, we don't have patch notes yet. If we're going on based on like what I think's gonna get nerfed or what I think's gonna get changed and how I think the balance is gonna shake out, I would estimate E's gone, LS is gone, Trickster's gonna get nerfed, Zen's gonna get nerfed. I think things like strength stacking.
Months of hearing Lance complain about crafting costs despite always settling.
What are you talking about?
Man.
I don't always settle. Appreciate the sub user. My guess is Archmage's not gonna get nerfed, probably gonna be strong. Hexblast not gonna get, like, most of the stuff on this B team nerf, I don't actually think this stuff's gonna happen. So like you could do a charge stacking build, stat stacking build, Hexblast build, Archmage build, E-Blade. I think a lot of that stuff would be on this list that maybe they could nerf it, but I just don't think they will. So I think this is gonna be largely what next league's meta is gonna look like, unless they add stuff that's stronger than this stuff. You gonna do an EA champ? Here I come again. Hell yeah, enjoy yourself. EA champ. I feel like that's the build I always see Ziz always playing EA champ. What do you think they're gonna do to recombinators? Maybe make it so you can't have a benchcraft when you go to click recombinate. Something like that, I could see. They could also just outright remove it. I hope they don't, but they could do that, right? They could just outright remove it. I'm surprised people think PB needs a nerf. It's only good with high-end gear. Only good with high-end gear. That is an interesting thought. I guess I should change my League Start guide for E-Blade then, where I say E-Blade Penance Brand Dissipation is best in slot for Sanctum running, and it's not even close. Because that character's gear is like 5 chaos. Unless 5 chaos is high-end gear. Today I learned that Sanctum Enjoyers have severe cognitive dissonance. Wait, what? What makes you say that? Severe cognitive dissonance? The problem is clear. Well, you're not using Penance Brand as clear initially, right? But yeah, sure, clear's not great for Penance Brand. Unless you get like Explode or whatever, which you can get. Alright, anyways, percent strength. This is T1, right? T1% strength, T1% attributes. Either we're gonna benchcraft percent ES or we're gonna benchcraft strengthen it. We'll see. We'll see on the Awakened Orb. Or I hit a 6 mod item, in which case that'd be kinda unfortunate. So it looks like we're gonna benchcraft percent ES it is. Alrighty. Now this one I do need to fix my res a little bit. Does one have to convert this fire to cold? Compensate that, or do I have to get res elsewhere? Fire to cold. Yeah, it's still capped. Okay, that works fine. I guess I might be overcapped for cold anyways. I'm overcapped for cold anyways. It doesn't even matter. Alright, I'm gonna convert this back. I gotta stop using the bench. I gotta get a horde crafting station. Fire, cold, cold, fire. Didn't need to do that in the first place. Or did I need to do that? No, I did need to do that. Holy, I'm stupid. Don't. Don't. I don't want to talk about it. And Vyax, you appreciate the subs. We're the Viking. Appreciate the support. All right. Anyways, amulet comparison. So the amulet we have right now is 14 all stat, flat strength, percent ES, and it has arsonist on there. Oh, I should probably anoint this too, just for the comparison, right? Just same anoint. All right. This now has arsonist. Okay. So, anyways, this character before the change is 1300 strength, 487. Tooltip is 5'9", and just a Awaken Order amulet with a benchcraft. ES goes down 100 ES, so it's very comparable there. Strength goes down slightly, int goes up. Dex is similar. And check the tooltip for comparison. Tooltip is like pretty much the same. Okay, so synth versus just one Awaken Orb craft, very similar power level. If percent synth gets randomly super expensive for whatever reason, it's pretty easy just to do a one Awaken Orb and a bench craft and call it a day. It doesn't really change the power level like at all. Between these two options. Ultimately, I think percent synth will be pretty reasonable anyways. But, you know, if for whatever reason it becomes more, then you have that. Do I want to farm vultures? I can help you with equipment? Your thaumaturgical deaths? No, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Alright. That was the one thing left I wanted to do on this character. I think it's time we try to see if we can do the dot cap setup. And we'll do that in base settlers. Let's go do the dot cap setup. So we're gonna take this character and we're gonna make some changes. I'm sitting in my computer chair rock hard. I'm so ready for this. Okay, I don't need you to describe how you're sitting in your chair as rock hard. That is information I don't need to know. But same. Actually same. Is it dot cap versus Ubers? Uber dot cap is like 100 million DPS. No, we're not getting 100 million DPS. Dot cap is 35. Uber dot cap is like 105, right? Nerf's thoughts. It is on the bingo board. It is on the bingo board. We got the nerfs right here. These are the 18 nerfs. These are 18 nerfs. I'm standing for the stream right now. You know, maybe I should stand a little bit. Maybe I should stand a little bit. Stand right up. Is it possible to hit Uber, dot cap, RF, and League? Is it possible? In League, I don't think so. Standard 100%. In League, I'm not very confident in League. I have a question about dot cap. So say theoretically you have 35 million DPS with RF. You can also add 20 million Scorching Ray, or is it combined dot cap? It is a combined dot cap. Both are in the pool of the total dot damage being dealt to an enemy. There's also some fun bugs. For example, if you hit dot cap with just your Val RF, I believe this is still the case. Marcus can correct me if they've patched it, but I don't think they have. If you have dot cap with just Val RF, you will press it and it will actually deal 0 damage. It bugs out and deals 0 damage. If you hit dot cap on just your Val RF. Fun little RF tidbit. You press it and the boss bar stops moving. I just got my first Mage Blood. D point. This is not the time to do that. You're supposed to use your RNG on League Start, you idiot. What have you done, you cart? Okay, you're not an idiot. I didn't mean that. But like, you did cook yourself a little bit. This is the worst time to do that. It was a key. Why did you open it? You don't do that 1 week before the new league, man. You done messed up. You done messed up. Rest in peace to that guy's RNG. Rest in peace to that guy's RNG. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. Done messed up. Gotta buy 100 supporter packs now. Bricked League Start. His RNG counter just got reset. Yeah. No, he done messed up. This is the 5501, by the way. For those of you that missed it for the bet against Connor, we ended with 5501 on the strength bet. That being said, I've said it multiple times throughout the course of this character. This is not the optimal way to build this character. If you're forcing this much strength, you're leaving too much opportunity cost in terms of build power on the table. So today we are going to try and we're gonna try and there's some crafts we can do. We're gonna see if we can make some proper gear to push towards dot cap today. No AoE mace is a log out. I mean, you could do either or. I'm gonna showcase in the video double AoE mace, single AoE mace with shield, Dune with shield, a block shield versus a push the strength number up shield. I'm gonna showcase both. I guess while we're crafting, we might as well just establish dominance. You know what I mean? While we're crafting, we might as well establish dominance. We gotta do what we gotta do, right? There we go. There we go. Oh, magnificent. It's beautiful. Yeah, while we're crafting, we can establish some dominance. But, okay, let's put this stuff to the side. This is for later showcasing. I can still see the ring. Guys, seeing the ring is ideal. If you don't think you want to see the ring, you're crazy, okay? Seeing the ring is aesthetically pleasing, okay? Let's be honest with ourselves. It's aesthetically pleasing. What if I hold on? Slightly bigger. It's like the most infinitesimal change. Awakened AoE and it moves the radius like just a little bit. I want that AoE on my BV build. I mean, you can make a strength stack BV build. Maybe it could be good. I don't know. I'm not as much of a BV enjoyer, but I think you probably could do, there's probably some things you could do to get some pretty sizable AoE on BV. Originator is going to be immune to RF? No, don't say that. All right. So there's a few things we need to craft for pushing dot cap. One of them is a multi-link helmet. I think multi-link helmet is like a 30% damage buff over a helmet like this, over a percent strength helmet, over like a glimpse. It's a pretty sizable damage gain. So I think we'll do that. I think that's on the agenda. I think we recombinate it because we want to hit flat strength. We want to hit burning damage support, and we want to hit what's it called? The more Ellie, Conk, and life. I think we just recom. Can you recom an essence mod? You can. The thing about recombing an essence mod is you have to get how do I put this? It's a little bit cooked. It's a little bit cooked to recom an essence mod because of basically you can't do multi-modding for the final recom because you have one exclusive mod. That's why. They can't be of essence. You can do of essence. The thing about of essence is you cannot have any other exclusive mods. The problem with essence mods is they're exclusive, so you have to plan for that specifically. All right, let's go ahead and say divine crowns. Let's start searching some divine crowns, and let's start looking for ones with quality. 40 divines pass. 28. There we go. 100C for that thing. This is standard. Oh. Makes a lot more sense. 2 divines. Now we're talking. Hell yeah, that's a price I can get behind. 2 divines? Yeah. Is the +2 worth it? The +2 allows you to get to a breakpoint for one more 0.1 radius. It does not increase your damage at all. You lose ES because either you're giving up percent ES, flat ES, or you're giving up flat life to get the +2 AoE. I don't think it's worth it. You can do it if you really, really want. That's kind of your call. I don't have any way to lose the influence here, do I? I guess when I triple split the base... I think when I triple split the base... If I conflict off one of these mods and I triple split the base... I think that removes the influence from 2 of the bases. Does anyone know when we're moving to standard? Most likely it'll be like Tuesday. Usually it's like 3 days before the next league launch. Usually it's like that, I think. You can't split influence bases. You can't split Eldritch influence bases. Or sorry, regular influence bases. You can split Eldritch influence. Here, I'll showcase it real quick. So right now what I'm going to do is this lesser. Let's make sure these are both lesser. Lesser, conflict so it's just 1. I'm pretty sure if I triple split this, I will get bases that have what did I do with my Quicksilver? I don't know what mod it's supposed to have on it, but whatever. Holy, we have Morgans for days. What is it like to be in an economy like this? Yep, see? So, one of the bases has the Eldritch Influence, the other 2 are clean now. Because when you split the item, it splits up the implicits. 11-month economy, yeah. Some interesting aspects to it. I'll start putting these divine crowns to the side, because we're going to need multiple of these bases to do this. How Scoot's stupid on a scale of 1 to 10? Energy Blade with Creeping Frost? I mean, Creeping Frost isn't the worst skill. I wouldn't say it's a great skill, but you could do it. Good morning, Blark. Any help? What's going on? They didn't announce a new league name yet, by the way. Imagine they just keep Settlers going. I think we'll just find out what the new league is today. I think this is what's gonna happen. It's just gonna be today that we find it out. We're gonna make a bunch of elder bases. We'll see how this goes. It's unbearably hot here. Are you inside? You start cranking the AC or something? Fusing into my chair? Oh no. That ain't a good sign, man. That ain't a good sign. I have no AC. That is a rough situation. Sorry to hear that is the case for you. That's a big bummer. They do have the Atlas expansion. They usually are accompanied by a league as well. Yep, exactly. We're gonna find out what that is today. It's a 2-day thing. Alright, these should all be ready to triple split now. Hopefully this is enough bases. We're gonna find out though soon enough. One last recom craft before potentially the end of recoms, you know what I mean? This could be the end of our recom journey. I'm gonna fall asleep with the announcements at 3.5 hours. Do a power nap. Set an alarm. Do a power nap is what I would say. That way you got some energy to go through the stuff the day of. Or just sleep like you normally do and just wake up to patch notes, you know? Depends if you really want to be there for the hype reveal or not. If you're okay chilling and just seeing it all the next morning, right? Recoms, you will be missed. What if they're not going anywhere, guys? What if they're not going anywhere? Did I not have like 10 Awakener orbs? What did I do with them? Oh no, that was on standard. That was standard that I had Awaken orbs. Okay, okay. I'm just being crazy. I'm getting mixed up with standard. Whoops. Lance, you lost your countdown. Oh shoot, my bad. There we go. Countdown should be back on screen. Thanks for letting me know. This is Age of Empires. Yep, Age of Empires 2.
What have you? Return soon, yes?
Alrighty. Let's go ahead and grab. See if their influence orbs are reasonably priced or not. Yo, what is this? What is going on? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. Do I just do a 20 quality helmet then? Because these prices are insane. Do I just do it? I just start buying a bunch of Elder vases. I was gonna Influence Orb them and then Elder Suave and Fluids, but I don't know, man. At these prices, this is crazy stuff. Yeah, I guess these prices are real, man. Sure, if you're poor. Guys, don't call me poor. Listen, times are tough, man. Times are tough. I have remove only tabs with currency in them, right? Smells like broken here? Okay. You guys don't have to rub it in, okay? You know, so this currency's got rod standard anyways. Yeah, I should have multiple like stash tabs with currency from remove onlys, right? Okay, we're probably fine. The 10 miss. $53, baby. Holy! I was rich in whatever league this was. Wait, no, that's normal. Never mind. I thought I just found another tab with 755 divides. Nope, that's just the normal currency tab. Dang it. I just thought I got another 755. I was like, was that like, nope. I got baited, man. I freaking baited. Whoa! Wait, I am actually rich. Wait! Wait! Yo! I don't know what league this was, but we had money. 2,000 divides. Let's freaking go. Yeah. Let's go. I can afford things. I don't know what league that was. It was either Phoenicia or... No, that had to be Phoenicia, right? That had to be Phoenicia. It had to be Phoenicia. Phoenicia, I was like try-harding and I was making amulets and stuff. That had to be Phoenicia. What a time to open stream. Listen, we need the money, okay? There's a situation. There's a financial situation, okay? We need the money. We're in dire straits, you know what I mean? Nope, not Warlord. No stock for Crusader. All right, how many do we have at this point? We need 14. You're not in standard? No. This is Settlers. Settlers, I have a bunch of leftover tabs from all the different leagues we played. I see 53 miss. I think we blow those in the next 3 hours. Okay, relax. I don't know about blowing the mist in the next 3 hours. I don't know about that one. Settlers is the current standard? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Oh, Marcus, now that you're here, I was gonna ask you. For the Gagarf Scion, I'm working on a build guide for it, and I want to showcase various progression levels, and I would like to show the GigaChad standard version. Would you be willing to let me showcase? I don't know what your current setup is, but I'm assuming you have a pretty good setup for it in standard. But I wanted to do a showcase for the GigaChad standard version in the video as well. I'm showcasing like 5 different steps of progression, and one of the ones I want to showcase is like the for the person that likes the super min-max in standard. You mean in-game? I mean in-game. I'm doing an in-game showcase of like each step of the progression on the character. Record gameplay? No, I'll record it. I just mean like yoink the gear at some point, essentially. Am I in the wrong hideout? Sausage? I don't mean like permanently yoink. I just mean just yoink, record the video, and then return. All right, we have our influence orbs. Is this Outward? No, this is Age of Empires 2. So when? Probably would be tomorrow or the day after, Marcus. If that's, yeah, I mean, you can message me on Discord if there's a certain time that would work better for yoinking the gear if you're gonna be using it and stuff. And I don't want to yoink it when you're actually playing the character. Saturday, AFK. I can do Saturday. Or tomorrow's okay. Okay. Tomorrow would probably be better because I want to do it sooner than later. Basically, I've been waiting to make sure the build doesn't get bricked by, you know, patch note changes. So, because I'm not going to do it if the patch notes come out and they say, Ivory Tower, we deleted, you know, and then it's like, okay, the whole build is based around Ivory Tower. I'm not going to make a video on it, you know. I spent the last hour making this POV, and I'm honestly not even sure I'm memeing myself, Derpator. What type of POV are you making? Oh, we need to buy juice too, don't we? We need life force. Okay, where do I put the extra life force? Buy other life force while I'm thinking about it. We have stuff laying around. Time to add some influences. If it's deleted, the stairs showcase will stay relevant. Well, I don't want to just. I'm not gonna want to make the video if the whole, you know, baseline of the build gets deleted aside from like a legacy item. Good morning. Is the bingo card ready, Canadians? We do have the bingo card. It's right here. I guess while I'm thinking about it, we could attach some. I'll wait till it's closer, but we'll attach some percentage on the predictions of likelihood we think for each of these squares. When's the live stream today? In, believe it or not, the bottom left corner of the screen. You just look real closely. Just right there. Enhance. I didn't see it either. Is it really too small? Or are you guys just messing with me? Is it actually too small? Do I actually need to?
The picture.
No, it's fine. They're just blind. Okay. We're gonna shrink it back down a little bit. I don't want to make it like too obnoxiously large. You're expecting chat to have eyes? Is that too much of an expectation? Expecting chat to have eyes? Is that too much? That too far? You know what would be crazy? If they nerf Recombinators and the way they decide to nerf it is change the exclusivity rules, but then that allows us to go for 30% more Ellie and 30% more low life and the build just gets another 30% more damage. That'd be sick. If the way they decide to nerf Recombinators is change the exclusivity rules where they're still good, but they're good for kind of like how they used to be good. We see the timer, but where's the streamer? I don't have a cam on right now. Got add a cam though. If that's what you guys really want. I'm gonna go right here. Put it on the timer. Yeah, maybe next to the timer. Did I do a high ES Pathfinder one league? A high ES Pathfinder? I don't know if I ever did a high ES Pathfinder. I know I did a, like, way back when the, what you call it, annoying required you to bounce it off an object to return. I did a Deadeye Instacked Power Siphon build. I don't know if I did an ES-based Pathfinder, though. I don't think I did an ES-based Pathfinder. You know who did do an ES-based Pathfinder? Dezel. Dezel has a sick ES-based Pathfinder character he made in SSF. He was linking me his chess piece he did. Hop on the treadmill, dude. The treadmill's like kind of break. We can break out the treadmill, but it's kind of. I need to get a new one. Every time I turn it on, it kind of starts doing like a burn smell thing. It's pretty suspect. It's pretty suspect. SF Dezel's 99%. Yeah, Dezel's SF stash looks kind of crazy. It's not made for your weight class. Okay, that's just toxic. That's just toxic, man. Why is this selling for 5 divines? What the hell? Just an Elder Stygian 86 is 5 divines. I guess honestly, in the current league where the influence orbs are freaking 7 divines, this makes sense, you know? You know, this is actually a good price in the current economy. Because you have to do a normal influence slam for like 7 divines apparently. Good luck out there. Elder base, yeah. It was probably based on, you know, when I put that listed for trade, the influence orbs were probably kind of expensive. What the hell am I doing with cannot poison fractures? It's probably some apostate dissolution stuff is probably what I was doing. I actually just don't know. Some 30 quality warlocks. Twilight global defense. This is me coping that Grav merciless item sell. Classic. This is just an ES crit multi amulet. Suspect price there, if you ask me. 500 seems like a little much for just a 2 stat. Alright, anyways, let's stop looking at these random items in my inventory. Stop getting distracted. We need to keep a laser focus here. We need essences. Horror 2 to 1. Is this the current situation? Oh no. No. Oh my goodness.
Yo, Captain Snacks 9, it's postseason again and I'm excited.
It is postseason again, dude. How you doing, man? How you doing? I thought that was chaos, but it's actually just divines. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. It's been a while since we've been in Settlers / Standard League economy. You know, it's been a while. It's been a good bit. Okay, so I guess the best price we're getting is 2.5 to 1. That is actually our best price we're getting. Man, this is a wild situation. Maybe I have some of these just laying around, you know? Maybe I just have some of these just laying around, you know? That's possible, right? Let's go through the remove only tabs. Nah, I don't think I did too much essence stuff. I don't think I did too much essence stuff, but we'll see. Maybe we randomly did. Oh, 12 deliriums. Okay, nice. Take these spites while we're here. Take these rage while we're here. Delirium. Holy, that's a good hit. That's a good tab right there. Got some rage and got some spites. Dang. That was a good tab. That was a good tab. What about this tab? I already yoinked from this tab, probably. My mage will live and got determination in it. It's gonna be a good league. You corrupted it. You know, what you did is you lost your RNG. You lost your RNG is what you did. You can't fossil it. Ooh, we could fossil it, couldn't we? That's a good point. We could absolutely fossil it, right? That is a very astute observation. We need glyphic fossils for that. How much are glyphic fossils? I mean, those are kind of expensive. Those are kind of expensive. I think we'll just do essence for now. I thought you had 1,000 glyphics? No, I don't have 1,000 glyphics. You need glyphics in order to hit the essence mod. You need glyphics in order to hit the essence mod. All right, we'll go back to remove only. We have a decent amount of essence. We should be kind of fine. We have a decent amount of essence. Glyphic, do you need these? Nah, I think we'll be okay. Hopefully, we'll see. We have a decent amount of essences to go for this, so we shouldn't need to hit the essence mod too many times. Basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit a 2 mod helmet. And then we'll make a 4 mod. And we'll recom the 4 mod with the 2 mod and pray. I had a % int, % strength, discipline on my end of the league, Mage Blood corruption 8 months ago, and am I still cooked? Yep. Yeah, that's an insane double corrupt for Mage Blood. You are absolutely still cooked, sir. You are thoroughly cooked, I would say. Thoroughly. Shish kebabbed. Dunzo. Ooh, you know what I should do when I hit res? I should do Reforge Fire. With how much I'm spending on these essences, whenever I hit res, I can just Reforge Fire. Right? It's proving harder than I thought it would be. Hit just a res, one singular res with 30% more. I don't know, Crucible on an Alcan Go jungle map. Is my RNG still cooked? Crucible, you're probably fine. It's been a sizable amount of time. Holy, what's a guy gotta do to have 1 open suffix with a res? I'm gonna hit birdie damage before I hit this. All right, there's fire res. All right. Watch and learn. Okay, we're just slam on one res now. There we go. Okay, now watch. Resistance. Cold to fire. Click. Can I hit... Oh, wait. Can I hit fire spells with Elder? I might be able to hit fire spells. I think this has a pretty high chance of being immolate or burn damage, though. Yeah, it hit immolate. Yeah, okay. T5. The res doesn't matter, guys. Well, it matters in that it has a fire tag. That's why it matters. The important part is when I do a reforged fire, I can't hit fire res. That's the whole reason we're doing that. All right, now it's gone. Just trying to save cost on the essences, basically. Slam on a random res. Slam on a random res. There we go, fire res again. Because all we're trying to make is a 2-mod helmet. We're trying to get the more damage and burn damage isolated. That's all we're trying to do. Reforged fire. Fire res, no other suffix. And burn damage, see? And now... Do I elevate before annulling? I'm going to blind annul first. Nah, I elevate before annulling. Dominance orb? Oh, no. Do I even want to know? I have to have these laying around. I have one laying around, surely. Surely I have a dominance orb laying around somewhere. Surely somewhere in my stash I have one of these. I have to, come on. Come on, show me La Dominance Orb. Conflicts. This is the regular currency tab. Okay, I need to find that currency tab where I had 2,000 divines. If I find the tab that had 2,000 divines... Oh! Yo! 108! Let's go! Yo, Old Lance was freaking good at the game. Oh, I have orbs. I have these too. Old Lance was doing something, man. He's freaking stocking up. I have teardrops too, man. I don't know what I was on. Old Lance knew this day would come where I would need Orb of Dominance. Now we're talking. All right, what else do we need? Hold on, quick level 20 burning damage. There we go, and now I just need to annul fire res. All right, before we annul fire res though, before we do that, I'm gonna go back to that remove only tab. Had some good stuff in there. Divine teardrops. Sacred Life Force, Conflict Orbs, more juice, Tempered Tailorings. Take these while we're here too, honestly. Yoink. Yoink. And it had a feather too, holy. Sacred Orbs, 19 Veils. Wait, Veils are about to get destroyed. 10 frac, dang man, I had a lot of random good stuff in here. I had a lot of this had to be Freesia, right? This had to be Freesia. We had a large number of very useful currencies. Do the Ancient Orbs? No, I'm not doing the Ancient Orbs, guys. I am not doing the Ancient Orbs. You can't make me, okay? Alrighty, we'll put the albino row in here too. Freesia was good for the currency tab. Freesia was good for the currency tab. Okay, now we just need to annul. Ow, it hurts. Why? All right, back to the initial plan. The old difficult situation of getting 30% more Ellie isolated with burn damage. Show the AoE for the YouTube chatters. Here's the AoE, guys. For those that were wondering about the AoE. Here's the current situation on the AoE. Freesia migrated Sellers not standard. Sellers is standard. Sellers players just might not know it yet. But it basically is. Ooh, annul the int. Annul the int. Annul the int. We have a chance. We have a chance. Just go straight to level 20 burning damage. Save us all a lot of time. Fire Reforge J, no problem, man. I'm gonna buy that skin for next league. The Celestial skin, it's a good time. It is a good time. Immolate, dang it. That's not usable. Gonna have to annul that. Do I have to annul again? I have to annul again, unfortunately. Alright, we survived. We survived. Reforge Fire. Immolate again. Can we annul save? Alright, nope. Int. Can we annul the int there? Is he in Sellers? Yes, this is Sellers. This is Sellers. Need to slam a random res roll. I guess maybe I should check the price of annuls and the price of exalts. Because maybe those are unhinged as well. Wow, man. This thing is surviving. There's the fire as we're looking for. Actually, let's check the price of exalts. They're not terrible. We'll buy some of those while we're thinking about it, just in case we're gonna need them later. Probably will. Ooh, let's buy some annuls. Lancer, drops is gonna be on GG Live. Is it gonna be on your stream? Drops will be available on any PoE stream, like in the Path of Exile category. The only thing you need to do, the only thing you should need to do is you need to connect your Twitch account to the Path of Exile site. You need to do the link thing. I think when they post the how to do the drops thing, like when they posted the thing about the helmet, there should be, I would imagine on that they would have a post about where you need to go, or there should be some information about where you need to link the account to Twitch and stuff. You type exclamation point drops? No, don't type exclamation point drops. The only important things are the streamer has to be streaming in the Path of Exile category. And that should be pretty much it. And then you need to make sure your account's linked. Drops. Holy, I have the drops command is outdated for the last Epoch one. I guess I'll need to change that for the today's drops. I need to change it for PoE. Where's the burn damage? Streaming events? No, you're streaming the category appropriate. Add a suffix, remove a random prefix. 83, that can add burn damage. Ooh, it hit fire res. Nice. Nice. That's exactly what we need. Fire Reforge. Immolate. Man, this thing loves to give me Immolate. Loves to give me Immolate. Yo, Bazooka, what's going on, man? I've thoroughly enjoyed the, Dude, stop giving me Immolate! Ow. I thoroughly enjoyed the video you did on the, This is a Pog video for you to watch? If it's the level 20 overview, I already watched it. I watched it last night. The Last Chance? I don't think I've seen this. What is this? Wait a second. Hold on, let me make sure YouTube can hear this. How long ago was this? Only 19 hours ago.
Well, that feels amazing.
I miss
Path
Chris.
of Exile 2 is a new 7-act storyline set 20 years after the defeat of Katava. For years now, we've been wanting to make a sequel to Path of Exile. The problem with that, though, is that sequels split a community between two products. It's also hard for a sequel to compete with the amount of content and features that the original game has. We've just spent 6 years making expansions for Path of Exile, so imagine if we released a Path of Exile 2 and it was just a bare campaign with none of that extra content. This would be a sad shell of an action RPG compared to the current...
Dude, whoa! Whoa, wait, Chris, why? Why are you predicting the future? What is this? I can't hear it all. I'll increase the volume. I'll go back. I'll go back so you guys can hear. Holy, that was too... I forgot everything you said here. Hold on, guys. Listen very closely.
Path of Exile 2 is a new 7-act storyline set 20 years after the defeat of Katava. For years now, we've been wanting to make a sequel to Path of Exile. The problem with that, though, is that sequels split a community between two products. It's also hard for a sequel to...
No, you don't say. Split a community between two products. I don't know what you're talking about, Chris.
...compete with the amount of content and features that the original game has. We've just spent 6 years making expansions for Path of Exile, so imagine if we released a Path of Exile 2 and it was just a bare campaign with none of that extra content. This would be a sad shell of an action RPG compared to the current state of Path of Exile. It'd have none of the years of expansion content and improvements that make the game great.
What is the gargle on, dude? But when you come to build, you're coming to Ruland.
Is that Ritu? This? Yeah, this is a 1-for-1. He had to pose for this drawing actually.
1, 2, 3, fire damage. He's typing cat. He's typing cat.
The next SOX build, try stack. Okay, I don't want to really listen to. Is it just AI music from here? Oh wait. Okay, hold on.
Don't let yourself go.
Wait, is this not AI music? If they're getting ads, okay, I'll wait. I'll chill. I'll relax. Muse? Yeah, I don't want to get... Am I going to get DMCA'd for Muse? Am I going to get DMCA'd for Muse? I don't want to get DMCA'd. Like, if it's AI music, I don't think I'm going to get... I don't think I'm going to get DMCA'd. If it's Muse, I'm going to get DMCA'd.
And my axe.
My action, Ovi, appreciate the prime, man. Too late? Yeah, I don't think I can listen to this, guys. I'm gonna get DMCA'd. I'm gonna get nuked. Better cut us off on YouTube? Yeah. That freaking this speech right here from Chris. Holy, that's way too close to home though. I forgot about this. It's too close to home, man. Too accurate. 7 acts, by the way. What's the current goal? 6 acts? Is that what it is? What stings of it? Yeah. That does sting of it. Too close to home. User too afraid to use the internet? Well, yeah, it'd be the label or the freaking proprietary. Who freaking knows? I don't know. I don't want to risk it. All right, back to the Helmcraft. Too close to home. They had to cut the 7th because it would take 72 hours to do the campaign. It'd be too much content. The content would take too long to complete. You know, if I click enough times, ooh, I can just have strength here actually. Okay, that works. I can chill here. Strength works too. Because the end result we need is burn damage plus strength plus more LA plus conk plus life. Okay, so we'll put this here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a 4 mod. So break out the alts. Break out the alts. Has to happen, guys. It has to happen. We're doing what we gotta do. We're doing what we got to do. I'll probably do imprint annuls because we have the resources for it, right? That way we don't have to do any risky annuls for the entirety of this craft, and we can just go straight to the part where we get to recombinate it. Find out if PoE.re does magic elder helmets. PoE.re magic items. Helmet. Strength int. Is influenced an option? Influence doesn't look like an option. Hey, Captain, good luck. Thanks, Lucas Ludke. We will need it. Alright, we'll just manually do this then. We'll go over here. We'll type gods burning. Should probably look up the life tier. Currently not handling influence items? No, it is not. No, it is not. So we have life. Fecund. Probably make these level 20 burning damage because I don't want to stop for false positives. 20 burning, 20 conk. We should be fine with that. Strength roll acquired. Alright. Let's knock this thing out. Easy. Easy. I'm going to live in Sanctum with Peabod. Your Energy Blade still away? Yep, that'll be very good in Sanctum. That will treat you well. There's new drama. A Tai clip? I highly doubt that's drama. In like, I highly doubt it's like a real, actual like drama, is what I'm saying. It's gonna, is it time yet? It's gonna be 2 hours? I don't think it's time yet. I don't think it's time yet. We have Bernie already. Dude, recoms with just like, say what now? What? It's a real? Is it real? I don't think it's real, guys. You guys are just messing with me. I don't think this is real drama, guys. It's so real, trust. It's not real at all, guys. What the hell? Not even close to real. Fun RMTs. That was the accusation a bunch of people made early Settlers League when he logged out and then logged back in with a HH, but I think it's probably baloney. Bobgun is a very, very grindy player. And he knows what the hell he's doing. He would have literally no reason to RMT. He's gonna make the currency regardless. His whole gameplay is doing currency farm strategies. Probably. Like, I don't like to speak in absolutes. Like, I would believe that the case is he's not RMT'd ever. That would be my belief. But at the same time, I don't know him personally. You know, I wasn't freaking watching him 24/7 as he was playing the game. I just don't want to speak in absolutes, but if I was a betting man, I would bet a large sum of money he does not RMT. That would make absolutely no sense to me. I feel like people throw around the RMT accusation so freaking much over like just like people that just play the game and make currency. He lost to you in a currency competition. That was a tie. We agreed it was a tie. Okay, guys. Wasn't that supposed to happen? Are they 10 minutes late? No. Hold on. Sorry, I wasn't on the right capture screen. Here's the countdown. We're about 3 hours away. It was 1 p.m. PDT time. Which is 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So it's the 1 p.m. wasn't probably translated to your correct time zone. Okay, we're gonna quick do some imprints, regals here. This is gonna be so easy, dude. This is gonna be so easy. This is the freest win I've ever seen in my life. This is gonna be just a clean walk up and helmet's done situation. Don't jinx it. Okay, yeah, you're right. I should shut up. I shouldn't jinx it. That's a good point. Jinxing is a. Do I really only have 7 regals? What the hell was I doing this? Now I have 300. All right. All right. Much better. And one more for good measure. All right, correct.
The picture is thanks blessings.
You put him in the helm tab? Well, it's too late to go back now. Oh, no. Regal into annul. All right, these are good. We need to imprint this as well. More currency than me means RMT. Wow. Okay. I need to calm down. Okay, I need to save that null RNG for the actual league. What's going on here? What is actually going on here? Because that's... We're getting a little bit too lucky here right now. And a little too consistent on value. Okay, this should be of the chosen. And then we'll do suffix mod. Which will be another chosen mod. Chaos resistance hybrid. Honest. Okay. All right. That works.
Why, hello.
All right. So Conk burning damage acquired. Now we do multi-mod. And this will be 2 and 2. We'll make it 5. 5 prefix. We'll make it 5 suffix. All right, that should be good.
Oh, hello there.
Imagine they make it a resource only found in maps. You know, like how it used to be a droppable currency. I mean, they could. My brother said to save RNG before Freesia 2, and then he dropped the Squire day 1. That's classy stuff, man. That's classy stuff. All right, we lost the prefix. So I need to go get a life helmet. So I have a life helmet right here.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
What do you mean making more comments like PV2? I hope not. That would be very sad, I think. That's good. The heck? This guy's so tanky. Freaking tanky frog. 2% chance for a 2-mod item. You want me to get a 2-mod item as an outcome? Keep dreaming. Do a suffix mod now. Shop some of Miracle's Beast. Oh yeah, his beast designed for PKing people. Those things were out of control. Alright, let's try this again. For the 4 mod. 2 mod, 2 mod. Then we go AoE mod. AoE mod. I don't know what's the easiest to hit. Is it life? Just assume we're gonna win this 50-50 on the suffixes. I'll do it this way. Alright. 6 mod prefix, 5 mod suffix. See how we do.
Oh, hello there.
There we go! Alright, so. Here's the recon we're gonna do. Here's the recon we're gonna do. We're gonna take this more LE damage helmet. We're gonna take this more LE damage helmet. And I'm going to benchcraft on the prefix twice. And we need to win the 50-50 on getting the suffix, I think is what it has to be. Yeah. Think that's what it has to be. Think it has to be like this. Alright, guys. Grab beast mode on the helmet right now. We cannot have an exclusive mod on the suffix pool. We need the suffixes to choose to fill first, and we need more LE damage to stay in order to ensure our prefixes. Prediction time is upon us. Question, do we hit 5 mod helmet? That's all it is. Do we hit 5 mod helmet? Yes or no? I'll give you a bit of the odds here. We have a 50% chance to fill suffixes first. And then with that 50% chance, what is it, like a 30% chance that we get 3 suffixes? Is that what it is? Let me verify. Let's pull up the old 3.25 Reddit Recombinator PoE, the classic. Let's pull up the little diagram. Old reliable. 4 mod item, 31% chance for 3 mods. So it's roughly like a 15% chance. It's roughly a 15% chance we win here. That's pretty much what it is. Technically, you can take another 10% chance for not getting 2 mods in the prefix pool. So it goes to like a 13.5. That's roughly our odds with this situation. Time to make some regrets. Yeah, there's a chance for the doubters to make some clean cash. So is this free pointers for the doubters? Is it free points for the doubters? I don't know if I'd say free points for the doubters. I don't know if I would go that far. Believers can win points easily here, okay? Easily. All right, I'm gonna pee real quick. I'll be right back.
But the angular momentum...
All right. So all I need to see when I click this button is a win. I just need to not see the crafted mod appear on the prefix side, and that's basically a guaranteed W. If we don't see the crafted mod on the prefix side, as basically a guaranteed W. Guys, don't salute your points, believers. Have some faith. Have some faith in the cause. Have some faith in the cause. Are you guys actually getting ads right now? If you are, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll chill. If we win the 50-50, we just thread the needle, hit the 30%, 90%, walk away winners. I bet the house on your win. What kind of odds did you guys get, by the way? Ooh, 5-to-1 odds? Believers are about to be so rich. Believers are about to be so rich. I'm going to click this button, and the believers are going to 5x their money. They're going to 5x their money. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you guys are ready for a good payday. Please, my family needs to eat. Do what you can for me, Galactic Cat. I'm about to take all your life savings, okay? You little doubter. Your family's not eating tonight. Tell them you should have believed. Tell them you should have done it. I forgot to believe. You hate to see it. Hate to see it. Please do not lie to me. I need this. Don't worry, Zero Kyo. When have believers ever lost before? Basically never, right? Have I made a mistake? No, you haven't. All right. Let's do this thing. No crafted mod, and we are home free. No crafted mod, we're so home free. Oh no. Oh, it hurts. Ah. Oh.
What was I thinking about just now?
Why is there a crafted mod? Oh, it filled the prefixes first. Curse you, 50-50. Well, we need to go re-get some more stuff. Pay up. Yeah. Shut your mouth. Prediction. Do we hit the 5 mod helmets? Choose outcome. No. No, we don't. Congratulations, doubters. You've once again robbed a poor, innocent believer out of their house and home, rendering them broken. How does it feel? How does it feel? You feel good about yourself? Because right now I'm disgusted with you. The believers don't deserve these points anyways? Yes, they do. They're good, hardworking people. They got families to feed just as much as you do. Can you do more of those? I'll take the free points. We are going to be doing more wagers, yes. There will be more wagers. Wait, could be fire res. Could be burn damage. I just saw you have a cam. Yep. It's a crazy day for us having a cam right now. I should have learned from the sea search that doubting is not the way to make money, or that doubting is the way to make money. Oh, shut up. Doubting is not the way. Oh, so there is a flat fire as well. I thought there was. Now we know. Now we know. Okay, burn damage incoming. Quick burn damage for the road. Burn damage for the road. Okay, now technically, we could ride the gauntlet here all the way up to level 20. Thoughts? $25 or boss? 25 is exclusive. Cannot do 25 exclusive. I will consider it if we hit the 3 suffixes, but then we don't have a prefix pool. If we have like 1 prefix, I'll consider it. Alright, anyways, where are we right now? So it's gonna be changed. Hey, we're going somewhere. One more. One more! Straight to the tippy top. What orb is that? Dominance orb. There we go. All right. Helmet acquired. Now we go here. We go here. Let's go get our 4 mod back, hopefully. So much power up since yesterday. What do you mean by power up? Are you talking about this character versus the versus the 10D budget setup? This is just showcase. We're just trying to showcase 2 different setups on the character for progression on the build. Okay. Regal into clean and all. Into get rid of imprints.
Happy hunting.
Okay. 4 suffixes. Suffix, suffix, prefix, prefix. Triple suffix, and this will be triple prefix. Alright, just send it like this. I need to start conserving bases. We could make the 2 mod first before we send this, but I need to start conserving bases. They're both 5 mod situations, right? They're both 5 mods. Alright, cool. We're ready to go again. Are you guys prepared? Are you guys prepared to win money? It's gonna be like last time, except this time it's gonna go differently. You know what I'm saying? Do we hit the 5 mod helmet? Do we hit the 5 mod helmet? Place your wagers, people. Place your wagers.
Have you got anything for us?
What was I doing again?
Is there aspect or no aspects? This we're crafting an exclusive 30% more Ellie, which means we need to win the 50-50 on suffixes being filled first. If I don't win on suffixes being filled first, the craft's just dead. Basically, either I could take a 30% into a 30%, which gives me 10% odds, or I could take a 31% into a 50%, which gives me about 15% odds, and then take off 1.5% for 10% loss on the prefix pool. So this is about a 14% chance, roughly. And the other way, without the bench crafts, is about a 10% chance, roughly. I'm gonna believe for the first time, do not make me poor, Lance. I wouldn't dream of it. I like Connor's math more. What do you mean by that, huh? What do you mean by that? We're about to be poor. Don't say that. Don't say that. We're going to win the 50-50. It's going to fill suffixes first, and then we're going to win the 3 mod outcome. Think about it. That sounds good, right? That sounds good. This is actual Connor math? What are you talking? It's not Connor math. This is actually how it works, man. It's how this thing works, dude. 4 mods in the pool, 31% success rate, 50-50 to fill suffixes first, and you need to hit that 50-50 to hit the exclusive for the more damage. And then you have a 90% success rate on the prefix side, because you have 4 mods, and there's a 89% chance you win versus 11% chance you lose. Listen. We got good odds here, guys. We got good odds here. All right, I think the prediction closed. Let's go for the hit. Let's go for the hit. We just need to not see the AoE gems on the prefix side. If we see the benchcraft, despair. But we just need to not see that. We just need to win the 50-50. We just need to win the 50-50. Fill the suffixes first. Who's with me? What is that garbage? Yo, I got Omega scammed. Shut up. I hit the 10% loss on the prefix too? Yo, what the hell? We just got destroyed. You won the 50-50? Yes. Well, not necessarily. This is a scenario where we don't know if we won the 50-50. This is a we don't know if we won the 50-50 situation. This could have been we lost the 50-50 and it still just gave us a 1 mod outcome and it chose Conk over the benchcraft, right? Return back my points. I got bad news to you. Your points are forfeit. These are going straight to the doubters because this is a just system we have here. How's the RF big? Because we have a lot of increased AoE. Also, look at the size of our Flesh and Stone, too. That's kind of hilarious. Flesh and Stone looking kind of thick as well. Do you guys want to take a stab at it without the benchcraft? We could do a non-benchcraft attempt. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna keep doing benchcraft. Benchcraft is just objectively better. Just objectively better. Ooh, almost T1 life. Tempting. Very tempting. There's the res roll we need. Justice for believing? There is justice for believing. It's called you lost your money. Deal with it. Okay? Don't blame me because you made a bad bet. I am not responsible for your irresponsibility. You know what I'm saying? Where's the burn damage? I gotta be honest. I've hit Immolate level 20 like 5 times now. Okay? And I'm about to lose it if I keep getting Immolate. This stuff is out of control. You set up the bet, it's your fault. It's not my fault. Okay, you didn't have to bet on belief. You could have bet on doubt, you could have made money. Okay. Burn damage. Now we are talking. I need to annul that. I need to annul that again. Come on, come on. Remove the fire res. remove the fire res. Yes! You're back in business. All right, suffixes can't be changed.
Monk!
I need a monk!
Lance, I had 87 regrets earlier in the week. Now I'm a 19,000 heir. This is all because of your crafting skill. Thank you.
This is because of your crafting skill. Thank you. No, don't. I'm happy for you, I guess. I'm happy that you turned around the finances. So happy for you. Once the patch notes full nurse comes out, we'll get plenty of tiers regardless.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
I think most of the patch notes people will be like, yeah, that's what I expected. You guys think there's actually going to be a large amount of stuff where it's like, no, my favorite build? I feel like it's going to be a lot of the, yeah, that's what I expected type of thing. Scorching Ray, better for Fire Trap? Depends how invested you are. I'm going to just say a random number. I'm going to say 20k ES. Whether or not that's actually the correct number, I don't freaking know. But I'm going to say 20k ES. 20k ES, you should be using Scorching Ray, not Fire Trap. Fire Trap is just a objectively stronger skill, but eventually your RF deals so much damage that is more DPS just to have the exposure from Scorching Ray instead of Fire Trap. That sort of thing. All right, let's get our 4 mod back real quick here. Hey! Hey, that's not a 4 mod! Where's my life? Where'd it go? Technically a 4 mod? No, it's not. Can you tell GGG to not nerf Penance Brand? I did the opposite, actually. I actually personally phoned Mark and I said, hey man, you gotta nerf Penance Brand, okay? The first shot didn't kill it. You forgot to double tap, you know? Just slam percent ES. I'm not gonna take that risk. Yeah, that's kind of a cool helmet. I'm thinking of picking up Popeyes. Would you want some? Yeah. Actually, that sounds good. I wouldn't say no to Popeyes. Yo, Lance, can you share? Yeah. I might need to get some for chat. They're gonna be angry if we don't share. Might need to get some for chat. It's gonna be a big Popeyes order. Cam's so huge today? Yep. I don't know what we're doing. Oh, you know what I just realized? Why is the camera pointing downwards? What are you guys looking down there for, huh? What are you guys looking down there for? You know why? No, I don't. No, I don't. Popeyes for everyone, best chat ever. Whoa, don't talk them up too much, okay? They're gonna hear you say that, and they're gonna get all sort of like high and mighty. They don't need that level of encouragement. I like my chicken spicy. Same. Is it possible to use imprint after recoms or new item? It's a new item. It is a new item. Once you hit it with the recom, it no longer shares the same ID tag or whatever, and it is completely new item. Where's my life? Yo, what the hell? It's just systematically deleting the life every time? Yo, come on, man. What is this? I'm getting destroyed out here. Where are my ults at? Oh, they're down there somehow. There we go. All right. Ain't no way he finishes this helm before the reveal. Do you really doubt my ability to finish this helm before the reveal? You actually doubt? There's big profit to be made in doubting. You're about to lose it all, buddy. Doubting's what we do best here. Yeah, you guys are high and mighty, but you're gonna be brought low when you lose. Where'd Lance go? Shoot, wrong screen capture, my bad. Doubting has been consistently good plus expected value. Oh, it's good expected value. Is it now? Oh, we'll see how good expected value it is after this next hit. When you lose it all your money dwindles to nothing. See, we'll see how expected value it is after that. Bum, bum, ba-da-da.
What can I do?
Where's my other affix? Now what the hell is this? I'm getting robbed. We're about to need more bases, guys. We're about to need more bases. I'm losing a 57% success rate. Isn't that what that is? 57%? For 4 mod? No, 5 mod. Yeah, 57%. I'm losing a 57%. 3 times in a row now? Is that what it's been? This is crazy. How do you get the entrance to the bestiary? It's an MTX. You gotta purchase it. Basically, at one point we were crafting and chat bullied me into it. AKA, they said, "Here, Lance, here's $15. Go buy the $15 portal," or something like that. They forced my hand. They gave me no choice. I had to do it. You were stoked? It did help a little bit because we were porting back and forth. But ultimately, just setting a keybind for slash menagerie is really what you should be doing. But, you know. Tomato, tomato. Potato, patata. You know. Are we getting a dupe sound? You shouldn't be. You should not be getting a dupe sound. Shouldn't even be hearing the music in the background. Should just be game. Sound's acting out. There was the other day that people said there's something weird going on with sound on the YouTube side. I don't think I really know what that is, though. If I suck at crafting, should I try this build next league? If you suck at crafting, I mean, it'll probably help you learn how to craft better. Does that mean you should do it? I think you gotta make that choice yourself. 3 suffixes, 2 suffixes, 2 prefixes, 3 prefixes. Good. I mean, realistically, no matter what build you play, if you don't want to craft your gear, you're gonna pay a premium. The premium will be less the more popular the build is, maybe a little bit. If you're like a bit behind the curve on when people are upgrading. But, I mean, ultimately, I think learning to craft is a pretty big upgrade to your overall PvE experience. The sound and the moderator just got bricked. Well, hopefully... I mean, I could restart the game if it keeps happening. Let me know. Hopefully we're fine. Alright. Man, yeah, okay, cool. I am just losing 57% repeatedly. Nice. Guess we do need more bases. Game said no? Yeah, game said no. Game said no. Just in case we're gonna need more of these. Better be prepared, you know, just in case, you know, with how this craft's going, might as well stock up. Might as well stock up. Buy some frogs while we're at it too. Are there some items that are better to buy than craft, like clusters? It depends. For the most part, it's very rare that the craft cost is more expensive than the buy cost. The only situations where the craft cost is more expensive than the item's value, typically, is completely tied to builds that do not have a following. Like if you're making a super niche build for yourself, your item has no resale value. Therefore, the craft cost instantly becomes more than it's worth because you can't resell it. That sort of thing. And then if you're buying some weird niche item, it doesn't have resale value because you're like the only person looking for it. Therefore, buying it is cheaper. Or it just doesn't exist. That's kind of how it works. Fogman item? Yeah, if it's a popular build that a lot of people are copying, then there's going to be a pretty competitive market for people trying to buy the same item, which means you generally can make a profit crafting it yourself, or it's just going to be cheaper for you to craft. Avoid streamer builds? Not exactly. It depends what you like. Depends on like what type of item you're trying to make, how niche or how weird it is. Because if your item is quite niche and quite weird, then it gets super expensive. Still need? Yes, I do. So if I have a leaks are progress until leaks are till this stage of the build. Well, we have a guide. That's what I'm working on right now. Right now we're making a high-end multi-link helmet to showcase if you wanted to push the build to dot cap, you want to do this multi-link helmet and you want to do adorned and some other things like that. But this is like if you're like super pushing the investment. We're gonna have stages of progression. So yesterday we assembled a 10D setup that you could go for the initial ivory tower swap. I want to showcase like 5 different stages of progression for the character. Ultimately, if they just end up destroying the build, which is, you know, possible, then I just won't make a build guide video, but I don't think that's gonna happen. We'll freaking see. We should get patch notes today. Did I see the Exile did 217 Act 10? Yep. And he did a 155 today apparently. 9 months ago, Settlers. Classic. Did they delay the patch notes for Settlers? I don't think so. You might be thinking of PoE 2. If I were a guessing man. I'll be ecstatic if they buffed Bleed or SST. I'd be down for playing SST too. SST is a lot of fun. We'll see when they give us patch notes. Usually they give us patch notes right after the reveal. It's pretty typical. See if we can get any of these guys to respond. They did show SST. Yeah, they had like a Glad SST bleed build in a lot of their quality of life videos. The part that's like surprising about that is I would think that meant yo, hey, what's going on? This guy's playing Scion RF. Let's freaking go, baby. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to make a multi-link helm here. Heyo. I thought I recognized that name. I think he asked me about a craft or two while we were playing the character. His AoE is bigger. His AoE was not bigger. He probably has 1 AoE mace. His AoE looks like 1 AoE mace. Yeah, he has just 1 AoE mace on. Maybe he has 2. He might have swapped to 2. Well, now insecure. Dude, let's do a little size comparison, guys. Using 2 AoE maces? Okay, yeah. If you're using 2 AoE maces, then it should be pretty close. Okay. Will this be enough bases? I need to get 1 more. See, well, maybe we'll get 1 more. We'll get 1 more. Holy overpaying. Monkey's Paw is going to happen. Dot buffs and RF nerfs? Nah, they're not nerfing RF. Ain't no way. Is this like a clan or something? Why are there 3 guys with Rolly in their name? 1 minute. Are these guys... Is this a 5-way carry or something? Are people doing 5-way carries at this point? What the hell's going on here? RF now scales with spell damage at baseline? Oh my word. Can you imagine? This character would get so good if I could click Iron Will. Holy. That would be like that would literally like double this build's damage if we could click Iron Will. Is this 5.5k strength? Maybe. That would make RF meta. Yeah, that would be insane for RF. Yeah, if we got Iron Will, we'd all of a sudden have just 1,000% increased damage added to the character for 1 passive point. Sorry, wrong tab. Price is actually 40D. No, don't do that to me. What challenge did he not do? I don't know. We can check. Challenges. We did not do agitated adversaries, which requires doing conditions for certain bosses. These other 2 I did by accident. Every challenge I've done in Sellers League was done not intentionally, basically. Can he tank the Act 3 boss, though? Why am I getting bullied? What did I do to deserve this? I'm leaving. What the hell? I do my challenges. There's still time. I mean, if you really want to do them, I guess you probably could do them. Should you, though? I mean, I don't know. I don't really. Do challenges really matter? I don't think they matter. I have this unlisted if you're interested. Nah, I'm trying to make a multi-link one for dot cap setup. Working on a dot cap setup. All right, where was I? Adding a benchcraft. Now we should be able to triple split these. I mean, the thing they're clearly removing. I mean, I guess I won't complain if they remove dot cap. Because for RF build, it would be technically irrelevant. I don't know. I would be a little bit annoyed. If they remove dot cap, but they don't make dot builds better, it's just kind of silly. There's very few things where dot cap matters, and it's basically just poison, a high-end RF build, and people coping that having no defenses and expensive gear with all investment into offense is a good idea. I left for an hour and you got a simplex? This character always had a simplex. Farmed it in Fox League 2, remember? Okay, so now we go through, we regal all of these. Add influence. Over here. Get ourselves some more elder helmets. Imagine you could split influence blazes. Save like a third of these influence orbs. Save doing the reforge influence stuff. The juice is gonna end soon. We're good on juice. We got another 90k, it's fine. We got another 90k, it's fine. Alright. More helmet bases have been acquired. Hopefully, we do not need more than this. Hopefully this is enough. This one needs strength, it looks like.
And my axe.
My axe. Yo. Appreciate the sub, man. Thanks for the support. Will I be restreaming GG's Twitch? Yes, we will be watching it live. What are we working on right now? We're making a multi-link helmet for the Gagarv dot cap setup. Basically, what should you do if you want to go for pushing the damage on Ivory Tower RF?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not doing Gary's Resolve. Nah, not today. Not today. See you later, Gary's Resolve. Just deleting bases? We're not just deleting bases, guys. This is a very crucial, tactical, crafting, step-by-step. We may have lost a 57% chance 4 times in a row. But, that being said, that's all about to change. That's all about to change. Watch. Watch. Observe. Feast your eyes. Just a clean, easy 4-mod hit into a 5-mod helmet. Watch. Observe. Behold. What is that? I'm getting annihilated out here. This is wild stuff, honestly. The 1-mod base is bad. The expected cost to get the 4-mod, if I go make another 2-mod, is higher. Like my odds at hitting the this 4-mod base is 57%. If I spend the time to go make a 2-mod to then recombine with this 3-mod to make a 4-mod, it goes from 57% to basically averages between 57 and 71 or something like that. So it goes up like 10-ish%, but I guarantee delete a base to make that where I could also technically low roll and still fail type of thing. It does get slightly higher with the 2 mod, 3 mod situation. Reveal in 2 hours? Correct. Reveal in 2 hours.
Hey.
Oh, hello there.
Dude, I don't know how I expect to win a 30% chance when I can't win a 57% chance, honestly. I don't know what I'm expecting. I can't win a 57% chance. Why on earth could I win a 31? We're getting financially thrashed. Wait, did I have that isolated already? Whoops.
Thanks to your...
We need so many bases. Well, that I'd be deleting an extra base, and I'd be spending multi-mods as well. Additional multi-modding that I'd... Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I can win a 57% chance. I can win a 57% chance. At this rate, though, I'm going to win the 57% chance, and then I'm going to proceed to lose the 11%. Wait, no, that is literally impossible, because they're both 5 mod, actually. No, it's literally just 57% chance. There is no 11% fail. It's literally just a 57% chance. Go again. Hey, we're selling something.
We haven't got.
What's that doing again?
Awakened melee fizz. Here you go, dude. Good luck out there, man. Good luck out there. Hopefully that guy has more luck than we do.
What can I do? Bye now.
Alright. Let's try this again. 5 mod, 57% chance. Nice AoE. Yo, he noticed the AoE. There we go. Thanks. How much strength? This is like 5,400. I think we're at 5,400 right now. Yeah, 5,385. Pay him for the luck? I'm not paying him for the luck. What are you talking about? All right, guys. It's time. Believers, you've been beaten. You've been broken. You've lost your finances multiple times now. But I'm going to ask you one more time, okay? I need you to go to the bank, get a second mortgage, okay? Maybe get some little bit more leverage, okay? This time, it's going to be different. Dig yourself out of that financial hole by digging yourself deeper just a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Prediction time. Do we hit the 5 mod? You have 2 minutes to place your wagers. Do we hit the 5 mod? Do we hit the 5 mod? I'm gonna leave, go to the bathroom. If I come back and I'm out of points, I curse your league start with voodoo magic. Don't do that. Also, you don't even know how, probably. I'm gonna bet yes, because I always lose. Hey, no, take your bad RNG to the doubter side. What the hell, man? Don't bet yes, because you always lose. That's messed up. Abracadabra. I don't think that's how it works. Pepe trash can. I don't think that's how it works. You can't just abracadabra your way through this. Broke again? You're not gonna be broke again. You're not gonna be broke again. I'm gonna click the button. It's gonna say conk, life, more Ellie, strength, burn damage. Prepare. Prepare for glory. Wasting your luck before league. If anything, I'm ramping my luck. Okay, did you see how many times I lost a 57% chance? That was like 5 times in a row. If anything, I'm ramping my luck. You said in the wrong order, strength, then burn damage? You think strength will appear last? It might. We'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Life. Conk. Yes! 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 Woo! Look at that helmet. 28 quality too. Oh yeah, that's a good looking helmet right there. That's a good looking helmet right there. Look at that helmet. How's that taste? How's that taste? Does that taste like victory or what? Believers. I told you, didn't I? I said, hey, take out that second mortgage. Worth. Do we hit the 5 mod? Yes, we do. I gave you luck with the trade. Yep. It worked. Alrighty, so helmet is now done. Is percent ES better, or is it flat ES better in this situation? Flat ES might be better for this situation. Using all your luck before I can't. I am not using all the luck before. That was a tactical luck usage right there. Do I have any blonkings, by the way? Just sitting around in any one of these random tabs. Oh! Whoa! Wait, what? What the hell is this? Why do I have all of these? Dude, what was I doing? I love going through my old tabs and being like, wait, I have more currency. I got more things laying around. Flipping? Listen. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna use these, okay? At some point in standard, I'm gonna use them, okay? They're gonna be relevant later on. Trust. Me when I lie? It's because you skip bedtime with wife and tried to lubricate the market instead. I don't know what you're talking about, okay? This is a very ethical tab, okay? Very ethical tab. Wait, I have onslaught jewels in here too? Holy, what was I doing? What was I doing? +1 craft wand. This tab's got some degenerate things going on here. Alright. Ralakesh and patience. Why do I feel like I paid for this back when Ralakesh was valuable and then I never got around to running it? I feel like I bought this when they were valuable and then I never got around to running it. Oh, you know why? because we died to that stupid, oh, is this a spell? Let me mute my volume. Yeah, because we were playing the Trickster Bow build. Yeah, that's what it was. So I was probably gonna run these later. The table? No, that wasn't the table, guys. It was a different situation. It was the Cortex Slam. It was the Cortex non-suppress map, and I thought the slam was a spell, or I thought it was an attack. So I thought the non-suppress didn't make it more dangerous, but it did. All right, anyways. Sacred Orb this real quick, I think. Not the best Sacred Orbs I've ever seen. Should buy these in case I need them later. All right. 82. Nice. 82,409. And now let's compare if we have Energy Shield at 45 versus percent ES. 163 versus... Yeah, okay, ES is just better. Energy Shield and Armor, though, is what we should be doing. There we go. 183, 911 Armor. Burn damage, LE Strength, Life. Cool. All right. Helmet done. Helmet is done. And now we need to lock slam. I'm not lock slamming, no. +1 AoE for more AoE. It doesn't hit a breakpoint. It needs to be +2 levels. We'd have to do an unveil if we were going to hit a breakpoint for another radius. Some bad implicits you got there? There are no implicits. It's not an Eldritch item, guys. You're missing a single point of strength. Are you really going to make me divine this? What the hell is this? Dude, that was messed up, okay? That was messed up. How did you... I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's friggin' Monopoly money, but still. All right. Helmet is... We'll do the 4th socket. Helmet's done. Helmet's done. Check, check, check. Somehow the bench was first try. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Not gonna elevate. No, I'm not elevating Burner Conk. I like making a decent helmet. I don't care about the helmet being that decent, okay? Not to that extent. Okay. Next thing we need to do is it Magic Jewels? It is, isn't it? It's Magic Jewels. Do I go look around my tab for what's the breakpoint I need for jewels? It's 1.88. It's 1.88. It's like 1.86 for life, I think. Yeah. 1.88. We're not gonna do 100% adorned. We'll showcase a 88% adorned. 88. It's better with synth jewels. I think this is a good example of one of the few builds where even a non-perfect adorned is worth it, and even non-influenced jewels are worth it. The reason being is percent life is so incredibly efficient on this build, and so is Fire Dot Multi. Both the suffix and the prefix of the jewel are super, super efficient. I don't think too many builds can justify a lower percentage adorned without synth. I think this is one of the ones that can. Recombinator deleted this game will start to heal. Don't say that. Recombinators are a good time, man. Recombinators are a good time. How much worse is the build without Simplex? Simplex is probably your most important item. I would say Simplex is maybe like a double your damage type of item. It's not quite double your damage. Like putting on a Simplex versus a rare, it's not going to double your damage. It'll probably be more like 60% more damage or something like that. But it is a very sizable upgrade over like a good rare. Depends how good your rare is though. Like if we can recombinate next league, you can make a pretty competitive rare double influence amulet. Or even single influence, honestly. Single influence can be pretty strong as well. I have my snacks ready. It's, hey, man, it's good you're preloaded. It's good you're preloaded. So I think... Ooh. Now that we're in League, actually... Did I ever make the Lethal Pride for this build? Now that we're in Settlers League... Do we have a 16-4-6-4? Dang. None online. It would be nice if we could make do a 16-4-6-4. This one. This jewel gives you percent strength on Path Warrior as well. So you have percent strength, percent strength, percent strength. The estimated value of the helmet... of this helmet, I would say it depends on recombination craft. Making T1 strength, like the T1 strength and the T1 life make this absorbently more expensive. Like you cut probably 85% of the total helmet cost if you just go with like Chaos Res or you know, some other like semi-okay suffix, and then you go with you go with like, you know, not T1 life, right? Some other bench crafted percent or slammed percent, slammed flat ES, something like that. You'd have to settle on the conch, and you'd have to settle on the third suffix to make it less expensive. If recombinators exist though, then it's, I don't know. In a normal league, this thing will probably cost you anywhere from like 20 to 50 divines to make in a normal league with normal prices on currencies and stuff. 19, 14, 9, 11 gives you percent strength on hired killer, which you can anoint. Ooh, I do like the sound of that. Is there any other anoint I wanted to do? You said 14, 9, 11. Is that double percent strength with the anoint link? With the anoint strength? I feel like there's something I'm forgetting about that I want for 10 divines. I feel like there's something else I might want anointed. I'm trying to... Oh, I think I might do a +1 curse anoint. That's what it is. We'll buy this one just in case, but I think we might be doing a +1 curse anoint. Because with this change, I have the ability to do, I get sockets back, which means I can do, Bane, Enhance, LE Weakness, Flammability, which is like another, I don't know, 20, 30% more damage or something. Has Lance not discovered Control C, Control V technology yet? It didn't exist back in this day. Oh, shut up. Shut up, okay? So there's percent strength, and then percent strength. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I think we're gonna anoint the +1 curse. Because if you go the multi-link, then you can do the Bane setup for the double curse. Watcher's Eye. Ooh, we should do a Watcher's Eye. That's a good point. What Watcher's Eye do I want to do on this character? Could easily be Malevolence, dot multi plus Chaos Res is what it could easily be. If I want to be okay with losing the Chaos Res, that might be what it should be. Multiplier over time, Malevolence. 100 Divines. It's gonna have to be this one. Looks like it's gonna have to be this one. Screaming Jay, yo! I know Screaming Jay. What makes the circle change color? You can put MTX on your RF. Thanks, Screaming. Appreciate you, dude. Alright, so we have this. We have this. It's you. It is me. It's you. Waiting for the guide. That's what we're working on. Hopefully, patch notes protects us. Wait till GG nerfs RF and IR and ES at the same time. Yeah, we'll see. I think that's pretty unlikely, but it could happen. It could happen. All right, what's the next thing I need to do? I need to make
Rage RF deleted.
Rage RF delete. Don't say things like that, Barbarous. Don't say things like that. That's freaking toxic, man. We don't want them to delete RF, okay? That would be a big freaking bummer, okay? All right. I think the next thing I need to do is make some magic jewels, realistically. That is the next thing on the agenda. Which means we go over here, overtime multiplier. Needs to be fire overtime multiplier, fire overtime multiplier. Max life increased. Start here. They'll apply a PoE philosophy, PoE2 philosophy. I hope
gem
not,
gets
man.
announced.
Transfigure gem gets announced. Oh, like one that gives you gem level scaling. If they decide to give that back, I hope it's not through just changing the gem. I would hope it'd be a transfigured gem, but I don't think that would really be different enough, right? The transfigured version of I don't feel like that's a thing that's happening, right? My word. $15 divines. Would we be better off just buying the fracture? Alt spamming it ourselves? Time to use that Monopoly money? Yep. Monopoly money spending, here we go. I'm awake just in time, Devilish Cat? I mean, you're awake like kind of an hour in advance, but I guess you can call that just in time, technically. Hi. Hello. Who's this guy? Can I mirror your shield? Which shield? Matter shield RF. If you are in standard, he's in standard. Message, Marcus. He has in standard. Marcus has the he has the Gagarf gear in standard. I am? No, you're messaging me. I don't have the shield. I'm saying Marcus has the shield. Marcus has the shield. The rare double instant invite? Yeah. Maybe Settlers League is more alive than we thought. That is kind of crazy. Am I going to do weighted sum searches for Scion RF? I plan on it. It is on the agenda of things to do. Right now I'm assembling the various gear sets for the build. Right now we're doing the more DPS focused setup, but we will be doing the that as well. Is the plan. This is part of the plan. What am I do? Strength Stack Chieftain? I might do Strength Stack Chieftain next league, guys. That is a potential min-max project we could do if we want to do Barf. Shield for RF is in standard. Yeah, the shield from Crucible League, yes, it's in standard. The Realm's restarting in 25 minutes for 3.25.3 F. What the hell's going on here? What's 3F? I don't know, man. What is 3F? I think Emperor's Mastery's probably out. Split Personality stays. Everything's going to standard? No, it's not going to standard. All right, how many jewels do we have? Do we give up Guardian? Ooh. You know, we could run a Cultist instead of Guardian. Ooh, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do Occultist instead of the Guardian angle. And then I can still anoint Hired Killer. Ooh, I like that. I like that. We might do that. Is 2 jewel sockets worth percent strength, percent life, though? I guess it's percent strength, percent life, regen, stun immune, and curse, technically, right? Which can anoint hunger? We're working on that. We're working on that. We're working on the situation if whether or not we're keeping Pathfinder as is. I'm trying to decide whether or not the FF jewel is going to be worth keeping over 2 more Adorn jewels, essentially. That's the thought process going through my head. So 6 jewels outside of the FF jewels. We might keep the FF jewel and grab a cultist. We'll think about it. Can we get some C runs in before the live stream? No. No, we're not gonna do a C run. I do like that though. I do like that occultist angle. We lose regen, but we get a little bit of regen back. Get the +1 curse. Then we can annoy % strength. Cover life on kill is not really doing much for us, but that's fine. Lose a little bit of flat strength. Gain some flat int. I like that a decent amount. All right. So in this scenario, this should be enough jewels, right? Yeah, it should be theoretically enough jewels. Maybe keep Emperor's Mastery because it has % life and global defense. Emperor's Mastery might still be worth using. It probably is, actually. I've never gotten one before. What do you guys think it's worth? You got a simplex in heist, split it, and sell it based on the lowest. Basically, go over here, go like this, click simplex. I'm not a price checker, by the way, just so we're clear. Make sure it is, make sure you split it, and then look for a non-mirrored search like this. And then, yeah, that's roughly the value. It's gonna be 300 each, probably is what it's about, value-wise, based on this search. That's the sort of thing. Well, it depends on the league. Not a price checker, by the way.
The picture.
Are you on Pee-wee 1 or Pee-wee 2?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
What do you think I'm on? Just out of curiosity. Every time I tune in, you've been here the entire day. Granted, today we haven't been doing much, but still. Shut up. You may not like it, but the beach area is a relevant place for crafting, okay? Yeah, I should do this on a smaller tab. This is kind of horrifying right now. Reflecting Mist is kind of nutty. I'm gonna need those in standard one day. I may or may not have a small Reflecting Mist addiction. Don't worry about it. Small? Yes, small, guys. Small. Okay, maybe it's a sizable. Maybe it is a sizable mist addiction. I'm not ashamed of that. Mists are fun, okay? They're fun. I'm not gonna return to PvP unless they had a crafting bench. Well, why would they need a crafting bench? They have runes. You know the thing that has none of the functionality of a crafting bench? Why would I want to block a mod before slamming? Why would I want to have save states in my item with metacrafts? Is Alt Regal Exalt faster than Reforged Life and Exaltinol? Alt Regal Exalt faster than Reforged Life. Are we talking about like cluster crafts? I probably prefer Reforged Life personally, and then Exaltinol's on top of that to try to go for the finish mods. My Popeyes has arrived? Wait, you got Popeyes already? Where is my Popeyes? You must have a more advanced delivery system. Imagine not using Hog. Imagine using Hog. Dude, how many totem lives am I gonna get? Is totem life actually just more common than percent life? It might be, man. We've seen totem life like 8 times already. Yours is in the communal area? Oh no, it's in danger. Would I appreciate deterministic crafting if it was expensive enough? That already exists in PoE. Lock slamming? I mean, it's not just lock slamming. Lock is like the most expensive form of deterministic crafting they have in PoE, but metamod plus slams is deterministic crafting for prefixes or suffix pool, depending on what you're finishing. Recombinate crafting is deterministic crafting for 5 mod items, you know. Even 6 mod items recombinators are deterministic for, right? There's fractures plus essences. There's a whole bunch of deterministic things, right? We can reliably force an outcome with a given expense, a given expected cost, right? But would you pay an F-ton to remove RNG? Are you talking about buying an item? That's what you're talking about, right? Because that exists right now. If you're willing to pay an absorbent amount of money, there's probably going to be somebody that's like, hey, I'll freaking take you for everything you're worth. Because somebody else can make the item for you, and then they can overcharge you for it, right? You're not willing to make it yourself? You want to pay an absorbent money to have this item just printed right in front of you? That won't work in SSF? What's this absorbent amount of money you're talking about then? Because you're not farming in SSF. I was trying to rephrase it. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The point stands. Deterministic crafting already exists in PoE. And depending on how powerful, what step of the craft that currency is saving you on, obviously locks have a specific value, right? Mirrors have a specific value. Freaking recreate the exact copy of the item for 1 click, right? See if 4 is enough. 4 might be enough. Start with 4, and then we'll work our way from there. One hour to go. Yep. See how that turns out for us. Okay, we're just gonna go for non-bricked. We're not gonna try to go for implicits. That'll just cost a lot more time and effort I don't want to put in. Non-brick. Double corrupt them. That's how I have to go make more. Non-brick. I'm not trying to make more. I'm just trying to move on to the next step of the setup. Got 2 minion damage. I was honestly super lucky. 4 in a row, no bricks. That's crazy. 4 in a row, no bricks is pretty wild. Alrighty. So we have Watcher's Eye, 89 adorned. That should be all fine and dandy. Time to start breaking the strength number, guys. Is there something else I want to change? We could do... Kind of want to try to craft a 3-stat helical. Just a little bit slightly. Just an excuse to click a couple missed. What do you guys think? Is that too unhinged? Or is that slightly reasonable? Absolutely addicted. Just a couple helical crafts, guys. No biggie. Just a couple of helical crafts. That's all. I missed 15 at this point for 3. Well, it's a 1 in 10, so I think the worst streak I ever had doing a 3-mod helicals, I went 20 deep. I think I went to like 22 or something like that. That was my worst streak. But the 3-mod helicals so good. 3-mod versus 2-mod is literally like, I want to say it's like 40 to 50% more damage or something like that. It's a pretty sizable amount getting the dot multi-roll. You have to do it now? Yeah, I'm a little bit tempted. Yeah, obviously there's a ton of bricks for sale. What is the non-bricks going for? I don't happen to have helicals just sitting around, do I? I can't. That's not a vendor helical. That's not a vendor helical. I can't vendor recipe that. that's the 5 positive. Yeah. This is also not a vendor helical. Okay. I guess. There we go. There's a brick I can use. This is also a brick. Check the remove only tabs. Maybe I have some for Freesia League or something. That's 100% will never get used in standard helical? Correct. Yes, it is a helical that I will not be using in standard. Oh my word. 5D. I had helicals listed for 5D. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Ooh, more helicals. Bricked with a good multi. Bricked with a good multi. Storm Knuckle, it's the same on both sides. Self-lancing, something like that. Something like that. What is this tab? What is even going on in here? Oh, this is probably when we were playing Pox League 1 is probably what this tab is from. Yeah, because I was trying to make int all attribute endurance charge. That's definitely Pox League 1. Another set of helicals. I don't have a problem, by the way. Just so we're clear, I do not have a misting addiction, okay? There's just random reflected helicals throughout all these tabs. Just a couple. Just a couple of hits every now and then, you know? Bristle Matrons, Ferric Tigers. What do we got going on here? Some stuff in here. Take note of that. You missed 4? Wait, I did? So that's the one from before. Oh! Okay, I got another brick. Another brick. Yep, brick. Yep, brick. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Keep digging. Yeah, we're striking gold right now. Just going through here looking for misted helicals. If you have enough of that, yep, that's another one. That is another one. If you have enough bricked helicals, you can kind of like ride out the the vendor recipe for a while. Could you show the size of the Righteous Fire? Yes, I can. This is the Righteous Fire with double AoE mace. Lance definitely does not have a problem. Correct. Yes, I do not have a problem. I agree with that statement. I have a solution. Are these all... Okay, so we have some non... Have some 79s. Do I want to add 79s into the gene pool? For me to add 79 into the gene pool, I have to fracture. I think this one has to be a vendor recipe where I fracture. I have to fracture essence strength for that to be in the gene pool. Is it 3-1 or 5-1? It's a 5-1. Here, I'll show. So these are all bricks. These are all 79 anyways. No. Does one of these have an item sells to a vendor?
Blessings.
Oh, one of these are the same name, aren't they? Yeah, Storm Knuckles there twice. Oh, okay. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, did I have an item sales? That wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't be the first time I've bought a bricked item sales for vendor. Okay, well, we'll have one that'll be bricked item level. 6. We don't need that.
Cool wind.
All mirrored. All. Hey, this one's kind of good.
Blessings.
That's like 250 int. That's not even a brick. What the hell? How did that get in there? That's not supposed to be in there. 2 minutes, go, go, go. Okay, we can't vendor this one. This one's unironically just good. That one just is, we're gonna take that one to standard, I guess. Where's the gamble before the restart? I don't think we're gonna make it in time. I don't think we're gonna make it in time. Okay, we have to take this bramble one. These are also not hits. Okay, cool.
Blessings.
Can we play AoE 2? I'm not planning on it. We're probably gonna be looking through stuff when the server goes down. Oh no, what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about the bingo board a little bit. We're gonna put our prediction amounts on things. How can you stall a 5-1? I'm just making sure I'm not selling like good things. Like that 240 int ring would be a massive throw to delete, right? I'm just making sure we don't brick our 5-1 recipe. That's all. That is all, and that is not a crime, okay? That is not a crime. Int life, negative dot multi. I mean, this one's okay, int, but I kind of just want to vendor recipe it anyways. Okay. All right.
Be careful.
So we got 2 non-bricked helicals. We'll put this brick to the side. Next to that brick. GG is live. Are they actually officially live? Twitch.path of Exile. That's not Path of Exile. Is Palestron even online? Excited to see totems get thrashed by this patch. Salute. All right. I didn't even mean to come here. I was trying to go to Path of Exile. You gotta get a quick XDD chat in, you know. Quick drive-by. Yeah, it's quick drive-by. Just a little, you gotta get one in real quick. Since we're here, I mean, I didn't technically mean to go to Palestron stream, but since we were there, you know, we might as well. Is this what soon means? An hour? Yep. Yep, that is correct. It is what soon means. An entire hour. Here, I'll make it so YouTube chat can hear the background of the waiting lobby music of the stream. So since we're having the servers go down, I figured now would be a good time to talk about the bingo board. Okay? And what I mean by talk about the bingo board is I think it'd be fun to put our prediction in terms of the percentage chance of each tile occurring. AKA, like, what do we think the likelihood is, you know? Like, for example, I think 10% on the auction house is reasonable. Like, you know, there's a chance. Not a good chance, but there's a chance, you know? Is that occultist ore? Ore could be in here. Yeah, sure, ore is fine. Either or. I think we're gonna get at least one of those, right? This is probably 69% chance. Roughly. I think that one's pretty likely, honestly. Occultist Assassin has been a while. No one plays them. Everybody wants them to get reworked. Void, you're live? Yeah, I've been live for a bit. Void, how you been, man? The only buffs you predict are to dot skills. The only buffs I predict are dot skills, self-cast buffs, or dot skill buffs. That's the possible buffs I think might happen this league. I think it'll be one of those archetypes. It could be something else entirely. You know, it could be a bleed specific patch. It could be ignite specific. It could be, you know, shield skill specific patch. It could be wand specific. Like who freaking knows? Super busy with uni, so I stopped streaming for a good bit. Finished finals for the trimester, so I'm free for this PoE league. Dude, right in time, man. Couldn't be better timing. That's awesome, dude. Glad to have you back, Void. Glad to hear that the uni's going well for you. We back to bows? No, there's no shot it's a bow league. No shot there's a bow league. If they give us a bow league, I'll be a little bit despair. I'll be a little bit despair. Unique modification currency. This is like, I think this is like a 25%er. I think a 25%er. It wouldn't be the most crazy thing for them to give us a league where even like a temporary power creep has some unique modifier going on. We have less than an hour. Yep, we're less than an hour away. We're almost there. 0.2 for a 5%? You think 0.2? I think 25%. I think it's a good possibility. They literally reference they're going to be giving us more crafting currencies. You know, they said, hey, here's Veiled Chaos is back. We're giving you Elder Shaper Exalts, like, you know, fairly tame things. And then they said there's going to be more crafting currencies to come. So we know there's crafting currencies, right? There could be some unique modification stuff. What did you say about Freesia? Some form of Freesia added. I.e., it could be they just decide to give us, you know, an outright Ascendancy. Like they could give us Scavenger, a big fan favorite, feels super thematically cool with the Scion-based class. Something like that would be, I think, not likely, but it would be really cool. Or they could give us some sort of item that retains some level of the Freesia's Ascendancy powers. You know, could be like Replica Forbidden Flame would be an example, yeah. But who freaking knows? We'll see if... We'll see. This one I think is pretty low chance. I think this one's a 10% or two. I think this one's pretty unlikely. Maybe a little bit. It's more likely than Auction House. I'll give this one like a 13%. Add a Hinakorlock shard div card. That's just dependent on a lot of the div card people, whether or not they add one. I think there's a good chance the Hinakorlock div card gets added, though, for sure. That could be on the list of things that gets added this league. If they add Replica Forbidden Flame, they won't. I'm gonna go Jug with 17 Endurance Shard. Yeah, I don't think they will. I don't think that's likely, the Replica FF jewels. The middle one's the freebie. Yeah, this should be 100%. This should be 100% chance of happening. The mark. Eternal Orb? Eternal Orb could be coming back. The thing is, Eternal Orb and Lock, they kind of fill the same... like, use case. So that one I'm a little bit less, confident in. You know? %1 on Toda? Toda? I would put higher on Toda. I'd give Toda 15%. I feel like Toda's possible. They're literally adding Toda to PoE too, right? They've referenced Toda a few different times. What happened to the Hi, I'm Chris free square? He's gone, man. He's gone. 100% on new influence. I think I'll put... 98% next to new boss. No, it's higher than 98. 99.9. There's no shot they're telling us, oh, the originator this, of the Atlas that. Just throw 100. I am leaving it not as 100 because it's not the free square, and because there's this small, very small chance that for whatever reason, originator isn't a new endgame boss, and it's just gonna be, I'm gonna be despair, but I don't think that's gonna happen. New influence, I'll put at, I don't think the new influence is guaranteed with the new boss, but if there's a new boss, I think it's pretty heavily likelihood, right? I think there's pretty high likelihood on those squares. Bro's coping on Sanctum buffs? This square is just because I think the people that think Sanctum's gonna get nerfed are cooked. It's mostly just me being slightly toxic towards the people that think Sanctum's gonna get nerfed. I think Sanctum's gonna, realistically, I think Sanctum's gonna get not changed, but I think there's a slight chance they add like gold to Sanctum type of thing. I'm gonna give a 20% chance they buff Sanctum by giving it gold or giving it locks. Otherwise, realistically, I think they're just not gonna change it. Realistically, they wouldn't even mention the Sanctum nerf. They would mention it if they do a significant nerf to it. If they do something like make the divine reward rarer in Sanctum, then I think they wouldn't. Like there's certain things where it's like just like some RNG numbers they like to keep not public data, right? And people just end up like figuring it out through massive testing, right, type of thing. Bow builds removed. I can't put that on here. I don't really think they're gonna nerf T17s. But that could happen. T17s and Sanctums are kind of like, people think they should get nerfed, but I don't really think they're going to. T17s would actually deserve the nerf, but I think GGG also likes the fact that the hard content is rewarding. Do you think there's any chance they add Sentinels back on the tree or something? Oh, like give us Atlas trees to support Sentinel or Affliction? Maybe. I think they'd have to un-neuter them a little bit, though. They neutered them pretty hard when they added them to the core game, right? They wrecked them when they added them to the core game. I guess Affliction is still pretty decent in the core game, I guess. Herald buffs cope. Maybe. Heralds could get buffed. That's possible. They're pretty in a lackluster state. I'm gonna put 35% on some T0, new T0. Let's go 40%. New boss has a pretty high likelihood of having a new T0, but maybe it's not a T0, maybe it's just like a T1 rarity. Getting some reworking or balancing of T0s would be nice. Atlas tree changes. That's what we have down here. Well, I guess this isn't technically an Atlas tree specific. Well, I mean, it's Atlas tree. It's very specific. It's more specific saying Atlas tree jewels. I think we're gonna get an Atlas tree rework regardless. That's like all but guaranteed if they're adding a new boss, right? But whether or not they give us something more specific like this or something like this, I don't know. I'm gonna go 33 on this one. Nah, that's too cope. That's too cope. I'm gonna go 17%. 33 is way too high. You need a square for high. Welcome to 4.0. I don't think it's gonna be 4.0. It would be cool, kind of cool if it was 4.0, but I think with 4.0 it'll be like, oh, we've re-rigged the models. There's gonna be some big graphical update with it, type of thing. You know, other stuff, more substantial stuff. Stuff I don't think they're prepared for. RF start, Scion, or Energy Blade Spectral Throw. Do not do the Energy Blade Spectral Throw from start. That was very scuffed initially when I did it, until I got to the point of Ivory Tower, Shaper's Touch, some decent rares and stuff. Definitely start as life-based RF. Okay, I'm out of water. Hold on. I'm gonna top off the water, guys. Hold on. We're gonna rehydrate. We need water. Alright, I'm back. Hopefully you guys were okay while I was gone. Let's probably grabbing all the snacks in the kitchen. Okay, for the record, yes, I grabbed a snack. It was just one cheese stick, okay? Just one. It's already like multiple hours into the day. I'm just a little hungry, okay? Recalm's slight tiny nerf down to 1.7% chance to not hate your life in PoE 2. No. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna give it the 31% chance. I'm gonna give it the one mod slam together odds. Hopefully we just hit. Wait, is one mod 33 actually? One mod is, oh, it's 33. I was giving it the 2 mod for a 3 mod. Yeah, well 2 mod is probably fine actually. Because we really, if we're saving recombinators, realistically, if they're surviving, we kind of have to, we have to hit critical hit, you know? The patch is up. I kind of want to go through this before do the rest of these, so I have my prediction numbers on. Prediction. Should be an O. Prediction. My prediction odds. That's what I believe my odds are of hitting these predictions. I need to post a GG tweet link. I'll make you a permit. You should be able to post a link now. What is this? Secrets of the Atlas. We're adding a crafting bench. Yeah, we saw this already. We saw this already. They're adding the scour bench option, scour chance option onto the bench. Glory, I'm not as enthusiastic about this. I think even with this, I'm still just going to use Omen of Fortune, or I'm not chancing. I still think chancing is not it. New to X. I technically had a Twitter, but then I forgot the account password and stuff. And I haven't really made a new one because I don't really use it. Outside of like looking at the GG links, but you don't need an account to do that. Are drops enabled? Do you want me to put them in the title? I guess I should update the... We could update the command for it. Drops will be able to happen in whatever Twitch stream you're watching as long as they're in the Path of Exile category and you need to have your account linked. Your Twitch settings here. Okay, I'll do that. I'll put that in the command for people. Do that real quick. I don't think drops works for, I don't think it works for any of the YouTube chat stuff, but it works for if you're in Twitch. Any of the people streaming the Path of Exile category. All right. Drops command should be updated now. The title for people that are curious, but it's the same as always is. Any takeaway from the bathhouse run? C is not real. That's the takeaway from the bathhouse run. C is not real. That was my takeaway. Have it in the other tab and shrinked window. Yep. That should work. See, is as real as YouTube chat? No, YouTube chat is very real, guys. How many times do I have to prove it, okay? Do you think I'm just making up Sir Rogro over here who just said that you have the tab shrinked? You see that YouTube button next to his name? He's real, okay? Bring back Bestiary League? You think they're gonna do a Bestiary rework? I don't have that on my bingo, but they could do some Bestiary stuff. I feel like if they didn't mention Bestiary quality of life, it's probably not happening though. Like it's probably not happening. Snacks ready? Yeah, you guys might want to make sure your snacks are ready. Is 95 too high? Is 95 too high on the EE adjustment? You think it's too high? I don't think it's too high. I think I could maybe put 100% on there. I don't want to have squares that have... I'm going to put it at 99.9. Hunter says what it actually is. Man, our diagonal... I have a lot of faith in the diagonal. We could get cooked by the Atlas thing or get cooked by the Ascendancy rework. We could get cooked by both of those. But I have a lot of faith in the diagonal here, I guess. Lance is never a full believer. You know, it could happen that there's a huge blunder in the balance department and they don't balance this, you know? It could happen, right? Aki has to be reworked. I'm hoping there's some Ascendancy reworks for Aki Assassin. Those Ascendancies have been pretty dead for me for a while, so I'm hoping they could make him breathe some life into him. What are we doing for the next 33 minutes? I'm putting out percentage chance, I think, of things happening. King's March back, but different. Honestly, the fact that it was in that video, I'm gonna go 80. Before that one teaser, I would have not had this on my list of things that will happen at all. But with that video, the fact it was there, it was the icon was there. I don't know. I feel like that was high likelihood. They mentioned some high call QOF. Do you think it's possible we'll be able to do open contracts from Hideout? I don't think that. I think the only thing they gave was the waypoint, right? The zone you can click on. You don't need to use the markers anymore. Where is the Death Zoth buff cell? Non-existent. Non-existent. Archetype for self-cast buffs. I'm gonna put it 20%. I'm gonna put dot skill buffs at 25. I don't think I have particularly a large hope that either of these will happen, but if you throw out like 5 different pretty unloved archetypes, you're gonna get like one of them, right? There's a chance. There's a non-zero chance. Acropolis crafting is back, baby. Now we're talking. Surely you mean the dot cap? If all they do is the dot cap, it changes virtually nothing. Other than poison builds are a bit happier about how they can suck off their POB more. That's about all that changes. There's gonna be some poison build Andys that are gonna look at my POV DPS now the dot cap's removed. If I just ramp for 20 seconds, just let me ramp. Fizdot is getting buffed. I'm like 70% sure. They have showcased Fizdot in a lot of the, well, they showcased like Bleed and Corrupting Fever on Tooltip and stuff. How big is the Archmage nerf gonna be? So we have the B team nerfs here. There's probably gonna be some B team nerfs. I'll put I'll put 60% on the B team nerfs. Archmage or slams or penance brand or charge stacking, stat stacking. There's a good chance we get some B team nerfs. I feel like there's a pretty high chance of this. How would they nerf charge stacking? How would they nerf charge stacking? They could say, okay, maybe endurance charge is too strong now. You know, maybe they could say, oh, this specific group of items is too common. Maybe they make Ralakesh a T0 instead of a T1. You know, they could do a variety of different things. I'm gonna call the 3%. Yeah, 3% endurance charge could be real. I guess if we're counting hitting any one of them, you're right. We should make this higher. There's a good chance we get at least one of these hits. Why is it the B team? Because these are just weaker than this, and these are way more likely to get nerfed. That's why it's the B. This is the A team. This is the top meta. The top meta build of the league was EE Trickster. Like, I don't think that's very debatable. Zenith is pretty up there for the as well, but these other skills are also pretty OP, but they're not the A team. You know what I mean? That's why I differentiated them, separated them. Find out in 30 minutes. Well, Raid Class welcomes the Great House of Trath. The Great House of Trathis? What is this? Trathan Code Article 5. Those of the Great House shall answer any blood wager issued. Ooh. Ooh, I like the sound of that. The victor may choose one of 3 fates for those bested to seize a trinket. Bind them to employ or decree banishment. Only the challenger risks death's embrace. It's a new pinnacle with 4 things to fight. Maybe. Potentially. There's a lot of red going on here. Or it could be the league mechanic. I think it's going to be the league mechanic. All under the great house of Kita, Kraxen, Badari, Azada, I don't know how to say any of this, shall uphold this code or forfeit their standing in the death trades. We, the leaders of the houses of the Trathis, bind the article to the Trathan code on this. The 4th Menesis of Korath is sealed in blood and oath. Okay, blah, blah, blah. The death trades. Yeah, Ixen Kaida, Killian Siaxa, Quillan Bandaya, Ratha Azadi. Okay. Bunch of gibberish. I think this is gonna be a lead mechanic. This sounds like lead mechanic to me. Answer any blood wager. Auction house incoming. You think it's gonna be auction house just because they said house of I don't know about auction house guarantee with this at all. Victor may choose one of the 3 fates for those bested to seize a trinket. Bind them to employ, so you get a new freaking worker. Decree banishment, so you send him away. Seize a trinket. Oh, the trinket is like a loot option, I guess. There's 3 options. New betrayal reworked entirely? Could be. Though I don't feel like that's... I think this is a separate new league mechanic is what I think. Betrayal 2. It could be Betrayal 2. I don't think it's Betrayal 2. That being said, you know, Betrayal had 4 safe houses. This has 4 houses. This has a few different options in terms of like friendly option, send them away, loot option. Like there is definitely some how do you say similarities. What is this picture? It's a Twitter post that the Path of Exile just put out. Are you guys really going through and you're taking all the capital letters? It's a code. I don't think it's a code, guys. "100% betrayal." You guys think it's the betrayal rework? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Thanks. The Popeyes has arrived. We've acquired. This is perfect, man. Right in time. What if they're D2 mercenaries? The part where you're saying employ? I mean, it could be kind of like D2 mercenaries. We haven't really had that too. I mean, what's the closest thing we have to a D2 mercenary? Like Huck, when he occasionally helps you or whatever. Why is the camera so small? We couldn't afford a larger camera. It's out of budget. You know, sometimes that happens. Is it good copy pasta? No, it's not. Don't copy pasta that. This is big for a LAN stream. It is. We had a 50% increased size for this stream. How are we doing on time right now? 24 minutes. Oh, it's so close. Real quick, gotta just do a quick login. Hit him with a quick login. All right. Small RF and small cam. The RF is not small. There's been a patch. You need to update to. Please restart Path of Exile. What could it mean? My pizza and tendies? Yo, you're going pizza and tendies? It's a pretty heavy commitment right there. It's a pretty heavy commitment. But Jix, why are you saying get over here? Act 6 party, London? Is it Act 6 party, London? Is this, are people just flexing their freaking alt arts? Is that what this is gonna be? Why do I feel like I'm gonna log in? It's gonna be it's gonna be just London. Oh, this character isn't even...
And my axe.
Hold on. Hold on. I'll be there soon. Level 1? Yeah, it's my Captain Lance character. Level 2 real quick. Act 6 speedrun. Oh my word, you're right. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Holy. Let me get there in 20 minutes. Freaking. Good point. Good point. I can't go to Act 6, can I? Very good point. My word. People are looking huge. Suspect amount of character size going on in this town. I even know what this is. What this body armor alt art even is. Is that like an alt art for like Carcass Jack or something? $5'11" versus 6 foot. Yeah. Messed up size differences here. I feel like Epsy would fit in here. Where the hell is Epsy? This feels like his type of vibe. Just a naked Templar. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah. Just casual Act 6 enjoying. Standard enjoyers. All right. We need how much time do we have? We have 19 minutes and 42 seconds. It's close, man. We're almost there. We're almost there. I turn off sound in the background because I don't want this to be double playing. Ooh, you know what I should also do while I'm thinking about it? Put this on. 19 minutes? Yep. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. It's getting close. It's getting close. It's all about time. Worms here. Drops is, you have to be on Twitch. Basically, if you have Twitch, you need to connect it to your Path of Exile account. You can have it just like muted, like in a shrunken tab. But you need to, the drops is not on YouTube. It's not supported or whatever. Am I drops here correct? You need to make sure your Twitch account is linked to Path of Exile, but yes. Any basically Twitch streamer in the Path of Exile category, which means anyone streaming this right here. It says Path of Exile in the category they're streaming. As long as you're connected there, you should be good. All right, where was I? I got about 15 minutes to put my guess predictions on these last few pieces. You can have it muted. Okay, in that case, I guess you have to have it turned down. I don't really know 100% about that. If it's you can't have it muted, then you might need to have it like just low volume or something then. You can mute the tab, but not the stream. Okay. So what they're... So you can go right click, mute tab, instead of muting here. That's good to know. Easy peasy. Easy solution. I'm not super confident in new bases. I'm gonna put this low. I'm gonna put this low. I'm gonna put this at 20%. I'm not confident in new bases at all, really. Old man learning new tricks. I know about muting tabs. I didn't know that muting the stream would brick the drops though. It's gonna happen. Do you think I should put it higher? You think I should put it higher than 20%? I'll give you 25. I'll give you 25. There's a new post on Twitter. Is it the one we just looked at, or is there another new post? Is it different than this one? Ban that guy? I'm not banning him, relax.
Celebrated in a wide span of culinary cultures, Gouda has its roots in the southern regions of the Netherlands. Typically made from cow's milk, this semi-hard cheese is characterized by its aromatic and caramel-like flavor combined with its dense and springy texture. Hints of nuts with sweet and creamy notes embrace your palate in a graceful sensation and, depending on the age, the finish ranges from smooth to sharp.
You know what? I do like Gouda. I would normally skip a dono or whatever with that much freaking text, but I mean, we all have to appreciate Gouda. It's some good stuff. I'm hyped. Same. Big passive tree changes. I'm gonna give this one a 35. I'm gonna cope that there's some big passive tree changes. I'm gonna cope. Big passive tree changes. Pronunciation isn't Gouda? I'm not sure I care. You think Alistair Jules is 60%? No, dude. I don't have that much faith in it. But maybe. I mean, it could happen. At least you don't say Savon like Sushi. What does Sushi say? Does he say Surveillance or something? He says Surveillance, doesn't he? Yeah. Skill specific enchants are back with a different acquisition. This one is really low percent. I think this is like 2%. No, 2%'s too high. I think it's 1%. I think this one's a really low chance. I don't think this was likely at all. 0%. I don't want to put 0, okay? Same as I don't want to put 100%, you know? I don't want to put, it's too depressing to put 0, you know? The bottom middle is 0%. The corrupt roll range added. That one, I think is... I don't think it's 0%. I think this one's higher than that. I think it's 3%. I don't think it's very likely, but I think it's higher than the skill specific enchant. Recombinators will go core. That's not a 31%. You think they're going core? I don't have as much faith as you do. Is that 30 or 3? That's 3. I don't think this is very high. How do you guys feel about a 50-50 on new transfigured gems? How do we feel about a 50-50 on new transfigured gems? I think it should be 80. I don't think it's that high. I think I would put it higher if I had like a lower number. 5 is kind of a large number, I think. I don't know. I don't have a crazy high belief that they're going to be doing more new transfigured gems as much. Why is plus levels to skills not good for RF? RF does not scale with gem levels anymore. You mean exactly 5? I mean at least 5. 5 or more is what this means for me. Not exactly 5. I'm not trying to guess the freaking number. There's a good chance we'll get like 2 or 3, I feel like, but 5 seems kind of high to me. The way when they initially talked about transfigured gems, they were like, yeah, we'll be able to add these all the time. We'll be just adding them here and there, just regularly increasing the amount of skills. And then what happened since then? We've gotten like a couple patches where they added like, you know, a few different skills. You know, like it's as it. Then PoE 2 happened, yeah. So, anyways, I don't have a lot of faith. I don't have a lot of faith in the large amount of transfigureds. Ooh, we're down to our last square. Impale buffs, Chaos versus Fizz versus Ellie rebalancing. I'm gonna put this one at a say like I'm gonna say like 40. Maybe this could be higher. Like maybe they are pretty concerned about the Chaos versus Fizz versus Ellie rebalancing. That's 5 cells in 1. Well, it's basically just like a I view it as kind of just 1. Like if they decide to buff Impale, I'm gonna count it, you know what I mean? That high? I mean, they had Impale in the inventory. Impale's been pretty lackluster. Ellie's largely dominated the game for quite a few patches in a row, you know? Can you force play commercial? Yeah, I can. That's a good point. I'm gonna do that right now. Maybe if I can do it 2 times in a row. All right, force play commercial, prepping for the stream. Not being subbed or having turbo, yeah. Or YouTube stream. YouTube stream won't have ads, right? As far as what I Googled, I don't think I can turn off all ads on Twitch. Twitch has like a minimum amount. So I think the only thing we can do is the preload of ads. My axe. The YouTube stream isn't real. Yes, it is. Yo, TVM Broken, appreciate the sub, man. My axe. Avalanche, thanks for the sub. Arcane Light, I'm here, I'm ready. Let's go. Hopefully you have sufficient snacks. How close are we? We're close. 7 minutes. Ooh, we're close. It's time. It's all but upon us.
And my axe.
Yo, thanks, Draco. Appreciate the support, man. I think Betrayal's gone altogether. I mean...
And my axe.
That is possible, right?
And my
If
axe.
this is a big Betrayal overhaul league, it could be eating Betrayal and new mechanic instead. They obviously showed us Veiled Orbs, Veiled Chaos change, right? They showed us unveiling items, mechanic change. A Nemesis system where they adapt to your build. Faction kind of like LE.
And my
Oh, I mean, could be. They obviously have the 4 factions on this letter thing, right? A faction system where you could choose to specialize in one or the other. One of the 4. They didn't say the Veiled Chaos dropped. They didn't. Yeah, they didn't say where it dropped from at all. Check their emblems.
And my
The emblems: 3 sword, hand, heart, and wrench. This confirms 4 more Guardians. I mean, it could be 4 more Guardians, or it could be like, you know, like Betrayal Safe House mechanic. And this could be a separate thing from the originator, right? Guardians 100%. You guys think this will be related to the originator stuff? We're getting followers, yeah. Yeah, there's. It kind of looks like followers, like a mercenary or something. Ketoth, what emote is this? You want Bober added? Sure. Here you go. Congrats. Congrats on your little Bober thing. 4 minutes to go. Hold on, gotta hit a quick login. Lance, count down the last 4 minutes. Should I do another preload commercial thing? Can I even do that to get more ad protection for the stream?
Not Shinsoku gifted a tier 1 sub to bad_habits. Not Shinsoku gifted a tier 1 sub
Yo,
to
not
Lost Box.
Shinsoku! Appreciate the gift of subs, man.
Not Shinsoku gifted a tier 1 sub to Revel Mania.
It looks like there's a cooldown, so
Not Shinsoku gifted a tier 1
hopefully it
sub to
protects us for long enough.
58.
I don't think it will be, though. We'll see.
Not Shinsoku gifted a tier 1 sub to Beichu.
Do we have a supply of cheese slices ready? I've been eating Popeyes. We got a little Popeyes delivery.
New content Fiona.
my axe.
Yo, his name was Iron got gifted a sub. Or just subbed right now. Yo, Iron, what's going on, man? New content finally? Dude, it's been a while, dude. Long time no see. How you been? Can you mute the alerts? Yeah, I think we'll mute. That's a good idea. I should do that now while we're thinking about it. We're gonna mute the alerts for the stream, guys. And I think I can get rid of this since we're basically here. I'm gonna close out of this. I'm gonna go pee real quick since it's about to start. I'll relieve myself now! Preemptively! Okay. That was well timed. 30 seconds to go, baby. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you guys are ready. We are approaching a dawn of a new age. Let me know if the volume needs to be go up or down, by the way.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and today we're here to showcase a new expansion for PoE 1. It's certainly been too long since we had one of these. Now, we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there, but we've got our shit together and we're back in action now. Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June, and we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both PoE 1 and 2. That means the next PoE 2 League will be in August, and the next PoE 1 League after that will be in October. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below. This Skull of Undeath will track and show your total number of kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because Path of Exile isn't a first-person shooter doesn't mean this isn't important. Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off. And with that, let's get to why you're here, Secrets of the Atlas.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover who you are. Trust me, I should know. But now, I seek something more tangible. Someone I care for, trapped within the Atlas.
That's Anna.
Reliving memories. Made real.
What have you done?
Made grotesque. Made foul. These manifestations must be destroyed. Their threads must be eradicated. I must have answers. We must find the originator. We must save my sister.
Sister? What?
Her power is an illusion.
Yes! I completed King's March. Rune crap. What?
Come, child. Drink deep the waters of life.
You're either a client or a target.
Target inside.
Just done.
Holy. Okay.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
That was an entire, like, mercenary of gear, right? Anime Guardian, but better? Mercenary?
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas endgame update. Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus. After that, we'll cover the integration of gold into PoE 1,
right on,
and how we're bringing Settlers of Kalgur into the core game.
Alright.
Finally, we have a much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League and a set of quality of life improvements. Then, we'll wrap up by discussing our boss kill race event, showing you our new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Jonathan and I your questions from Twitch chat. In Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas. Zana has returned, and appears to be trapped within. Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads and open portals to them. Working with Egan, you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her. Okay, so that's the story background, but how does this expansion actually work? In the Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egon and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your atlas, a thread of memories. In order to now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egon when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence. These areas can be fully influenced by your atlas tree, scarabs, fragments, and everything of the sort. As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself. Monsters here are imbued with memory petals. Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during combat. Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular. Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps. Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them. And Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability. As you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items. Finally, obliterate them all. The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive, and then wipe them out again, allowing you to get all the experience and enhanced drops twice. There are many combinations of these powers, so you'll have to carefully consider how they best work together. That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer. As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go, so the deeper you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have. This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile.
Okay.
Let's take a look at some of the altar mods. You are always presented with two choices and must pick one. This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits, where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. In this map, you will fight the pinnacle boss, Cirrus. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge. If you manage to defeat Cirrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egon can use to delve deeper into the memory tiers. With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses.
3?
In this arena, the Moment of Reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread. Another memory created is the incarnation of neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, Exiles. Of course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them. If you slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Starcaller unique abyssal axe. We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass. The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars themselves to deal immense damage. What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a new skill. With the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies as you rain down the elements upon them. Another item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed. Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill. Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one. There are many, many cards to draw, each with varying degrees of power to grind.
Dude, that's so cool.
Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas. After defeating all 3 new Pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory petals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more rewarding.
Oh no.
With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands, and will have a random amount, up to 100. This does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has. Generally speaking, the more memory strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful. The new Pinnacle bosses also drop new crafting currencies, which can be used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers. This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes.
That's insane, right?
The Orb of Intention can be
deterministic
used on
upgrading?
memory influence maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands.
What?
In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs, which can add their influence to an item. Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs, the cycle is complete. It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them. In other news, there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this new endgame content. Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses, meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal-empowered skills, juice maps to new heights, and craft powerful new items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new endgame system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that. Gold was introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion.
I'm listening.
It funded the development and operations of King's
Recombinator! You see this? It's there!
along with various new features such as the currency exchange, the black market, and the passive respec system with Faustus. Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay, along with some of the other services Kingsmarch has to offer. We'll get more into that later, but don't worry, Kingsmarch has already been completed. There will be no more town building. Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league. It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus.
Do it.
In this league, you will meet veterans who have travelled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan Code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills. You must now make a choice.
Size up their builds.
Hire their services, take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast. Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So, what items might they be using? Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them. One such unique is Scornflux. These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed, which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10. They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathus. They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast, such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification. If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Rayclast tradition, so you'll just die.
Almost at me. Well, not really.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an Eruptor, which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Scion. This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided.
Did Mark just make himself friends?
When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself, though, I want
party
a
players aren't
mercenary with
logging
a
in.
bit
He
more
made himself.
resilience and utility. I've just run into a Striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike, and if you're lucky, a very rare golden support that causes the Fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well. He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back. Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them, then defeat them and they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised. You can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They don't
Okay, that's
level up,
insane.
so you will want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame. If your mercenary falls in
AG
combat,
gear just got so
you will
much
need
more
to return to
expensive.
town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated. If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Are these better anime guardians? Looks like it.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, their gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs, and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while. Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalguran ones too.
Alright, well, what you cooking,
As we
Recombinator?
mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points. You can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast, starting with Bestil and Lionized Watch. Black market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific unique.
Nice.
The currency exchange will be returning too.
Yes.
Starting from Lionized Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help facilitate these trades.
I have to wait till Act 6 to start lancing?
Now, after almost a year of building, Johan
hell
is
is that?
finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town, and now its services can be used to their full effect. Kingsmarch is going core, but there will be no more town building. As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalguran workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalguran ports, and they'll return rewards in kind. By sending shipments, you'll receive different items, but by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalguran ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town. These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery node. For example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves. Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover your life to full if you reach low life. And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown, which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There are many other rune grafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer. You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree, which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of
Please
Exile
don't
2.
brick it. No!
For those
No!
unfamiliar,
No!
this method allows you to
Don't say Path
decide
of
which
Exile 2.
modifiers on the 2 input items you want to try merge together, and it has a success chance you can set.
Why?
This method can result in
Oh,
the
I
items
hate
being
it.
destroyed, However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects. Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way.
What? You just might as well just remove it.
By letting Fate decide, it will combine the two items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable. As Settlers is now a core mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support. For example, if you wanted to gather more Verisium ore, you could take this notable. Each ore has a similar node. Refiner's Bargain converts items dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops. We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum it all up, Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores, craft items, and run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts, using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made a substantial rework to another important mechanic: Betrayal.
Betrayal.
As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what Betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoi and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate. This is a mysterious group of exiles who can seemingly come back from death. You must help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind. The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: transportation, fortification, research, and intervention. As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even banish them from the Syndicate for a time.
So far, this is all the same, right?
Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again. This has always been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic. The boss is now accessible through a new fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels.
Okay.
The Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate.
Nice.
You can now build your Betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time. The boss fight itself has also been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards.
Alright.
By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace. The Mastermind still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb.
Right, good.
Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other safe house leaders.
Classy.
In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers. All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs in in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding. It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine with other mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways. Another good example of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this all-flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too. Another is the All-Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items. But when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All-Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like scarabs, and used in conjunction with scarabs to further customize your maps. We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps. Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all flames, or maybe mix and match. It's up to you. The Mastermind's unique items have also been improved. The veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitter Bind Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre. Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind, all the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced.
Nice.
We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses. For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item in it and a bunch of currency.
Nice!
There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends. One of the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your results. But how are you supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has also allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you.
Oh, I like this one.
Test your crafting skill or luck with this reflecting mist crafting spree.
I like this one a lot.
And see if you can create something worthy of Kalandra's praise.
Yeah.
And in this spree, you will find a pre-generated unique item and a new kind of orb that resembles a Val orb, but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item. There are also crafting sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item, then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique.
Not the torture chamber.
For most sprees,
the torture chamber device is what that
syndicate
is.
member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item. Aside from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too. If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests? These work just like the Emperor's Luck divination card and provide full stacks of currency. If you're lucky enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines. Betrayal is a good source of veiled items. Veiled items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them.
You're stacked to 10, right?
They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items. You can just right-click them, or the equivalent on gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil. Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding. Happy interrogations.
Shut up!
Now, before we get into our quality of life additions,
let's
quickly talk about some character balance. We will be doing our regular character balance changes, where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds,
self-cast, baby!
channeled spells,
yes!
adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes, which include some favorites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia, and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really hit the mark.
You'll keep going!
Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about. Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace.
Yes!
In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've also added a lot of the quality of life features that we know you've all been asking for. A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any. You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to open the menu, or by opening any full screen interface, like the passive tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you disconnect. It's worth noting that in certain Pinnacle arenas, a debuff will be applied to you that prevents you from pausing. We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to essences with the Remnant of Corruption currency. Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now reroll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps. Doing so will reroll the base map and the Guardian of that map. The map device now has a small additional inventory. This is particularly useful if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence, or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments.
Best patch ever.
During breach encounters,
Literally
all the
best patch
splinters will
ever.
be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach. On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill all of them first. Vendor windows will now remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out and is remembered on a per NPC basis. The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased. When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used on. There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this livestream concludes. Alongside the launch of Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new Pinnacle bosses. The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathis League. We have some interesting prizes in store for the winners. Keep an eye on the news in the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching two new series of supporter packs, the Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Bring out the credit
As
cards.
always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Don't mind me just swiping.
The Frisian Magistrate series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered. Either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body.
Ooh.
As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it. When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and golden flora with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate.
Snap.
The Spider Blossom pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower when near rare or unique enemies. The Frisian Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes in 2 forms. Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave
Imagine
tombstones in your
running loud
honor when you
with
meet
that.
your demise, Or
aesthetic.
equip the cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rose thorn vines and blossom with golden flowers. Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration. It will keep track of the total number of waves completed, the total number of ultimatums succeeded,
Caswin stunned
or even
chieftains
failed.
they're losing their minds
On
right
top
now.
of that, it will track the total number of times you've defeated the Trial Master himself.
Miracle's eating, yeah.
The Crypt Keeper Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies. The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through. Become the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor set. It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral hood. Looking to have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reaction speed as you try to whack as many Devourer heads as possible in the shortest time. It also comes with a scoreboard, so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends or just visitors coming to trade. Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the dead with the Sacred Crypt Keeper back attachment. The Sacred Archives map device resembles a magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map. This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console.
That's pretty dope.
And will remain so during Path of Exile, Mercenaries of Trathus. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2.
I won't need it there.
Meanwhile, the Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathus League. So now's your last chance to purchase them. Additionally, the Dawn of the Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Secrets of the
Patch notes
Atlas.
today, baby.
With release at the end of next week, our
Let's freaking go!
community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
Holy, that was a good reveal.
We're looking forward to dueling mercenaries, fighting new pinnacle bosses in the endgame, and exploring the new crafting systems and character builds next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Okay. Stream's lagging or something? Dude, that was back to back to back to back. The bingo board? How many of those things did we hit? There were like 5 ascendancies. I don't know if occultist was one of them. Let's just go through. King's March, we hit. Boss, we hit. I guess technically we don't know about this. They didn't really say what when they said balance patch. They said bring in line. I'm assuming that means this.
I expect very large Q&A covering
wait.
all that.
All right, starting
For Secrets of the Atlas. I am of course joined by Jonathan and Mark. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for
holy Ziggy frame.
Great to have you over.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for being here as well. That's it. There was a lot of I think pressure on this one for you guys. Like, it's been a long time since we've had a big Path of Exile 1 expansion.
Sure.
How did you guys feel going into this, and how do you feel like you've been able to deliver?
I mean, honestly, I'm like pretty happy with where we're at.
It's pretty bricked. Hopefully they figure out that I'm not the only one, right?
Like, it isn't a
everybody's saying
it isn't a full year of development, because obviously PoE 2 disrupted things a bit. But the main thing is we're kind of back in action now. We've worked out the model for how the studio can function doing the stuff, and ultimately what it required is kind of like merging the teams back together, kind of having everything so that like everyone's able to work on both games.
Not you, yeah. No, I mean everybody in chat's typing F, right? I think it's
necessarily simultaneously for a given like person, but effectively, we need sort of
like, refresh
our best people to be able to work on.
Let's cancel out of everything else we have open.
Way better, and so now we've kind of got that, and
nah, it's still bricked.
Now that we're back to sort of fixing deadlines again and everything like that, I think it will just like go a lot smoother, and I'm pretty happy with like if
I think they're fixing it probably. You hear that music, they're probably telling them, cut, technical difficulties, cut. I mean, in-house issues. That is wild stuff going on. Unique modification. Do I count the special Val Orb? I feel like that's like a halvesy one. The special Val Orb. I feel like that kind of counts. Bottom left, new influence type. Did they say it was new influence type? I know we're getting new mods. I don't know, I kind of want to count that too. Did they say new influence type or just the new mods? I guess technically when he was talking about the orbs, he was like, you can use all 6 orbs, blah, 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 you know? We saw it was in there. It was on the rogues. Interesting. Ooh, we got a highlight post. Memory tear. Looks like they took away one of the map slot devices. I don't know about that. They might have just showed it with only one upgrade on the map device. Harness the new powers. I'm not sure I was feeling too hyped about this stuff, but maybe it might feel pretty good loot-wise if you combo it. What's this? Oh, the Winter Orb. Is this the quality? Where are the pixels? I think on the stream they're having kind of like pixel issues, I feel like. They're having internet issues in the reveal initially, right? What's the change here? What is that? 50% more damage from the base damage? Better duration per stage? And better frequency per stage? Less stages? And better effectiveness. So 8 times 20, 160 versus 150. So it's less maxed stages. They last longer. They hit harder. Less frequency while channeling. Yeah, but I mean, it still should be sizably a larger single target, I think. Just from the flat damage change, right? And the effectiveness change. 160, 150, Lance logic. 15% per stage, 20% per stage. 8 times 20, 160, 15 times 10. What do you mean Lance logic? What, because I can read? So it takes less stages to get more frequency? You freaking... Oh, I'm gonna... You said the opposite? What are you talking about? I said the while channeling was higher before. The while channeling thing got nerfed, right, by slightly. But the effectiveness went up by 20%, and the flat damage looks like... It's probably more like 30% more, right? Which is in line with the effectiveness change. Refresh the main stream. Are we go? All right.
Q&A for the Secrets of the Atlas. We've got a nice big one. We're going to restart. We had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but
we're back.
A nice big long Q&A session here. So I did ask the question that after nearly a year since the last major Path of Exile release, it feels like there's, a fair bit of pressure on this one to be something pretty major, but also to show that you guys still love and care about Path of Exile 1 and have a future for it.
Sure, yeah. So
they do still
as I was
care.
saying, like I feel like we've kind of finally got our shit together as a studio now. As I said in the intro, so we've sort of changed our approach. We've we've merged the development teams back together. We kind of got everyone on one floor in the middle layer, like all the developers, and now we're kind of making it so that we're effectively moving people backwards and forwards from PoE 1 and 2, sort of as needed. And that's definitely a much better structure for us, because it just means that we get all our best people can work on whatever game needs it right now. We've always worked well with kind of the fixed in the past, sort of with the fixed deadline model, where it's we have a fixed deadline, but if we and what's in the patch depends on what's ready by the time we get there, and I think that's just going to result in a much better experience for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, I mean, this really represents what we can deliver sustainably, what we can deliver in 4 months, and so we'd expect to see this kind of amount of content every 4 months, as we go forward, and for PoE 1 and 2 as well. So now that things are back, I would say we're kind of back in our stride again. Things should go a lot smoother from now.
In sum, we're back.
That's not
we're so back.
Yeah.
Thank goodness we're back.
I did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive so far, and I've been having a bit of a chance to play around with mercenaries, which are exceeding my expectations in terms of how fun and powerful they are. I feel like you guys have made them really powerful too. So
we've honestly been talking about making a mercenary for probably 5 to 10 years. It's been one of those things
you've
that
been telling me about it for years.
Yeah, exactly.
It came up with the PoE 2 Rogue Exiles, came up during Settlers League, that's just the recent. I mean, a year ago, within the last year stuff.
You guys baited me pretty hard, because last league you put out this system where you have these exiles that you send out on maps, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna gear them and all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I can't wait. That's what I've always wanted. And then it wasn't that, and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead. And then literally next league, you do the mercenaries finally. So was it like waiting on something? Was there something that needed to happen there?
I guess it was more just a question of having a good design for how it could work, and there was a couple of other things. One thing that wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster difficulty. And so that's going to kind of change the calculus a little bit. You're effectively getting 9-player difficulty and loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But that's kind of one of those things that if we just added mercenaries without doing something like that, then it would mean that the game would be too easy. So that's why we've kind of got that situation going on.
Extra loot.
It means at best, if you're a more bad build, bad character, new player, whatever you want to call that. They're going to carry you probably, or could carry you. And at worst, if you're, the power of 10,000 gods and have infinite everything and screen coverage and DPS, then they're just boosting your loot, right? So there's a flaw there on either side that is just going to be beneficial to every single player. So
it sounds like absolute beautiful chaos, like 6-player party plus 6 exile mercenaries.
Our initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or 1 player and I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries. It was like a mercenary takes a player slot is what we initially had.
That was the initial way to think about balance, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good, because you want the mercenary to be part of your build to kind of feel like it's actually because it comes with auras and things like that. Effectively that all becomes part of your build at that point. So it's kind of important that you don't have to sacrifice that when you're playing in a party with other people.
Didn't want to have the thing of okay, you join your 3 friends and then whose mercenary gets used.
Exactly.
Do I not get to have my guy now, and I don't get So it's we ended up getting away from that and just going, everyone bring the merc, and which results in peak chaos. But it's fun.
And I mean, you can also have an animate guardian, and you did tell me that there's changes for that as well.
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I expect a lot of people to now have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with them animate guardian, because I mean, how can you add mercenaries and then have a point to say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same change to animate guardian? However, if they do die in the instance, you can't bring them back. So at least there is still that penalty to having them be weak. So if they just die at the start, they're gone.
Yeah. Until you play another.
It's going to result in a lot more people using animate guardian in their build. But now you have to gear up your character, 1 animate guardian and 1 mercenary. So we'll multiple mercenaries technically. So we'll see how the itemization and trade economy goes in that regard. And
yeah, I mean that's kind of
AG
cool.
AG doesn't lose the loot now, I think.
That's I was certainly thinking about how I want to keep some of this gear aside for the potential mercenary I was trying to find.
Literally what they just said, right?
That adds a lot to that. But I did want to, before we get stuck into some of the new content, just kind of like help ease people who maybe are a little bit worried about the future of Path of Exile just a little bit more. So this is what you hope to be able to deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more strict kind of like approach to that now, where you were saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would push the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would say, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And in the past, we never
the date's been getting
we were
pushed
way
a
more
lot.
strict with it, and I think it was definitely beneficial to do that. The issue was it was so hard to develop PoE 2 at the same time when we had all that stuff. So now that we're kind of like in the mode where we can support both with the release frequently, it means we can kind of go back to that model. And as I said, I think it'll just be way better.
I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have things like
sure. There
public
might be like
holidays,
exactly.
conventions,
Right.
clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that just before we get held to the strict to the day 4 month thing. But yes, it is the goal. 100% you go back to that. I think there is it is very, very important that you have, as a player and a long-term player of a game, of which many of our players are, you have that consistency and you know what to expect, and you can be like, yes, I've played for my month, I've played for my 2 months, I know I can just stop for 2 or swap to the other game, do that, and then I can know it's going to be coming again in 2 months instead of that just like
there for me again when I need it.
that like unknown is very sad, honestly, as a developer and as a player, and I certainly don't want to do that ever again.
I imagine it has a toll on the team in terms of them like knowing, because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the date's being pushed out.
It depends on the person. Some people kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like the deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
Yeah, okay, a bit of a mixture. And you mentioned blending the teams together. That's like a big change, whereas before you were explicitly trying to separate them, and there was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we had problems when they were blended originally, like years ago, where PoE 2 wasn't getting like it kind of wasn't working because that deadline was so far out that it kind of works. So we had to split the team to get PoE 2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back in, like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up and makes sure that, like the games are, there's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and that kind of stuff. Like there's just so many elements that sort of make it better to have everyone merged together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is for sure one of my most wanted quality of life improvements. That's a phenomenal announcement, but I certainly see people asking about things like WASD and stuff like that, and this support for the future is
unfortunately WASD just can't really happen because I say that, but there's the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WASD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the PoE 2 character rigs. In order for that to happen, we need to get all the micros ported over, and then we'd need to port all of the armors from PoE 1 over to those rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing. There might be a world one day where that can happen, but it's certainly a long process to get that to happen.
That's what I was kind of wondering is like, do you envision a situation where Path of Exile 1 is like warrants that sort of massive effort in a year or two or something like that?
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be like so bad. I mean, it would be a lot, but not like not like completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WSD. It's because we've been pretty unable to make new combat animations for PoE 1 for so long due to all of the problems with the rigs. So if the main reason to do it would be that we can make like new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason. I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It's just it'll take a while though.
A lot of the skills you notice, and if people have been playing PoE 1 for years, any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations.
Exactly.
And they're not exactly the most modern things in the world.
Not so much you can do with it now.
You don't get to do the cool custom flurries with like your swords and combos and all that kind of stuff, and I mean, you still obviously have Cyclone, where you just spin in a circle, and if you remove all the effects from that, you're literally just on a pivot doing this. It looks a little bit silly, but
I mean, I am keen to do it though. Like it's just it'll take a while.
Yeah. It's I feel like I notice the kind of an increasing disparity between like the bosses in PoE 1 kind of like pushing further ahead because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to use more modern.
Well, the bosses are new, new content, right? So they get to just and the engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech for completely new content.
So they're looking like better and better and better, but the players are kind of staying a bit behind.
Yeah.
So
don't need to rig anything to the bosses.
How's your server tuna, guys?
10,000 microtransactions, thankfully.
So that's a unique challenge for you, but it seems like you've got a plan of kind of like how to approach it potentially.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So while we're on this kind of like frank discussion, is like something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that like maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. And they maybe feel like their money when they buy a supporter pack for Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games, and one of those being something that they're maybe not that interested in.
Right. Well, I mean, like ultimately, like now that we're kind of in the shared model, like it's kind of. It doesn't really, it's sort of hard for us to say, like, that like money goes to one particular team or another. Like, it doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in PoE 1 development mode, then PoE 1 takes precedence, and like any resource that it needs, like there's not going to be we can't do this because PoE 2 needs it. And when we're in PoE 2 development mode, it's like, it's the opposite of that, right? Where like we've got that sort of going on. So there's always going to be people working on each game, like all the time. But it's like, if one's going to come out soon, that one is getting all the attention. And so like every resource that PoE 1 could possibly need for this expansion was moved to it, to make that happen.
Yeah, I got to see that firsthand walking around. It was like 95% of people working on PoE 1 right now.
Right, in this moment, because it's in the last week. But but it's kind of variable. Like, I mean, if you look at things like the, I mean, you've probably got a better idea of the breakdown. But it's like how much of the VFX team was working on PoE 1 versus 2 in like the last,
Yeah, the whole, all but 1 is currently on PoE, all but 2. I guess that doesn't really make sense. They don't know how many. So 80% of the team is on PoE 1 right now.
Yeah. But it's kind of variable through the months.
But like, the dynamic thing is because obviously we had like 021 for PoE 2 that we're working
Confirmed
on. Confirmed 10
moved some VFX
people onto
guys.
that, quickly got some stuff across the line. Literally 2 hours later, moved them back. And like, it's like pretty hyperactive.
Right.
Like, but honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of just, we're a little bit crazy.
But I also think that developing 0 to 1 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible, like to make sure that we can actually support both games at the same time.
I mean,
with the level of support we need. I mean, there's those videos even that were made by the, like we're getting more people. It's like we can kind of manage it. So,
I do feel like this is a positive upswing in that regard. Like, it was definitely a bit of wavering there for a while. But I went from a 1-game studio to a 2-game studio.
One thing to note, and this is, you say about the bosses going up and the characters, saying this, like, that is also because we are, it is very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. Like, we see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to PoE 1. Those bosses are, animated or rigs from PoE 2 that we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set. Sure, you got to tweak some stuff. But then, like, you can have one animation be 8 different skills if you, put your mind to it and actually design the different outcomes.
Awesome.
So you end up with this thing where, we're actually harvesting a lot of materials back from PoE 2 to 1. And this is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses, even more monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So
it's in ways where players can't tell, though. Like, it's really quite invisible.
You wouldn't. Some people might be able to see, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe, but you'd have to look real close and be real into it.
Yeah.
And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like, it is like ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art. And so you could look at it as like, oh, that PoE 2 art is going on PoE 2. It's not like. All of that, I'm just constantly going, I'm going to take that, take that,
And the tech as well, of course, right? Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff, you get to use it all.
So hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up, I think what it all really comes down to is people just want to know that they can feel confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you guys love it and giving it the attention that it deserves.
The next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right? I mean, we're talking, every 4 months, both games? That's every 2 months, 6 releases.
6 releases a year.
Wild.
6 releases a year, that's going to be
If you guys can pull that off for a year, that's going to be wild. I'm looking forward to it. But I mean, and to allay people's concerns, I guess, in that regard, is you were telling me that this expansion is like this is part of a multi-season story arc that you're saying.
100%. Like with obviously you there's a whole bunch I can rant about here, but effectively, obviously you see Zana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but it kind of was important.
Yep.
You got Zana coming back, and you've got it's an additive storyline for now, and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the end game to be still familiar. I wanted people, after coming back after almost a year, to still have the core of the end game be familiar, but have this additive layer on top that's cool and new and they can explore. And I didn't want to like completely rework all the mechanics, and people are, I want PoE 1, finally a PoE 1 expansion. They come back and they're like, the hell is this end game? This isn't what I remember. This isn't what I was familiar with. So it was really important with this update to have a layer of familiarity across the board, and then like improved and reworked things and removing, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that, but it's still mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the Mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity was important for this one. But yes, it is like part one of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing to explore. I'm not going to spoil too much of what exactly happens, but there's some cool shit in there. But effectively, it's like a way to think about it is we're now kind of we're gonna over obviously a relatively long time have the era of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new endgame phase in. And so yeah, it's kind of set up for right now. It's an additive one. Maybe the next endgame one would be a bit more transformative, and then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So that'd be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of PoE 1, which is this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that for 326 that you really want to.
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
the next one.
Next one.
I do, yes. So like another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an in-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Yeah.
So like, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done a decent chunk of character balance and the new systems interact with all of that. There's clearly ones like I know Settlers had like just the Giga Melee rebalance and rework, and it changed like 1,000 systems in drastic ways and all of that. But again, I wanted this time more familiarity, and then 327 we're going to go just ballistic on the characters and do as much as we possibly can to like, amp that up and I don't know, maybe fully revamp wand builds and create a whole new thing there. And now we have to because I said that. But, that kind of stuff. So yeah, obviously you have ones that are more content-centric, ones that are more character balance-centric and different focuses like that. So this one, content, in-game. We wanted our core players who have been playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end game to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
that was a discussion we had yesterday, actually, was this idea that you don't necessarily have to worry about new player onboarding as much for Path of Exile 1 now. But that's more the focus for PoE 2.
I would definitely say that, yeah, for PoE 1, it's like it's now very easy to just say, you know what, like if this isn't new player friendly, it's okay. Like we're making a game for the experienced PoE 1 players, so like we can just go ham with all that stuff.
Yeah, you can kind of go nuts with it.
Like if you're a new player, then PoE 2 is obviously going to be more appealing. Like I'd imagine they're more likely to want to go there. But of course, PoE 1's still, like it's still like we're not going to throw that away completely, but it's like certainly in terms of the focus of the content, like a lot more sort of in-game stuff, the pinnacles obviously and things like that. Like this is stuff that appeals to someone who actually is able to get to that content. So yeah. Of course, you've still got the leagues. The mercenaries. I think you were initially, when we first told you about it, you seemed a little bit like, oh yeah, I don't know how big that's going to be. But then when you actually played it, it's like it's quite a thing.
Yes, it was beyond what I expected playing it.
Right.
Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap, some disparity in kind of what you revealed once I got the sense of like what was Secrets of Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trathis. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to endgame, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that. And there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that. And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very endgame pinnacle content focus. So I'm like, it feels like there's kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, people are coming back after a long time. They're going to come back, and yeah, some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't, and they're going to come back, get to that end game and be like, all right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's not going to feel too new, but there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way, only a portion of which will be in the initial set of patch notes. We'll have more scarab changes coming soon.
Patch note expansions to be announced.
People who, ideally our PoE 1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday of the release date for our balance changes, so not everything is there, but a lot of it is. There's all those changes, and I thought, yeah, it's all good. What we'll do is aim for the people who really want new pinnacle fights. Like, when we added the tier 17s, they were a bridge between pinnacle and uber pinnacles. So they weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game. And you could argue these aren't either because they're pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing pinnacles. They are a bit harder. That being said, of course, just to clarify, there is a quest version of them where it is you get to tier 14s and you will find them deterministically and get through all three of them. Just for the narrative, you get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode where you get the true rewards and the true, difficulty test. But as you pointed out, I thought that'd be all right. And then you did raise your but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new. And it was like,
yeah, where's the content?
Yeah, fair enough. So we made some changes, of course, and as much as now in the live stream it says we're introducing it at high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from tier 3 maps, where you're now you're finding those memory influenced maps, or the influenced by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the end game. And so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual pinnacle storyline with the new 3 pinnacle bosses. Look, straight up, it was just like what we thought was good oversight, but this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier is that often, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just half the time we end up discussing stuff that we're then going to go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what we end up doing.
I feel like something always comes out of the Q&A. You usually do some sort of live development during these, which I love.
There's so much that to not and happening so rapidly and coming together very much all together at the end. It's impossible to really have your eye on everything and not miss some things. Even we always often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well, and stuff like that, right? It's just very, very, very crazy. But again, that's I kind of think that's the magic to it, and what allows us to do so much in so little time. But it is also the thing as well that's going to result in the 6 expansions coming in the next year for the combined games.
So now the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out, trying to find their ideal mercenaries, gearing them up, swapping them around, starting to interact with memory packs of enemies that drop memory influenced maps, that drop memory influenced items that they can craft, which I'm excited about that as a progression, that crafting system with the boosted craft. And that was, you mentioned a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Path of Exile 1.
The initial idea there was how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from PoE 2 system into PoE 1, and it was why don't we just do it in the new endgame system? And then we're we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're finding better items. Every time you pick up these items, it could have a set of full tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal. And then, it was may as well, the crafting orbs can just consume it as well. Now it's worth getting into that specifically. The basic crafting orbs all consume it. And right now, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it, but it is our intention to implement that. But it's a bit scary. There's some OP there for sure, but I really like all those systems interacting and interweaving.
Please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for the final exalts and final applications. And that is something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to guarantee a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff like that. But if we were to do it the other way around, you'd probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make sure we're definitely happy with everything, because it is a very complicated web of craziness. But
actually, that was the question I was wanting to ask, was how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE 1 at this point? With all the various intricate... do you just kind of make it and
you just
cross
have
your
to,
fingers?
you just have to effectively just take the chance and just come up with what you can do, because if you worried about literally everything, you'd never make anything, So you have to on some level.
But it's the same with uniques. It's the same with new character systems. There's so many variables that you kind of just here's a thing.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, exactly.
That's kind of broken. Great.
It's fun though. It's just fun.
So you've got this progression system now, which sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a really nice improvement to while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to Betrayal, for example, and the new Scarabs, those new systems, the integration of the previous content that's gone core. And then you get to tier 14, and then it's new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memory system, and that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like there was Alva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were worth absolutely nothing.
The lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game, though.
Yeah, there was only a couple that were worthwhile.
We were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the alter mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories and we were like, I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like,
good job.
Put all those on Kirak. And so all the Kirak missions that can now be offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valued farming that. So 2 birds, 1 stone.
Some love. That's
good suggestion.
Thanks, Octavian.
And but yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, those memory strands, we don't want it to just be I'm doing normal mapping, then you find the memories, I've already tripped up now. It's this thing we were talking about yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads versus memory strands.
The memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear. But we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on. You're doing the memory threads, and it's like, well, we want to be able to do that experience without just having to go, okay, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then I'm back to just regular things. So we're like, well, once you've finished the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping but it's T16s and more frequency, and then but they will be rolling with Tier 17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s because they are very close to T17s, and it's kind of honestly I would say in some cases if you get the right memory skills better than T17s.
Good.
Which I know has been a huge concern, and I agree with that, and I am finally hopefully we can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain and you have to trade for.
T16.5, baby.
That's the hope. If it doesn't fully solve it, obviously it's still the intention to. So we will.
Well, let's talk about the problem with Tier 17s then. So, like, obviously, there's a few issues going on there. It seems like that you had this like very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously, it was presenting problems for build diversity as well.
It was also a clash because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers.
Yeah.
And it ended up being the juicing. And so then you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice. And it was like, okay, well, they were intended to be the boss way. Whoops. But they were still kind of fun for both axes, in some regard, minus a few little bits and pieces. Like, obviously, we had to do some changes to the mods, how they generated. Like, we certainly had some hiccups with that one the first time around. But it was then all of a sudden now T16s are dead,
Yeah.
So the hope here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or what I call memory influence or Zana influence. All of these things, whatever. They're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills, but you get the div card you want, you get to farm the layout you want, you get to do the boss you want, and you don't have to deal with
Can you say somewhat definitively if like juicing is going to be happening in Tier 16s again, or is it still going to be Tier 17s a bit? Not sure.
I currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
Yeah.
So
you haven't taken a hard stance
I think, especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones and sometimes you get okay ones. That's part of the fun when you get it and you're like, oh, yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters and I get all the loot twice. And then when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay, this is just 100% better. Like, how was it not? And then, of course, multiply that with all the All Flames and, there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be madness. We have learnt from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was out of control on a level unprecedented. But still new tiers of madness.
There's a question from chat about Atlas passive skill tree and with it expanding, like with all these new things being added to it. Is that something you consider as to like how many points you end up getting and those decisions like between things?
I like the amount of points you get and the amount you can invest in a given tree loadout. I think that is correct.
Still feels right.
Like we do remove a little bit of nodes and we have added some, but I wouldn't like we've added new ways to juice via the influence. We've added new ways to add more things to the all flames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's another plus 20% on the tree as well. I think that choice matters. I like that choice matters, and I think you should have to give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else. So
something else that sounds like it's going to help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via scarabs, right? Scarab drops.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, it was more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you apply like Breach League and a bunch of the nodes on the Atlas tree that are like, chance to have breaches in your maps, both also now increase the chance of you getting scarabs of that league's type. Which is kind of how PoE 2 did it as well with their leagues, where
play the content to get the content.
Get expedition to get more expeditions.
Great.
It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency, and influence the scarabs you're getting. That way, you're getting more of the ones you want, because there are a lot of scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them, and you can invest in some others. And we're just like more agency is better here, like straight up. So may as well, and it just simply adds more value to the map device craft. So why not?
All right. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but let's just kind of be in the flow of things. But on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be so good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it objectively. But it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure that that's the case for these guys?
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty, is a thing that says maybe you don't want to necessarily, maybe they're not pulling their weight on a boss fight, and stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the life.
If you don't have the right mercenary,
or if you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on them. These are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it. That is the league. If you're not playing in the league, or you don't want to engage with the league as much, you still got the end game, you still got betrayal, you still got, the settlers, all that stuff is all still there, the character balance changes, everything's still there. It's just, ideally you'd want to engage with the mercenaries. They are generally more beneficial than not. You would have to really over-level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also, even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still, there's a source of items there. There's new things like mechanics that they've got going on with that. So, even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch for this, but when they have the currency pocket, when you don't actually pick a currency from that, they give you all the currency from that window. Okay. Yeah, it's so it was a bit juicier than I thought it was. Actually, it kind of caught me by surprise.
Yeah, why not? But it was interesting creating a, there's not many leagues where you get one reward.
Yeah.
And obviously not the currency pouch, but you
pick a item,
picking a single piece of gear.
Yep.
And so we had to really think okay, I mean, you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting a thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their items should look like, to be comparable to something you would actually want or have. So yeah, it's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Even Ultimatum, sure, you get one in many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10, whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good, right?
Yeah, and that was actually kind of complicated to do, but, there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get from that. I mean, obviously the uniques are relatively easy to put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy ways. But the, rare items and stuff like that, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, I actually want to take that, as opposed to just always taking the currency. But if you want to do that, go ahead as well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so, yes.
Yeah.
Like there are like 30-something different archetypes. So we talked about like the Striker and I can't remember the names of Eruptor and stuff, but there are like 30-something of them. And, there's a Chaos Mage and there's ones with curses and ones with auras and ones with... I'm obviously listing all the utility stuff because I know that it's the aura bots of Trathus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura, exiled.
But actually, there's a lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I know we touched on the Trathus skills, but we only showed this. I feel there's maybe between around 16 of them. Some of them
and
are
you
cool.
can get those, right?
They can just be in their little pouch.
And you can just take one.
You can pick them, and if you defeat them, they drop it, and you get it, and that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way, but it's a Trathan gem, and it's just so that's a way of delivering a bunch of new skills. And I know you have like Blood Storm Call, which is like physical that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to add, so there might be some builds that want to do that. There's like new spectral shield throws and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the Siege Ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate based blast ray. Blast rain was it? Yeah, like arrow comes down, does a wave of almost like an incinerate wave out of it and stuff like that. So like,
had some fun with that.
Spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But yeah, there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have like kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So like there's a lot of stuff.
Should have put more of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Probably. Yeah. And there's gonna be some surprise and cool stuff for people to find. It was a 42-minute presentation. Like it's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff on live. So
in terms of making them fun to like manage and hire and things like that, if you'd asked me before playing it, I would have said like, oh yeah, you want to be able to like spend some sort of passives on them or something like that. But then actually after playing it, I was like, oh, it's kind of good that you didn't go to that level because then there's no lock-in with them. You can change between them easily.
Would have been a bit annoying, I think.
Yeah, and a bit too much tedious upkeep.
Low micromanagement on this. So like doing the gear, but you won't have to do that too often. They don't level up. They don't have like they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to see it or engage with it.
I wasn't actually sure. Was that Implementers actually allocating individual nodes?
No. They have a Trathan passive tree.
Okay.
Secret proprietary.
Yeah. I mean, they gain stats as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff going on. But you don't need to care about that. It's just as far as you know, they're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot. And they're pretty good. Of course, some are better than others. Some will be good for your build. Much like you will have, here's the meta ascendancies for a league. Probably each meta ascendancy then has the meta mercenary for the league and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it'll be matched to your builds, I imagine.
It's going to be pretty crazy, I suspect, in the end. There's like, as much as it's pretty simple to just arrange them, there's going to be a lot of little minor complexities.
That's poor path of building, guys.
I was going to say, like, are they going to have to implement some interesting...
It's definitely going to be a part of your build, so it's got to go in there.
Yeah, 100%.
They can give you auras and various other buffing skills. I had a Templar that had like an aura, and he had the Smite with the lightning aura.
Your meta build, then for that you need your 3 meta mercenaries, and then your meta animate guardian, and then you've got oh my god, too many. I mean, at least a lot more items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'll be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because, I don't know, like, that one has obviously the skill gem cost as well, potentially, like, supports and things like that.
Yeah, of course. But,
so that's obviously a bit more of a tax, whereas these guys are just a free add-on on top. They don't cost you anything except gold.
I mean, gold.
Yeah, gold. Which was, you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah, I mean, you already earned there. You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour anymore.
There's a gold cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like I had one guy that was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 4k life, and this guy had like vitality and enduring cry and kind of like a fizz aura and immortal call and things like that. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of better than me.
That's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like a mercenary.
Just masculine.
These are trained fighters from a ruthless place in Trathus, and they've come here and they're like, what are all you weaklings doing? And so,
it was quite confronting when I was like doing my usual running through mud flats with my ranger in a Hessian sackcloth clothing, and then I run into literally the ranger one. and they're like wearing, you know, Giga MTXs and they got like all these different supported skills and they're like comboing them together. And I'm like, what?
It's giving you something to aspire to. It's like, oh, this is what I can become. And it's, oh, whoops.
I felt really good when I fired them later.
Yeah, look, remember, they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. So they've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like, I feel like in a previous Path of Exile, we might have like, you're like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade. Now,
but this is in a world where you can revive.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Okay, fair enough. Good
and
point.
like, honestly, if I have to go like your shoes versus my 15% experience, I don't know.
Pretty nice boots.
Yeah, sure, but like, you know, that's part of my level I just lost. So like, you know, I don't know if I'll take that trade.
Yeah, well, you got me there. That's a good point. We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries there. Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
Oh, I said 15%, and I realised that is not correct.
Oh, what was the?
I'm just making up numbers. No. Ignore me. I know that's the wrong number.
No. What have you done? That's going to be quoted.
I just quickly glanced at chat, and I'm like, oh, geez, I said I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment. Don't worry about me.
The question was, do mercenaries count as minions for the purpose of various minion-based things? Like
they don't count as a semantic minion for, like, you know, minion damage and all of that. But I know, for example, all the, you know how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable, they deal less damage to your minions. They also count as they also get that damage reduction from those things because like they're not like going, there's an AoE here, I'm getting out of it, and they're going to jump back in like you are. They're just going to soak the damage, and so we've made it so obviously that, you know, they don't take as much damage from you know, those unavoidable attacks, so to speak, and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they are pretty tanky, so you know, on top of that,
on that same spirit of like you know, live improvements happening as we're talking about it, it's like yesterday I was asking kind of, can you heal them with like the minion flasks or something like that to like heal them in between combats, and later I got a message saying that you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
Yeah, it was taken from the it's something I actually really like that the minions do in PoE 2, where when there's some downtime they kind of regenerate back to full life. So yeah, that change was made yesterday actually, and yeah, so now the mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen, and like, you know, explored a few different options, but it was just like, you know what, just like if there's a little bit of downtime, or it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just back to full life. So
love it.
You know,
it's just good quality of life. Yeah,
you don't just have them sitting at 10% life, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions I'm saying.
Yeah, anywhere, everywhere in the game.
No restrictions on that.
Yep.
Nice, cool. And people seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have like a 6-person party and have 6 mercenaries. That you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
That's the thing. Okay.
I mean, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras. But you know, I'm very much looking forward to playing my. Everyone knows I play my support characters, and you know, you'd expect, you're a support character, so you can get a DPS merc now and not have to play with your friends. But I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So like, you know, it's all win.
That sounds about you. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, while leveling, I certainly felt like the DPS ones were viable if I was playing more of a supportive role, or if I was like struggling in that regard. They did seem like they were actually able to kill things. Is that something that can happen in an endgame though? Like, that seems hard to believe.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they take the damage, they scale it. Like, the only thing they don't have is, you know, your skill, which could be bad, and thus they could be better than you, or you could be very good, and in which case, you know, I'm just saying, like, they are still a computer. right? They are still at the end of the day doing that, so they might not make the smartest decisions that you agree with.
There's like custom AI for each skill,
There,
right?
there is 100%, and
So they're a bit above the 50 percentile of players.
yeah, they might be.
What you're saying?
I'd say around 55% just percentile average. You
Better than half you.
They can, computers can be good. So, but at the end of the day, when you're like, giga zooming and obliterating everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely, there's a question of how much use can they really be, and that's where I come in and say, look, the floor is still, they're half a party member worth of loot increase, and they are, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more. You definitely want, like, DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods, like,
there's a certain point where
there's only so much you can do. Now that being said, if you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, like, they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area.
They only have one
so
portal.
now you're like, oh damn it, I'm not sure what to do now, and you've got to do it the hard way. So, but yes, much like the new change the animate guardian, if they die, they don't come back into that area.
Seems like a good way of doing it.
Sequential instances,
Much better than the losing gear and all that, all that
we
drama.
Went through all that. I even had the maybe in Ruthless they should lose an item, or maybe I was like, is that a thing? I was like, oh, no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we know is right, what people will like, and what is not going to just cause a bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god! Now I got to do this again. Something unpredictable happens, or some monster skill is like particularly imbalanced, and it's like, oh my god, it just lost so much currency, So, all good.
Sounds great. Awesome. Settlers Town went core. We didn't have to rebuild it. Phenomenal. Thank you. Gold goes core, which obviously as an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I think you feel like you can speak to that.
I mean, sure.
Gold was a core feature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with where gold, how gold improves things. I mean, we originally did it as a way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Yeah, like culling the
But I mean, I honestly, I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously it's really good to be able to work with the the new the trade, the currency market and stuff like that. Like, I think that stuff, I don't know that there'd be another way to do that as successfully.
A little bit of
the way
lubrication.
that works. I think that's worked well. And it's funny because on the surface, you're like, oh, every game's got gold. But the funny thing about it is that in most games, gold is a lot of games have like bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game, you've got unbound items, and gold is the only thing you can't trade, and that's why it sort of works as that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, it works well, and I definitely want to keep it. It's got a definite place for sure, and we may be able to expand its use as well more in the future potentially. Right now, it's not used for shops or anything like that. It's used for gambling, but it's not used for the regular shops. And there were some issues around that, but we might change that one day. Sort of hard to say, but I think it's definitely it's good.
Yeah. Okay. And that means obviously currency exchange is staying core and things like that. It looks like shipments were staying core, and that's one that I see is like mixed opinions on. Some people love it. It's passive income, and but it's also like an obligation. It's a thing you got to check in on. It's busy work to an extent.
We did some changes here, so we did slow down. We made them take longer, and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards. The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the focus of the league anymore. We don't want it to be overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. And look, I expect these things to be a bit divisive, 100%. Some people love it, some people don't. And that's great. That's everything in PoE, and that's everything we add. And you can choose to do it, you can choose not to do it. Maybe you choose to just do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners and put all of your gold investment into that. There will be other ways to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with them, you build up an excess, and then all of a sudden we add the gambling strongbox from PoE 2 or something like that to sink the rest.
Yes,
who knows?
dude.
Yeah, we'll see.
Do it.
Are they actually adding it?
It's a fun strongbox, but
That is a good one.
that will come to PoE 1. I promise you.
100%.
So, there'll be ways to do it, but we'll feel it out and see how much gold people are getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it's feeling annoying and how much you have to deal with it, then we've missed the mark, and we'll probably even adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you, your agency, your choice. Like,
you touched on an interesting point, because I feel like before it wasn't optional because it was there and it was free stuff. So why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold, but also your passive application, like, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just like a free thing on top that you're obligated to do. It's now a more conscious decision.
I could see it feeling mandatory, and if it does feel mandatory, then we've missed the mark a little bit for sure.
You want to avoid that.
I don't want it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit. And
but there's stuff you can only get from there, so there's always going to be that
yeah,
element.
Yeah, for sure. If you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts, and some of those rune grafts, a lot of them are like pretty crazy off-build stuff, and there's a good set of like chase ones in there, and there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get, but
I want to look at those.
I think it's a better system. I like the idea that now Settlers is giving 2 different passive tree mechanics that can coexist as the rewards, aside from obviously recombinating and map running and stuff. But as opposed to like just the freaking insane enchants that you were getting on your weapons
so
before.
The enchants are gone. Then this replaces that. Yeah. Which I think most
they
people
were
expected.
They were a little bit much on the power creep axis. It was kind of just a bit crazy, but I wouldn't say that we won't see some sort of weapon enchant system back in the future.
Yeah.
And we're a bit more regulated and stuff like that, but, because there's room for that. There's design space for that, but we never know what form. But I like that Settlers is where you go to get your alternate passive tree stuff. I think for changing masteries and changing nodes, I like that as the reward from it.
It was a pretty funny reveal of the live reveal of the recombination changes, because everyone was like, "Oh no, you did it! You got rid of the old one and replaced it with this." But then obviously the old one's still there.
We're here seeing all of the L's, and then I'm like, "Don't worry, they'll come back. They'll come back. It's all right."
It was very entertaining from our perspective.
So that's all right. And then all of a sudden, L's L, www, saved. I love it. I very thoroughly enjoy watching chat. Yeah.
So you kept the old version of recombination. Is that changed or nerfed in any way, or is that just as it was?
The old way, I can't speak to that with an absolute certainty. And
what do you mean, can't? What?
One of the main designers dealing with that. But I did say like we should pretty much keep it the same.
Yep.
And if there is a change, it needs to be like very much justified. It's not like
Yeah.
People like it for a reason. Like keeping it alongside the other one and then gutting it is obviously not not the play. You may as well have not kept it at that point. So yeah, it was certainly the intention.
So which one is it, Mark?
It's still a favorite. Like, if anything, I would be okay with making things more expensive. So it's a little bit harder to use at the top end when you're doing like the very. I think that is maybe the thing we concluded when you're interacting with a lot of the really special modifiers that you normally can't get on items. We're making it a bit more expensive. Okay. But I don't think that was a huge constraint anyway,
unless you were for the people doing it usually.
Sure. So I would prefer to do something like that instead of nerfing the power of it at this point. And I'm like 99% sure we didn't nerf the actual functionality of it. But I'll verify, and if that is the case, I will let the community know afterwards.
Okay. On the topic of gold, an ongoing thing has been that gold is very present from the core Atlas mechanics and certain things, but other things just literally don't drop it. You do Blight or whatever and you just don't get gold, or Sanctum just doesn't get gold. That's obviously a separate topic, but is this something that has been normalized across the game? Do you want players to be in a position where they can't use it?
We are making some adjustments. So like when we did that, obviously we went through the entire game, of which there is a lot, and specifically we're like, do this, too much gold, lower, and we had penalties and increases all over the place, and a bunch of stuff was too low. Some stuff is, and I wouldn't say it's too high. It was actually probably relatively nice mostly. There was just a bunch of stuff that's just dead. And it is our intention for that to not be the case. So yeah, we do want to increase those. I don't know how much they'll necessarily increase by, but it is something that is on our radar 100%. So
yeah, okay, great. Because
Heist is a good example.
Yeah, I think the most compelling argument I heard in favor of like making sure that those had access to gold was for the players.
That sounds like they gave gold to Satan to me.
100%. They can't currency exchange, right? That's the biggest problem.
100%. It isn't. It is just like let's say it is already a relatively divisive league, and then also the gold sucks. It's easy to perceive that as dead. So yeah. Look, there are some things where we maybe make an intentional decision because they are like too rewarding to be like it's not a place you're going to get a lot of gold, Sanctum, and then when we're like, okay,
wait, what?
we'll make some changes too. But then you have the things like heist, where I would say it doesn't really isn't that regard, and it's just like, why is the goal bad here? And it's like, look, we just missed the mark. So.
Yeah. Well, I guess since we brought it up, the Anti-Sanctum Alliance has been constantly messaging me, asking about, whether Sanctum's going to see any changes in terms of just kind of how much more currency it prints early league for like a low investment for like really knowledgeable players, giving them such a massive advantage over less ones. Obviously, that's always the case, but it seems to a severe magnitude.
I don't have the exact changes because we're
ain't no way
today or Monday. But like, I would say no, it seems crazy. So they're not like massive grand rework, but at least for now, we're certainly going to give it less of the edge it has. I don't exactly know exactly what form, but it's not going to have. It's not just going to be untouched. In terms of like a grander future, like I would like to shift away from it just being pure regular currency and move into something where it has its own item and own reward mechanic that has some sort of interaction with something. Like almost every league has something special, and that one is just like, obviously it's got a relic meta system, but it's just like, here's some uniques, here's a different style of gameplay, but just like, here's all the currency. So then it becomes very quantifiably better or worse than just like core game. And obviously very, very early, it's very strong. And then, maybe juicing catches up, but then, it obviously gets a little bit crazy. In different axes, you get a lot more uniques, a lot more different things. But it's still, it's just that there's a very easily quantifiable thing where it's like a very good strategy if you know what you're doing, especially very early on, as you're saying. But it needs its own thing. It 100% needs its own thing. So, but at least for now, it doesn't have to be as good as it is for how easy it is to do so. So we'll make some changes. I just don't know the exact specifics. And as a result, they won't be in the patch notes today. It will be in another coming soon section because it is. Yes.
Great.
I mean, again, I'm not. Why would we not stop? Why would we stop developing now? We have another
week before. It's like, what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle your thumbs? Exactly.
They actually did it.
With the
same was just going to be a bad currency strat through the entire
to
league.
Betrayal, which is
not even going to be good on
that's
day
obviously
one.
like a big
we'll see
overhaul
what the
for
nerf
that,
is.
and something that was really long awaited. It does kind of
that's
make
wild.
anyone ask, like, do you have like another one that you're really looking forward to giving a similar treatment?
When we
I hear a lot of
deprived
feedback
that
about like quality of life around bestiary, for example.
I'm not going to change my league, so I'm not starting Sanctum.
That is on our radar. There's I know for like itemizing beasts and improving the quality of life there is a little bit annoying. Maybe more than a little bit. But like talking about like the Sanctum reward as an example. There's some others, like I'd love to give, Blight a bit of an overhaul. I'd love to, do something with Delve. It's just all those, there's probably more that once I actually look at the full list about it, here's some obvious ones. But look, these things fall out of popularity, they fall out of favor, they get outdated, they become old, like
legacy of a decade.
It's what happens. But the good thing is, much like with Betrayal, we circle back and give it a whole fresh coat of paint. New rewards, new systems, new interactions, or step forward the storyline and evolve it into a mini sequel sometimes as an option. There's all these kinds of things that are completely things we could do. So like, purely hypothetical. Maybe you're now later on you're just delving and oh my god, there were the 3 cities and now there's a 4th city with a 4th boss and you have what is this thing I'm finding?
100% confirmed.
Again, now because I've hypotheticals have to become realities.
100% confirmed. Also, just like the Blight overhaul coming next week, and in my mind, you didn't even say it, but like temples are getting reworked. So I was like, you didn't even say it, but I said that in my mind, and now it's true. So. I'll hold you to that.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
Phenomenal. Some rapid fire quality of life things to kind of follow on from the bestiary mention. We have like the ID all things in your inventory from PoE2. Love it. Would love to see it in Path of Exile 1. Any reason why it couldn't be a thing or wouldn't be a thing?
What?
Do you hate it? Do you hate my hands?
I can't remember what.
Control click at an NPC and
it's on my list. It's still on my list. It's okay. I had my here's all the quality of life stuff. It was like there was a section where it's like to discuss later again, and I put it in that, and I actually genuinely cannot remember why it wasn't just immediately and obviously doable.
Yeah, it seems like the thing if you want to do, you'd be like, yes, do it. So I assumed some hiccup.
There was one thing that was like blocking me from just being like, hey, 100% just do it. I just can't remember what it was, but it's a thing we can get around
Game
and
exploited.
make happen for sure. But like, yes, the being able to go to town and ID all was very useful, and hideout as well was an extreme upgrade that I liked. So.
Well, tell me who whatever dev is working on that, I'll go make them lunch or something so they can focus.
I'll take you to them afterwards. But you have to now, because if I'm going to be held to things I'm saying, you're going to now buy them lunch. So
okay, I'll see what I can do. Some of the older bosses with phases, Chimera is the one that stands out to me. Is like
immunity phases.
Yeah, just like really long immunity phases. In Chimera.
Well,
they feel quite dated at this point.
Katarina got the same treatment. Where
Yep.
it's just like, oh, okay, like, you know, maybe like 40 immunity phases is just a bit much. It's not, I don't know what the number was. It wasn't that, but like, it was just a bit much. But yeah, a lot of those are going to need a bit of overhaul as well. It's hard to justify going back and spending a lot of time on that, but there's sometimes very easy things we can do, because instead of doing that, we could just be making a brand new boss that's like way more epic, way more fun, and fits into a more modern and core thing. Whereas like some of those are just like very high in game, get some fragments. It's one boss of 4 that then gets to a pinnacle, and like, you know, you want your pinnacles to be good. You certainly want your end of line bosses like, you know, Katarina to be good, and that having as many immunity phases as it was just doesn't hold up now. Like, I would say it didn't even really hold up then either. It just, again, it takes you to really back out of the new stuff and go back and look at the thing to go, what is actually wrong with this, and look through everything and go, yeah, there's actually more bad here than I thought. And then you go through and fix it all and change it all and revamp it all and, you know, do it again X years later.
Yeah. It's been a while since we talked about this, but with a discussion about gold and the currency exchange, I feel like it's worth revisiting. Just like, how do you feel that the old trade manifesto holds up from way back in the day? Like now, in light of,
I would say that the currency exchange, like, kind of definitely shows that there's it's not like we didn't know there wasn't demand for instant trade, right? But the currency exchange definitely helped things a lot. And I know that we still want to do more stuff. Like, I've kind of talked a little bit before about how there's other things we want to do, and I still think we want to do it. The main thing is that, yeah, like, the gold allows us to make it so that there can be a cost that isn't the cost of having to do the actual trade with individual other people. And so I do think there is a world where we can go to, like, where we can have a different system. We'll probably prototype that in PoE 2 first, I reckon, where, you know, we still don't have a permanent standard economy that, I mean, okay, in PoE 2 we've got an economy that will exist forever, but that's not going to be standard, right? Because that'll be the early access economy that will stick around. So we've still got an opportunity here to completely damage the economy without being able to recover from it. Yeah.
I know from my perspective, when the currency exchange came out,
they're the beta testers now, baby.
We played, and it was
Tier
such
2
a relief
game
of friction that I was like,
you were like, oh, this is all we ever need.
Maybe this is enough. And then now after, and obviously then it started coming back a little bit, then playing 020 on PoE 2, and then going and trying to trade for more items. I was like, I'm reminded of all the frustrations. I'm like, we definitely need more than just the currency exchange. So, I would say we scoped it out. We wanted to see if it was better enough, and then I was just like getting beyond angry, trying to trade. And I'm like, why is the whole server AFK?
You know? I think it might have been worse in PoE 2 because of more new players.
It is worse in PoE 2.
What I found in PoE 2, a fun little trade thing, is when I first started, people didn't know, go to, you invite them, they come to your hideout.
Basic etiquette
and I'm like,
stuff.
Are you coming? What's going on? And then they're sitting in Act 2 town, just like,
Mark's
waiting for me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. No one knows that you just go to your hideout. That's a new thing to have to learn.
Oh, and it's shifted as well, like weird new kind of like things of like culture things have grown out of that, just like kind of independently from different like new people versus pre-existing PoE players, and it's become a strange little thing.
Real fun to watch, eh?
It's an interesting little social experiment thing going on, isn't there? But I think like I think what you've touched on there is that it does just kind of raise the question of like, oh, where should the friction be? The friction being in gold feels really good, I think.
That is exactly the thing that we would prefer, right? The thing that's going to be the question is that if gold is the only friction, it still needs to be that the cost of it is enough. So the thing that the Trade Manifesto talks about basically is you get this issue with you don't get it with currency. So doing it for currency is actually fine because currency, you know, it
awful
acts as
fun,
like it is currency, so it's okay to have like fluid trade for that. When you start getting into items, then you start to have that issue where the stuff at the top is worth like astronomical amounts, and the stuff at the bottom is worth nothing. And like any trade will cause that, but the easier trade is, the more you get that. So you've kind of got this like, you know, if trade like it was very hard, you get like a flat line. You can turns more of an exponential growth curve as you as trade becomes easier and easier. So effectively, you just have to make sure that we're hitting the right point. And what I worry about, and this is one of the things as well, if we first do something like this, we're probably going to have to price the gold cost pretty high as a starting point,
sure, yeah.
and then kind of maybe back it off as we see like what the effect is, because if gold is the only barrier, then you're going to see those that kind of issue.
Well, gold's like a direct kind of translation of your like play time / play quality, your efficiency to that trade capacity.
So the fact
right?
that it works that way, where it's effectively character, like bound to you, effectively means that we can use it this way, and that's kind of the difference between us and other games. So I think it will work, but it's like we're just going to have to be very careful. 100%.
Because I 100% get like the concern about it, because this is about like what you're actually putting on your character and circumventing whether you actually do any gameplay for that. But this makes it so that you are doing gameplay for that, and it's an alternate method. And
so we have to be careful, especially in the early game, where if you can just get something that some high level player just doesn't care about anymore, so they sell it for nothing. And then it costs you, but it effectively costs it sort of needs to cost you something. So we just have to make sure we're getting that right. So when we do it, it'll we're gonna have to be very careful around that stuff for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, even if it was just kind of like you can only really like realistically do a couple items a day, then it's not your bulk trading kind of method.
Can be,
it exists alongside the existing one or something like that. That could be a prototype for it. So it seems like it feels possible now, whereas before it was like a no way never. That's crazy.
It is possible now for sure. It is possible.
Which is it's just I'm excited to see what you do to experiment with that. Mark seems keen.
Won't be too far away, I think.
Bloody AFK people.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna prototype it in PoE2 first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where we've got a bit more leeway there.
Like you said, I mean that shows a bit of like a love and sanctity to Path of Exile 1 there for the people maybe concerned that you don't care about it.
Right, I guess so. Yeah.
And just one more note: and all you people who are listing items,
here he goes, rant time,
and then you're not even AFK. You're in a map, and you're just not replying.
Don't list it for that price if you don't want to sell it.
Please stop it, please. Or actually, no, you're going to keep going now because then you're going to have more drive to get this new system implemented. So yeah, it backfires, but whatever.
There is that. Make trade as bad as possible to motivate you guys.
No, we're not having some accelerationist concept here. That's terrible.
And that is the note that we'll wrap up the Q&A on today. Thank you very much, folks, for hanging out with us. And thank you, Jonathan and Mark, for answering our questions today. I look forward to playing more of Secrets of the Atlas and Mercenaries of Travelers.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone has fun, and we're back.
Yeah, we're so back. We're so back. So back. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Oh, did I miss the end? Patch notes is here. Oh, let's friggin' do this thing. Ready to dig in. Ready to dig in. Dude, that was a good. They cooked. Link it. Do we have a link? That was meaty. They even did the nerf. I am really surprised about that. Snake doesn't need the nerf. So Sanctum basically is just gonna be probably kind of despair if they're just nerfing it. That's all they're doing. it might be now that the League start Andes like Sanctum might become like heist mains or something. I don't know. We'll see how much they nerf it by. The thing is, it's good for day one, and then just other things are better. Where's the patch notes? If you post fake notes, I will time you out for a day. Holy how easy. Have they posted patch notes yet or no? I guess we have some of the mods here. Minion CDR, which is really good for like Holy Relic of Conviction, for example. The ring, we're gonna look at this stuff. Skills used by traps and mines can chain 2 additional times. What? That's kind of crazy. Just +2 chain for trap or mine. affixed things. That's really crazy. Arc mines, yeah, arc mine. I mean, just projectile skills, icicle mine. That's crazy good. That's crazy good. Deadeye icicle mine build with that build would be feeling real nice. Ellie, did you pay for this emote? What emote is this? I'm not adding that. I'm not adding stuff that allows you to be toxic to moderators. Ain't no way. Nope. Nope. I'm not letting you do that, okay? Howl crack. Non-instant war cries you use yourself have no cooldown. War cries have an additional life cost equal to 15% of your life. War cry skills have area. Interesting. Spammable war cries. That's a helmet. Okay. They confirmed that we'll be getting an auction house, but they said they were gonna be testing it in PvT, right? That's what they were talking about. That's freaking sick, man. We'll have to see on the patch notes. What were the ascendancies they said? Elementalist, Saboteur, Berserker. There were like 5, right? And Saboteur had return node, I think. Champion, Guardian. Okay, dang, so that's a lot. That's a lot. Everybody but Ranger and Scion is in the list. No occultist? Yeah. I kind of... Dude, I kind of was freaking... Was it assassin or occultist? Once again, Scamaz. Guardian got the shrine node? Yeah, Guardian got the shrine node instead of the annoying node it had before. That wasn't very good. The link node or whatever. Sad with returns proj. With if it gets the trigger bots, yeah, that'll be crazy for your like Eye of Winter build, right, Theros? Patch notes are up. Okay, guys. Okay, let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see. Patch notes are up. Okay, we're going to do just a real quick, I'm going to type a couple things in because I'm curious. Ephemeral Edge. Maximum damage equal to 10 to 15%, previously 20%. So 30% nerf. Well, 25% nerf. 25% nerf. Honestly, I thought it would have been more. It's still pretty freaking good with 15%. It definitely has the divine cost, though. Like, you're not corrupting this on a non-perfect divine, right? So it got more expensive, and it got the damage nerf. Next, I want to check Energy Blade, just out of curiosity. Not here. Trickster. Polymath Ascendancy now provides 2% more damage, previously 3, and Escape Artist now gives 4 per 1, previously 5, and 1 per 8, previously 6. Honestly, Trickster's still really good. Trickster's still really good. That's still very good. Zoom in. Oh yeah, we'll do the zoom. Good point. LS. Okay, yeah, let's check LS. Screw LS. Holy, let LS die in a fire. 50% less. Yeah, screw it. Screw LS. LS was good before it got its damage doubled, and now everything has been the balance has been restored. Freaking never logging in to see that ever again, hopefully. Let it die in the fire. All right, snaking, you guys, people told me snaking's gonna get nerfed. I don't think so. I'm gonna check just because I'm curious. I don't see it. Volcanic, nothing. Zenith, projectiles deal 60% less, previously 50. Every 5th deals 600% more, previously 800. Zenith is still a lot of damage. But that is a decent nerf, right? 800 instead of 1,000. Well, no. It still has. It didn't say anything about the quality. So quality takes it to 800, and it has 60 instead of 50, which is like, what? A 20% damage nerf with a 20% damage nerf. So it's like a 35% damage nerf or something like that. Power Siphon. Okay, let's check Locust Mines. Power Siphon Holy. Its attack speed got giga boosted, and its effectiveness got killed. So it was hurt the mind build, but buffed the self-cast. Or basically, it's like, it's even now, right? Maybe slightly worse than it was before. Ralakesh. Do we check Ralakesh? Okay, let's check it. Ralakesh now have one of either count as maximum number of endurance, count as maximum number of frenzy, or count as maximum. They now also have 25 movement speed and immune to corrupted blood. Hey! Instant leech got nerfed? Really? Instant leech? That's a crazy one. We'll check leech. We'll check leech. Oh, I want to look at the ascendancy changes. All right, hold on. After this, we're going to look at ascendancy changes. Leech mastery is now 5 instead of 10. Okay, leech is still pretty good. I want to look at the ascendancy change. I want to look at the ascendancy change, guys. Where are the ascendancy, not ruthless specific, but where are the ascendancy changes? I want to just look at these just because I'm like most excited about this. All right. Berserker. I like Berserker as is. Or is it getting better? Defy Pain ascendancy skill has been reworked. It now causes you to gain defiance for 10 seconds on losing life to an enemy hit, no more than once, blah, blah, blah. It now also causes you to gain 3% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy per defiance. Can cause you to lose all defiance when reaching 10. So this is like Defiance of Destiny now, right? Gain 3% of missing unreserved life before being hit by enemy per defiance. So it's like 15% on average. Which is pretty dang nice. Not bad. This node now is like not like just a worthless point. I should probably log out of this so people aren't like messaging me and stuff. Let me pull up out of the building. Weak defiance. It's an average of like 15%, and it only happens. It can only gain a stack every 0.3 seconds, right? So and it's kind of got some variation to it. It's still much better than what Defy Pain was, because Defy Pain was a node people never clicked. It was a node people never clicked. The Blitz Ascendancy passive has now been replaced with a new notable, Gore Dancer, which grants 30% of your life leech, is instant, requires Aspect of Carnage. Okay. 30% instant leech behind Aspect of Carnage. I mean, 30% is kind of a lot. I don't know if it's going to feel that great, though, for an Ascendancy point. I don't know if I'd want to spend a point on that. What else do they have? Flawless Savagery has been replaced with a new notable, Ancestral Fury, which causes your strike skills to target the previous location they were used. Ugh. Oh, no. So, I don't know. Overall, the stuff that's good about Berserker is still good, and then they got a better node, but this stuff is not great. I don't know. This thing's just basically useless. Unless they change how it works from, like, the ring. Type over exertion. No, I'm looking at the ascendancy, guys. We're looking at the ascendancy nodes, okay? Fortitude ascendancy has passive skill now causes you to have your maximum fortification, previously 15. Fortitude now causes you to have your maximum fortification, previously 15, and nearby allies count as having maximum fortification. Okay, so this is insane. You just now are always at max fortify. That's actually pretty crazy. That's really crazy, actually. That's a pretty huge buff for champ. Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy no longer causes nearby allies to count as having equal fortify. It now grants 3% more armor and evasion per fortify above 20 and 3% attack speed per above 20. That's crazy. So realistically, you can get to like 40 fortify. That's 60% more armor and evasion and 60% attack speed is what that can get to, right? If you have like the gloves, that's pretty crazy. That's really crazy. That'd probably feel pretty dang nice. Okay, or is Champion might be on my list of things I might want to league start, honestly, with just those two changes. As long as they don't like remove adrenaline, a Champion is looking real freaking tempting. Real tempting. The Worthy Foe Ascendancy no longer requires Conquer and now has you taunt on hit. And this is the one that makes you have enemies can't evade, right? And take increased damage. and you have taunt on hit. Holy. So max fortify. Fortify gives you evasion armor and attack speed. You can still do adrenaline, and you could go enemies can't evade attacks with 20% increased damage taken. Conqueror Ascendancy has been replaced. The new worthy cause notable. Having to place banner now does not prevent you from gaining valor, and banners have 50% increased duration. Requires inspirational. Okay. So they put this thing behind here with some banner stuff, but inspirational is still a 2-pointer. Champion's actually, like, really good now. Oh my word. I might start a champ. I'm tempted, dude. That's insane. I've made fun of this class for so long, I can't make fun of it anymore. This is literally, like, actually a really good class. It's actually a really good class. I can't make fun of champion anymore. It's actually legitimately good now. Holy. This is crazy. All right, Guardian. Harmony of Purpose. Now it causes you to gain a random shrine. I don't like the random shrine. I'm a random shrine hater. What's the other node? Unwavering Faith has been reworked. It now grants 50% increased reservation of skills. That's kind of a lot. Unwavering Faith is here. So instead of recovery rate, it gives 50% increased reservation. I mean, that is a lot. With life and mana reservation, yeah. That has some interesting implications on how you could go about what you're reserving and stuff. I don't know if that's an aura bot back, though. Because that's basically giving you, like, one more 50% reservation. Technically a little bit more if you're talking about you can reserve on your life pool too, right? A low life build. Reservation on life pool as well. Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion now grants more cast speed. Wait, what? That's gotta crazy. Oh! Connor! Connor, you're in danger! Wait, what is this? Sanctuary of Thought? What's happening? No longer provides reservation efficiency or cost, and it now gives you regen for percent mana. It's still a pretty good node. I think this is probably mostly weaker, but it's better for, like, builds that actually build into mana regen. I think I am personally more happy about clicking this now. Did that kill Mjolnir? I don't know. That less cost was probably pretty important for any Indigon build. Reservation, I don't know if that mattered or not. I don't know if you played. You don't play the reservation, right? The 1% scales, yes, you can scale this regen. There's not a lot of sources of percent regen, so when you can get some of it, it feels really good generally. So that's gonna be, I don't know exactly where that's gonna shake out. Saboteur node. Added a new shrapnel specialist, which is the 50% chance to return. Okay, which is a very strong node. And then the explosive experts. Past skills now been replaced with the new notable calculated risk, which causes your critical chance to be lucky. Your damage with hits to be unlucky. Requires bomb specialist or shrapnel specialist. Interesting. I mean, that's pretty nice. Especially if you have a low roll range damage. Then it's just crit lucky, which is pretty dang good. Though less cost is pretty bad for Indigon. Yeah, less cost is very important for that node for a lot of like Indigon angle stuff. Does the crit make the damage maxed? No. Crit's a multiplier. Depending on how much crit multi you have. Is Death's Oath viable? Do they actually touch Death's Oath? Alright, Elementalist. Okay, Elementalist has a lot of things. Hold on. Witch class? Is there a good witch class? I'm playing champion, let's be honest. Is there a good witch class, though? The Shaper of Storm's Ascendancy passive skill no longer has 25% more lightning ailment effect. You inflict reach high chance. It now has shocks. For your hits, always increase the damage by at least 25% instead of 50. Okay. So, just buffed, I guess, for the most part. It's easier to get 50 plus shocks with Elementalists. Cool. Shaper of Wintry no longer has the 50%. It now has reduced by 15%. Your chills can reduce up to 40%. Instead, it now causes enemies chill by you. Your hits to lessen their damage, dealt by half the chill effect. Enemies chill by your hits Have damage increase taken by chill effect. I'm not sure how that feels. I mean, that's probably overall just a benefit, right? It makes them tankier, and it makes enemies take increased damage. That's like the Surfcaster node? Yeah, it's exactly like the Surfcaster node. Shaper of Flames. No longer has a 25% more damage with the hits of the highest tower fire. It now causes enemies ignited by you to convert 40% of their physical to fire. Okay. So now it helps you deal with the fact your phys mitigation sucks. That's actually kind of nice too. You lose damage though. RIP, Shaper of Flames. Guys, one of the hardest things for elementals to do is deal with phys damage. And this heavily mitigates phys damage. All damage ignites. They removed the all damage ignites. Wait, did they actually remove that? I thought it was just an exit. Did I read this wrong? No longer has 25% more damage with ignites you inflict with hits which highest damage is fire. It still has the, I think it still has the all damage ignite, guys. You're trading 25% more, which sometimes some builds didn't even use this, for enemies now have 40% phys conversion, which is a very heavy phys mitigation layer. This plus having like a, you know, like Witch has a hard time getting armor. Now your armor is much more effective. I don't know, guys. I think this is a buff to Witch. I like one of your hardest things to deal with is phys damage. You got tankier? Yeah, I think Witch's hardest thing to deal with is phys damage. I don't know. Yeah, you guys can be mad about this, but I feel like this is a benefit. Liege of the Primordial Ascendancy nodes. +2 number of golems, previously 1. And now gives golems are immune to elemental damage. So +1 golem. Golementalists. Now looking, did they just combine these nodes? Is that what they did? Legion Primordial, +2, previously 1, and grant summon immune. So they just get the immune earlier? Is that what it is? So this just means as a 2-point, that feels good to click even without grabbing this. Oh yeah, we should read the, that's right, I should read the node behind it. I mean, this is pretty good as a 2-pointer. But it took, it doesn't say anything about removing the revive. Has been replaced with a new notable, Bringer of Ruin, which grants 66% increased mana reservation of Herald skills. Increased Herald buff effect, no longer requires Liege of the Primordial. I think, yeah, so they're moving this down to here pretty much. As a 2-pointer, that's pretty good. Golem monster's just 2 points. Well, you can use it either as a golem build or as a self-cast build. Because basically what you're getting is when you click this node, you get 3 golems that resummon that are immune to elemental damage, and they have 100% buff effect. Like, that's a pretty good 2-pointer. Like, just as like whatever build you're playing, super generically good. Like, I'd probably pick that on my first lab 90% of the time compared to every other node here. You lose a lot of golem buff effects. The golem buff effect's still there. Well, you lose this. You lose the scaling buff effect. Like, if you were going to stack 10 of them or whatever, right? But if I just put down Chaos Golem, that's freaking like 14 PDR, 12 PDR, whatever it is. Is it base 5 or is it base 6 PDR for the Golem? Whatever. You get the Golem PDR, you get, let's say, the Golem that gives attack and cast speed, and you get another, 14% attack and cast speed, and then you have a percent damage Golem or regen Golem or whatever, right? And they now all have good uptime, they resummon themselves, and they're immune to elemental damage, so they don't die too much. They changed Golems as well. Golem Scavenging. Chaos Golem now grants Chaos Res at all gem levels, replacing the 5 PDR. And it now grants Dot Multi. Ooh, okay. So 32 Dot Multi plus 34 Chaos Res? Hey, Hey, that's pretty good. That's kind of cracked. Okay, what else do they got? Let's take a little look-see. Flame Golem now grants 20 to 29, previously 15 to 20. And also grants AoE. Yo! Losing the PDR, you're telling me you trade 32 Chaos Style multi with 34 Chaos Res, and you'd rather have 10 PDR? I don't know. 40 AoE plus 60 damage. That first lab's looking kind of good. Now grants 40% crit chance, and also grants accuracy. So basically can fix your accuracy. And the speed is now 10% and fixes mana. Yeah, that first lab for Elemental is looking real nice. You skipped Trickster? I already looked at Trickster. We're kind of jumping around right now. Check Stone Golem? Oh, I didn't check Stone Golem. Now also grants 20% increased global defense. Hey, that's pretty good too. Yeah, Golem, the Golem Elementalist angle looking pretty hot. Not global. I think it's a wording issue. I think it probably is the same as global defenses. I don't think this is giving you like a more multiplier or anything if that's what you're thinking. I think it's probably the same as 20% increased global defenses. And you get Golem effect on the tree? Yeah, that's true. That's true. You have these nodes right here, right? +1 Golem, 80 Golem effect. So you have 3x Golem benefit and 4 Golems. So you get 40 AoE, 60% damage, 30 Dom multi, 30 Chaos Res. That first lab is actually just kind of crazy, man. We might start, okay, Elementalist start or Champ start. Those both look very tempting. There's a lot of ways we could use those. Anoint that? You're on the which side of the tree? This is already like a decent area of the tree. I think you would just spec it. It's not like these nodes aren't good. Like Golem life and 40% Golem effect. It's not like these points aren't good. What's the, oh, and you know what? At 4 Golems, you can use the minion notable, right? Isn't there a minion notable that gives you % damage per Golem? How much is it? Is it like 15%, 10%? What is it? I think it's a large cluster notable, I want to say, on minions. Primordial Bond. 25 life, 10% damage per Golem, and 40 Golem effect. Dude, I don't know, man. You're gonna have such cracked AoE. The Elemental Art looks like kinda good. Not gonna lie, it looks really freaking good. I moved the Lamppost of King's Arch, thank goodness, yeah. Time for the Bleed Elementalist. Unironically, I hate to say it, but I think there is an argument for Bleed Elementalist now. I hate to say it, and I do freaking hate to say it, because it's the freaking it's freaking been haunting me for the past year. Freaking Nippleips, he brought that up, and it's just a joke that wouldn't die. It's the dumbest thing. It's actually real now. How did he know? He freaking knew, man. He knew. Stone Golem of Safeguarding. The thing about Stone Golem of Safeguarding is pretty legit. The thing about Stone Golem is it kind of Safeguarding kind of dies. Maybe it would feel fine though, with being auto elemental damage immune with the % life you'll get throughout the tree. What makes a Bleed Elementalist good? Well, previously it was just a meme. It was just complete cope, but with how good the Elementalist Ascendancy is, you can probably scale it pretty much with like Golem minion clusters and stuff, and Dom multi and be pretty chillin'. Death's Oath. Did they actually buff Death's Oath? Are you guys messing with me? Death's Oath. No, guys. No. Don't Do not read this and think Death Oath is doing damage. No, so help me. Why'd they even add this line? Because you know what this line means? This line means I'm gonna have people being like, look, Lance, it got buffed. It's good now. No, it still deals no damage. Okay, do not log into Death Oath. I don't want to hear about Death Oath. This changes nothing. It needs so much more base damage than this. It changes everything. It changes nothing. It changes absolutely nothing. Memories, it's important. All right, I'll control of memories. Control of memories. Memories is Anna herself and manifest dangerous threats. This is just like the thing, right? Oh, you mean the Keurig memories? Is that what you mean? Like, and get Atlas memories have been removed. Existing items will be deleted on logging in. Existing memories on your Atlas have been removed. Okay. Introduce a new red tier Keurig mission that you might recognize from previous Atlas memories. Okay. So basically, the Belton strat is gonzo. The old just buy memories and run them on repeat. Right? That might significantly impact the bird economy. Like significantly impact it. I guess maybe there's gonna be a value tied to scouting missions now. The multi-boxers will pay you big money to do scouting missions just to get the bird memory, right? I did the harvest memory for money. Yeah, if this was your league start strategy, doing the harvest memory, pack your things. Rip that one guy's video. Yeah, that one guy too got wrecked. Avian Pursuit disabled. Memory rotas on TFT. Yeah, people might do rotas with them now. Or people will like sell spots or something. I don't know. I adjusted the banana to move closely match the size of Calgarian version. I don't know what that means, but okay. Ice Nova got Giga Nerf. Did they actually hit Ice Nova? Ice Nova, Frost Bolts can now expand up to 2 Frost Bolts. Previously 4, and no longer has 25% less AoE. Okay, so overlaps easier, but it already overlapped a lot. It now has a much smaller base radius. Oh, okay. Not too bad, not too bad. ED slightly buffed. Essence Drain now deals more damage. Desperation deals more damage. Exsanguinate deals more damage. I mean, can we count this as a self-cast buff? Maybe? I don't know if it's a very big one, but it's something, right? Technically a buff. Like, you know, it's 20%. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. It's like 20% for a lot of these. What about Vortex? Let's check Vortex. Vortex now has higher effectiveness. Now has higher base cold. It does not say anything about instant cast. So I think what I'm gathering right now is dot skills are probably still not very good compared to hit-based skills. But they are nerfing a lot of the hit-based stuff. Check Archmage. Archmage Power Siphon now has much less effectiveness and now has an attack speed of this. So basically the same thing that happened to regular Power Siphon was attack effectiveness nerfed, but attack speed buffed. What about regular Archmage? Archmage got nerfed on top end by another 20% or something like that. Check Spellslinger. Did they actually touch Spellslinger? Now has a base reservation of 20% instead of 30 to 25. Oh, thank goodness. So now when you use it as a reservation, it's not completely terrible from the start. Don't know if that makes Spellslinger good, but it helps. It's sizable. Makes it not suck to start, right? There's also the Mastery. I do want to check the runecraft things. We already looked at Ralakash. Yeah, we saw the hit Ralakash. Wait. Boom. Dang, look at our board, man. Can I hit this square even though it's a Sanctum Nerf? You know, I think I want to hit that square just in case, you know? They nerfed Fire Trap? Good. Fire Trap was ridiculous. Deserved nerf to an overtuned dot skill that made the other dot skills look bad. That being said, I mean, Fire Trap probably didn't really deserve it because compared to other dot skills, compared to other skills, like it was the best of the bad category, right? Flame Blast? What happened to Flame Blast? Flame Blast. Celerity now has a slower cast time, has higher mana cost, has better radius, has more damage, now provides more damage paid previously. Okay, so it just got better damage than it did before. Can we read from the top? We've gotten a little bit distracted with looking at other things. Scorching Ray was already better than Fire Trap? No, Scorching Ray was never better than Fire Trap. Scorching Ray was, how do I put this? It was a better skill once you had a very good Righteous Fire. But the thing is, that was contingent on that was contingent on having a really high ES pool to make your Righteous Fire damage to make the minus 25 exposure worth it. Now provides fire exposure of additional 5%. Yo, that's really nice, actually. So now you can, like, enhance Scorching Ray and stuff. So you can get, like, a minus 35 res. That's a buff to Righteous Fire. Let's check Righteous Fire. Is Righteous Fire on here? Is it just Arcane Devotion? Righteous Fire Arcane Devotion now grants more cast speed at all levels. Wait a minute! I'm gonna shut up about this before I say too much. I'm gonna shut up about this. I'm not gonna say anything. This is good. I'm not gonna say why. I'm not gonna talk about it because I don't want them to patch. And I'm gonna use it on a character. Burning of Arrow, Vigor buffed. Nope. No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. Okay, everybody? Just keep it down. Okay, it's fine. That's a good change to Arcane Devotion. Very cool. Very cool. I'm gonna buy the Arcane Devotions. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Isn't more cast speed good for any self-caster build, though? It is very good for any self-caster, correct. Yes. Yes, it is a good thing. For sure. They killed Frostblades at Catabasis? Wait, why? Effectiveness now is 86. So basically they're just saying, hey, stop playing this as a hit-based skill. Is that what this is? What? It wasn't. I don't know, man. That's really funny. That's really funny. It got gutted because Rutu was hyping it up, I guess. Rutu's too popular, therefore it gets nerfed. I don't know why they would. This totally doesn't deserve it, but sure. It so can be used as a alternative. This isn't like anywhere close to competing with Lightning Strike, guys. Frostblade's only ever hit once. It was just a pretty good feels good skill type of thing. It wasn't like OP. But you know what? Nah, I don't know. Freaking wrecked, I guess. Catabasis was a bad skill before. Yeah, it wasn't good before. It was just like nice quality life mapping. It was like a mid-level skill. So this just now if you're using it for hit based, I don't know what you're doing. Okay, what about splitting steel? Because if they don't nerf splitting steel, did they remember splitting steel? No longer can return. Oh my word! Yo, they actually remembered. Thank you. That's so nice. Because like, what was gonna happen is it was just literally gonna be, oh, LS got destroyed. Now we just use the other skill that does more effectiveness that just doesn't look as cool. Oh, thank goodness they did this one too. They actually got it. Freaking nice. Now has better effectiveness, but yeah, I mean, all its entire damage was based on this. LS not destroyed? Lightning Strike? I thought it was a 50% damage nerf. I mean, effectiveness of Val Lightning Strike went down. What was the, yeah. 50% LS on projectile damage. How's that not destroyed? I think it's a pretty big hit to it. I think that'll take it out of the meta. I don't think it was that far ahead compared to a lot of other things necessarily. Because you have to factor in like a lot of the damage was when you start getting return proges and other stuff like that, right? Penance Brand? Oh, let's check Penance Brand. They got splitting. They didn't get Penance Brand. They got friggin' splitting steel. So Volcanic Fissure of Snaking looking very good. Is Zenith gonna be meta? Zenith's decent. I don't think it's gonna be meta. There'll probably be people still playing it though. There are probably people still playing it. Incinerate. What's Incinerate got going on? Just out of curiosity, did Incinerate get buffed? Oh my word, this looks higher. I can already tell Connor's gonna be like, oh, Incinerate Avenging's the best, and a maximum of 15 stages. Previously 12? Now deals 3 to 5. And now gives +3. It get what? What? Wait a minute. Wait, Incinerate's actually Incinerate Eventing was already pretty good. Connor is gonna be make a video about this skill, I think. We'll have to look at the rest of the patch notes, but I think Connor's gonna be he's gonna be talking about Incinerate Eventing. He's not gonna be able to stop talking about it. So right now it's 14 stages, 25% more per stage. Hold on, let's do a little bit of calculator math. Okay, so 14 times 25, 350. So 50 times 4.5 divided by 0.17 is like 1300 effectiveness, right? With this change, which is now 18 stages, it goes from 1300 to, let's see. So 5.5 times 0.55, right? Oops, hold on. I didn't mean to do that. 55 times 5.5 divided by 0.17. So it just got like, what? 30% more damage. It's now at 18% of 1800% effectiveness skill. Incinerated Venting is. With that one change. Like, that's pretty crazy. The stages give radius, right? I guess they have a cap on the stages. Connor's gonna be talking. This Incinerated Venting was already good. This is actually like really, really good now. And new channeling support. Oh, what's the new channeling thing? Let me look at that. Infused channeling. While channeling a support skill, you take 12% less damage, previously 8. So infused channeling buffed. Focused channeling is now offered at the witch. Can be purchased. Does it tell us what it is? It was in the trailer, right? It was in the trailer. The new maps. We'll get there, Sadith. We'll get there. Will the Scion have reflected changes? Maybe. I think if it's not in the notes, then it's not there. Blind Lance. Am I blind? Oh, I am blind. Focus channel support. Support channel spells you cast yourself, significantly empowering the damage of the support gems skills the longer they are cast, while also increasing their cost the longer they're cast. Okay. Does it? Get a little Indigon style ramp. Indigon channeling meta. You can okay. I'll put. You can't really do Indigon with channeling. Well, okay, you can maybe with some weird lasagna flask cheese. But the thing about channeling skills with Indigon is it just ramps so fast you instantly stop being able to cast. Pretty much. The way the mana cost ramps with channel skills, it just gets crazy. What was the movement speed thing for casters? Arcane Surge. Oh, they said they changed Arcane Surge, right? Arcane Surge now grants 20% increased cast speed. Yeah. And so if you scale the increased effect, then you get more movement speed out of those boots. Intensity stacks are lost slower while moving. Winter Orb. Yeah, we'll check Winter Orb. Winter Orb now has effectiveness of added damage of 60%, 39 to 49. So it has... Yeah, we already looked at this, right? Basically, it ramps better, it lasts longer, it hits harder. Sizable Winter Orb buff. Whether or not it's good enough to make Winter Orb good, I don't know. We could consider this for our Elementalist start, maybe. With all the AoE we have, we might have pretty good overlap on this. With like good cast speed and stuff. How do you guys feel about Winter Orb Elementalist? Because we can get really good cast speed. We can get really good AoE. So that we can get easy projectile overlapping. I don't know. That'd be tempting. A Winter Orb Elementalist? What AoE? So if you look at Elementalist tree, like if you pull this open, this right here, 60 AoE. That's a very big AoE node. But the Golem node is actually an AoE node too. You may not realize it, but the new Flame Golem gives 20 AoE. So if we have like 300% Golem effect, which we could get with a couple Primordial Bonds and the nodes on the tree, we're looking at like 80 AoE from the Golem. So just on the Ascendancy, we're like 140 AoE just on the Ascendancy. That's a really good baseline. Like... That sounds pretty freaking fun to me. That sounds pretty fun to me. Golems die though. The Ascendancy has built-in Golem revival and elemental immunity. And if you're going Primordial Bond, you get percent Golem life nodes and stuff like that, right? It's all pretty synergistic. Like this node, I'm just thinking about this node. It sounds so freaking nice. Dude, that sounds really tempting to me. Winter Orb Elementalist, we'd just be flying. We would just be flying. 50% shocks, AoE. I think I would be tempted to just, I mean, we could go the Fizz mitigation route with all damage ignite, or we could go damage route. I think I might just go damage route just because why not? Because we get the percent defense if we go Stone Golem regen and stuff. Is Righteous Fire safe? Yeah, Righteous Fire looks good. Oh, I should check Ivory Tower. I don't think Ivory Tower is going to be on here, but I should check. Ivory Tower, not on here. Shapers, Touch, not on here. Righteous Fire, I think it's just buffed. Scorching Ray got better. Like, we just got an additional minus 10 res on enemies, which is just more damage. Ralakesh? I was never much of a Ralakesh build enjoyer. Ralakesh to me was always a very boring item because Ralakesh builds was basically just you equip the same set of uniques. Like basically you just equip a couple different charge uniques. If you're a power charge stacker, it would be, you know, Malachai's Loop, Void Battery, power charge equal to Frenzy, the chest piece, the belt, you know. It always kind of had the same build order. Or if you're doing like an endurance charge build, you would do the freaking endurance charge belt, like stuff like that. They all kind of ended up looking basically the same. It was one of those builds where I was like, oh, if we were doing 10D challenge, it's a super easy 10D challenge because the boots always become super cheap and all the baseline uniques are super cheap, but it was just the same build every single time, right? Now you do the same combo, but it'll be worse. Well, now you have to kind of pick and choose how you're going about it, right? And you have to have some generation. Now there needs to be a little bit more thought involved in it. Resistance modifiers can no longer roll or be crafted on weapons. Hey, that's kind of a plus. No more resistance rolls on weapons. Sounds like a bit win to me. Elements shock's now 25. Yeah, so you don't need that much shock effect to scale it up, really. Talk me off of the edge of doing ED Contagion Golem Mentalist. Do Blight Contagion. Did they buff Blight Contagion? Holy, they did. Do Blight Contagion. Do Blight Contagion. Don't do ED. Do Blight Contagion. It's just better. It's just better. Don't do ED. Do Blight Contagion. Guardian useless for RF. No more regen per aura. It lost the regen per aura. It still has the Giga regen node, and it gained more reservation effectiveness. I'm not sure exactly how that shakes out. It might be slightly better. It might be slightly worse. I'm not sure. The Scion RF, as far as I can tell, is looking pretty good, though. Because I don't think none of the major items were hit. Did they nerf any of the heist jewelry? Simplex? No. Helical? No. Reflecting Mist? A message is now output whenever the nameless seer reflecting mist spawns randomly. Okay, that's something. That's it. Burning Arrow? Did Barf get buffed? Burning Arrow Vigor now has slightly better attack speed. Has slightly lower mana cost. And is way better effectiveness. maybe made the Barf angle. I don't know, guys. I'm thinking about this Elementalist Winter Orb angle. Elementalist Winter Orb sounds like such a good time. Oh, I'm gonna keep saying it. Elementalist Winter Orb sounds like a good time. Elementalist looking spicy in general. Yeah, I think I might be logging in. I've been told witch defense is bad, guys. you can't do witch defense. It's not real. I don't know. I think I'm logging in. Build it with a new Ascendancy with a more buff effect, Herald of Ice. You know? How would that feel, actually? Would that feel pretty good? 66% reservation plus buff effect? I don't know, man. The Heralds are still kind of weak. Let's see. Is there any other Herald changes throughout the patch? Because if you could get Herald of Ice like popping and blowing up stuff, it would feel pretty good. Allomancer. No, it doesn't look like it. With all the AoE, yeah, it would feel Herald of Ice, you know, maybe Herald of Ice would feel good. I don't know if you'd spend the I don't think you'd spend the Ascendancy point though on it. You think the new unique Prosperos can be doubled again with Calandra? Prosperos? What's Prosperos? I don't think I know what Prosperos is. I don't know what we're talking about. It's meh flat. Yeah, I don't think the increased effectiveness of the Herald is worth it. Like, we could include Herald of Ice in the build just because, like, fun explosions. But I don't think it'd be worth using. It's the ring on the release site. All right, let's take a look at the ring. I didn't get a look at that. Ooh, hold on. I want to look at the spectral throw of Trathus. Spectral throw of Trathus. Flat damage for this. Fires 23 projectiles. 6 fire shard. Fires 6 shards at a time until all fired. Here's a projectile which deals offhand damage. When it reaches the target location, it hovers in place and repeatedly shoots shards. Interesting. So you could like chuck the shield out and it just keeps hitting the enemy like 4 times in a row or something. Like you get extra hits out of it, maybe? It was in the reveal. Do you have a timestamp for it? We could try to look at it. Stormcall, trace this, which is the blood dot Stormcall. That's kind of cool. I'm asking because of the new ring. Okay, let me find the new ring. Let me find the new ring real quick, just so I know what the hell we're talking about, because I don't think I've seen the new ring. Where's the new ring we keep talking about? It's not this. It's not that. It's not this. Okay, Prosperous Protection. Armor from equipped shield is doubled gain to armor from body armor. You're asking if this would make shield throws damage increase? I kind of don't think so. I just don't think it would. It won't. I don't think that will work that way. Enmity Embrace. What does this do? Reduce fire resistance. Damage penetration. Fire res equal to your overcap fire res. That reduced fire res penalty is a ton. But also, that is a ton of fire pen. That is very interesting. That kind of does make you want to play Chieftain. Also, self-damage is very build-aroundable, right? The take damage when you use a skill. There's a lot of like self-cast loop stuff you can do with that. That's a pretty cool ring. I think this is going to be... I think Joseph is going to like freaking probably want to log in and do something with this for sure. Like 200 fire pen. You have to remember, guys, it's 55% reduced fire res. That means you need a lot of resistance. I mean, it's still really good. Who am I kidding? Like every 40 fire res rolls 20 pen, you know? It shows it at 2220. I don't think I have the YouTube video open for the trailer. Give a link to the video. Spectral shield throw, or somebody has it.
As you start.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I see. Went back too far. That's pretty neat. You throw it out and goes boom, 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 and it shoots out. That's cool. Seems good. What's the... Oh, let me check the regular spectral throw. Like, how much better is that than regular spectral shield throw? Regular spectral shield throw... So it's maybe about half the effectiveness, but it hits 4 times. So maybe twice as much single target, maybe? So it's probably just a stronger skill than this, right? This is 5 to 9 for 15. And this one is, what, 3 to 5? So it's a little bit more than half the damage. No resist mods on weapons? Yep, we did hear about that. Memory Shard Amber. Wine of the Prophet. This thing's pretty freaking cool. This feels like it could be a chase flask type of thing. What do I think about the 7-link flask? I think this is probably going to be not very strong. This is probably going to fit in the category of, for a budget, it can be a fun build. I think its scalability is going to be a little bit whack, is my guess. For a few reasons. Starfall is set to level 20, so it has a limitation in level scaling. And then on top of that, this axe does not have good base damage. I think it's going to be something that's fun to play, but not necessarily OP, is my guess. It's a two-hander? Yeah, it's a two-hand axe. It is kind of limiting. The gain damage of every element is good, right? But at the same time, is the Starfall a spell? Or is it scale with melee damage? Like, I thought it was a one, now it's a two-hander. I think it'll probably be something that's fun to play or build around, but not necessarily good. Not when you want to push hard content, is my guess. It's not every element, it's just one element. Of a random element, yeah, it is just one. Could you put 6 support gems in it? Yep. That axe is disgustingly overpowered. How can you can't know if it's overpowered or not based on this. You'd have to know what the Starfall stuff does, right? You think Ice Nova Archmage with Settlers is dead? It's significantly weaker. I'd probably do Ball Lightning of Orbiting instead of it. Yeah, that looks cool. I think we'll do a throw build. I think League Start, I'm thinking unironically Winter Orb. How much am I gonna regret clicking Winter Orb on League Start, guys? How much am I gonna regret my Winter Orb League Start plan? I'm thinking I might start it. I'm tempted. I don't know. I'm pretty tempted. I think it might just be bad, but it also might be a lot of fun. It's not Scion RF, so it will fail. Okay, no. I'm still gonna make the Scion RF guy, and I haven't seen anything that tells me Scion's getting nerfed, guys, so. The Scion RF guy is definitely still happening. Volcanic Fisher Saint, yep, that should still be very good. If you start out once, you gotta respec bleed later. I don't think so. I think we'll just do straight up. We'll just go straight up warbing. Just straight up warbing. Just do warbing into what golems would it be? Stone Golem. Well, okay, it's definitely Flame Golem. Flame Golem, AoE damage. It's definitely not Ice Golem. It's probably Lightning Golem. Lightning Golem, Speed, and solved mana regen. So you click this Ascendancy, you solve your mana regen, you get Speed, you get AoE. I mean, Stone Golem still has a ton of regen, right? And percent defense is good. Chaos Rest from the Chaos Golem, yeah. Crit chance is good, is decent too, unironically. The accuracy we wouldn't benefit from. Stone Golem, the dot multi, if we're doing Winter Orb, we wouldn't benefit from the dot multi. You get 3 right away, you get 4. By the time you're in normal lab, you could totally have these 3 nodes clicked. You get 4. Like let's say you're doing Winter Orb, you know? Cold nodes are right here, Golem node right here. If you wanted to do Herald of Ice, you could, right? Like, you have a lot of stuff that's pretty good right here anyways. Stop the warp copium? Dude, I'm gonna cope my way into logging into it. I think it's gonna be fun. What's gonna be a good Sanctum runner this league? Energy Blade seems pretty much unchanged as far as I can tell, so that'll be a good Sanctum runner. They said they're nerfing Sanctum though, so we're gonna need to see what all they're nerfing there, if they're like making it not a good League Start strategy like entirely. My guess is it'll probably still be good, but we'll see. What would be the 4th Ascendancy for Warb Elementalist? I think I would want to play Convergence for AoE, Mastermind Discord minus res, a little bit of regen, Legion Primordial, and probably Shaper of Storms. You could play Aegis for tank, but I'm thinking I'd want to play Shaper of Storms, or Shaper of Winter would be good as well. Elementalist, Righteous Fire, and I think Elementalist, Righteous Fire would be good too on Lake Start, yeah. Elementalist, Righteous Fire would be good on Winter too. The Chamber Winter Changes are pretty strong, yeah. You get 15 DR on enemy damage, and you get 30% increased damage taken, right? With 30% chills. That's that could be worth for sure. Did I check any of the battle cries? I didn't. We'll check the battle cries. Infernal Cry had mana cost change. Is that it? That's it? That's nothing. But taking Convergence and running Occultist is better for sure. I think you're sleeping on these Golem nodes, man. I would say Elementalist taking Forbidden Power is definitely going to be better than Occultist taking Convergence. But you do you, man. You do you. I think this Golem node's great. Aside from the Golem node, though, second build we do this league. I think we're gonna do a champ. Second build is gonna the champ changes are crazy good too. The champ changes are real cool. Fortify stack, yeah. the champ changes are nice. I don't know what type of champ we'll do, but oh, there's a lot of things we could do with champ. It would have to be something attack based with the attack speed, but the champ changes are nice. Let's go on champ. It could be pretty much any attack based perseverance angle. I think it'll be fun. Something probably with it'd probably be with I'd be tempted to do a Bloodthirst angle. Something to take advantage of the easy adrenaline uptime if you do like Petrified Blood, Life Flask combo, stuff like that. Just to guarantee you're having this like permanently up and whatnot. Although that being said, the adrenaline node does get significantly weaker once you start considering something like Perseverance. The champ angle might just be Worthy Foe, Inspirational, Fortitude, Unstoppable Hero. It could be something like that. It could also be Inspirational, Master of Metal. It could be like an Impale build too. There's a lot of good ways to go with it, I think. If I can figure out what to do Impale, Blade Blast, of Unloading on champ, could be fun. Good luck, man. Good luck. Is EE dead? EE's good. It's still good. I wouldn't say dead. I would say Lightning Strike is dead. Or maybe not the best option for sure now. But EE Trickster's probably still a pretty good build. How much is, did they do anything to Molten Strike besides Zenith? Okay, they did nerf Molten Strike as well, slightly. I don't think Lightning Strike is dead, to be honest. It's a lot less of a dominant situation, I would say. It's probably still going to be somewhat popular. Well, I don't know. I think with the fact so many people played it so much and then it got a decent nerf is enough to be like people are going to want to play other things. I think it'll be pretty heavy situation where people want to just play something else because they remember what it used to be, you know what I mean? They nerf Return Proj, Locust Mine. Ooh, did they bug fix Locust Mine? They didn't bug fix it. It doesn't look like it, at least. Can you go back from the start? Yeah, we'll look at the start. Oh, my goodness. There's a lot of good things. Alright, I'm going to make it so the alerts are back on and playing. And we're gonna go through this. Got a lot of stuff. Get some background. Relaxing, maybe Oblivion soundtrack. Something to set the mood for the rest of the patch notes. Something to appreciate. Yes, very peaceful. Majestic and even. I'm playing Oblivion right now? Hell yeah. All right. From the top of the patch notes. YouTube has music. Oh no, what have I done? All right. Should be fixed now. My bad. My bad. My bad, thank you. I changed the wrong audio setting. All right. That should be good now. Didn't Shaper of Flames used to say 40% convert to fire? Now it says 30. It was 40 when we read it, I think. Maybe they live updated it. %? No, it says 40. It says 40. Looking at the ruthless changes? Yeah, he might be looking at the ruthless changes. He might be looking at the ruthless changes. You got lost and started looking at the old ruthless changes. All right. So we have the new mechanic, Egon. Egan is the apparently brother of Zana. Do the memory stuff. We already know all of this. Not really patch note change stuff. My Axio. Slim Duncan, appreciate the prime, man. Thanks for the support. Then we have the Mercenaries of Trarthus, which is basically each zone we get to fight a dude. We either get to steal his loot, we get to hire him, or we get to banish him, so that way we find better dudes if we're like looking for a certain guy, probably. What caster ability suggest? Because I see Hexblast Mines that goes strong. That'll still be good. Absolutely, if you want to play that, that'll still be good. Yeah, this is just basically the stuff that they showed in the trailer, right? Wait. And this is Challenge League Totem stuff. Cool. Alright, new content. Introduced. Shaper's Exalt, Elder's Exalt, Focus Channeling Support Gem. Randomize the number of Memory Amber on a normal equipped item. Consume all the memory on an item to upgrade the tier of the explicit modifiers based on the number of memory consumed. Is there one where you can like add memory amber to a thing that had no memory amber, so you could just keep going back and forth upgrading it? Mana Stagger Ice Nova, it's a lot worse than it used to be. I'd probably do Ball Lightning of Orbiting. On a normal item. Okay. So basically, you could start off with however much memory amber, start the craft, and maybe if you hit a T2 mod, you can upgrade it if you already got the targeted mods you want. I mean, this stuff sounds like it's going to be pretty strong to build to make crafting more targeted and easy to do for certain things. There's a mini master that allows you to link your golems, and there are links that share your block chance with linked targets, so RF Elementalist stack possible. Could you do RF Elementalist with the Elementalist change? Yeah, RF Elementalist got a lot better for sure. I wonder how many strands interact with recombining. I don't think it will interact with the recombinators. The strand will probably just be like similar to like it's tied to the base basically, like if you had quality on a base type of thing. Average is like item level? Nah, I bet it's just tied to the base. Whichever base wins, the one that had one is it's whatever Memory Gamer keeps, I bet. And we'll find out. Added over 20 uniques, some of which can only be attained through dueling mercenaries. Added 5 new div cards, maybe a Hinnock Warlock div card. Pause the game. Fantastic. Rogue Harbor. Can now be accessed just from the thing, the map. Maximum number of single instance Rogue Harbor has been halved. Oh, that's kind of funny. See a lag less in Rogue Harbor, I guess. Message for these dudes spawning. Cancel unaccepted invites. Continually increment, improve the design. Nice, nice. Did they mention anything about tree changes? So the only thing we saw with tree changes were the new cool mastery things. Gain Val Soul per second. That's kind of cool. There's a chance to curse a non-curse enemy with a random hex on hits. Nova spells cast at marked target instead of around you if possible. Wait, what? Wait. Why does the ring exist? Oh, that's funny. Astral Projector. Nice knowing you. You're worthless now. Oh, it says marked. It says marked. Okay, okay, okay. It does say marked. Okay, so it's not as good. Okay, okay. So reading comprehension. It does say marked. It does say marked. I don't know how I feel about that. If it's marked, I don't know. I don't know if you'd want to lose that functionality while mapping, right? Still pretty good though. Yeah, I guess you have like mark on hits, but mark on hit stuff is like attack based for the most part, or Deadeye mark transfer, right? I really hope they this probably isn't in the patch notes. This will probably be like a PODB data mine situation to figure out what the hell is going on with this stuff. Is RF Guardian still viable? It should be. Basically, the change means you lose out on recovery, but then you gain back aura power. That aura power you probably invest to give you back power elsewhere, so you can invest more in recovery type of thing. I would imagine Guardian will still be quite strong for RF. Would Zerker with Volcanic Fissure still, with an axe, be strong still? It'd probably still be decent. It's not going to be as good with the gain mod. The gain mod, like, almost doubles that, or more than doubles that build's damage, right? But it's probably still going to be pretty legitimate. Axes are obviously better at base than maces. But then again, maces give you overlord, so, like, you know, there's pros and cons. No longer lose experience from a lot of these boss fights. Cool. Alzheimer's removed. We knew how now I've read. This will be interesting. I'm quite curious to see how much this will shift the whole multi-box bird economy, you know? Because so much of the bird economy is based around those sellable, tradable memories, right? And then people multi-boxing them. Half them? Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm interested to see what that'll look like. Might make the crafting pieces a lot more expensive. Yeah, we will see. It's gonna impact it for sure. Maybe it means the memories are gonna be more globally accessible because people will just be randomly finding them doing Keurig missions. But I don't know. Maybe they'll just end up spam buying Keurig missions and they can still like regularly get the memory anyways. I don't know. We'll see what this looks like. Breach splinters drop at the end. Fantastic. Commonly found scarabs now drop at a higher stack sizes in higher tier maps, but are found less often, similar to how common basic currency. Okay, nice. Using Orb of Horizons on Elder Guardians works now. Cool. Completing non-unique map at tier lower than it's naturally found no longer grants the map bonus objective. Interesting. So now you can't just force it with a white Keurig mission or whatever. Blight generation, something, who cares, it's Blight. New maps. All right, what do we have? Acid Caverns, Arid Lake. Arid Lake's okay. I don't like Acid Caverns. I don't think I like his Arsenal. I'm not a big fan of Bazaar. Canyon's good. Conservatory is kind of bleh. Core is definitely bleh. Frozen Caverns is linear but bleh. Ghetto, Grave Trough, Iceberg I like, Park, Peninsula are good. A lot of these are kind of blah. Shipyard's okay, I guess. Villa's decent, I think. I kind of remember what Villa is. Waste Pools is decent. Wharf is decent, I think. All right, what did we lose? So we lost some pretty, or we gained some decent maps, like 5 or 6 of them. What did we lose? Oh, thank goodness. Screw Academy. Yeah. Yeah. See you later. Oh, I hate that map. All right, Burial Chambers, Cage, Caldera, Carcass, Cells, Craters. This is like nonstop W's right now. I mean, Caldera's kind of okay, but everything else. I mean, Coves, okay, we like Coves. I like Dry Sea a decent amount, but Dry Sea Fields, this was like the maps I ran next to Mesa a lot. So hopefully we get like Peninsula / Park next to Mesa. Infested Valley, Lair, Marshes, Pit. I think this is a net positive. We lost Coves, Dry Sea, Fields, but we gained Park, Peninsula, Canyon. We gained, I think Villa's decent. I'm trying to remember. I can't 100% remember. Waste Pool's decent. I think this is a net positive. It's close. There's obviously some bad layouts we definitely got rid of and some bad layouts we got back, but Villa has good pack size. I'm trying to remember what Villa looks like. I think I like Villa, though. That's what my memory is telling me, at least. Villa is the Dominus map boss. Oh, okay. I don't think the layout's that good. It's an okay map, but I don't think I like it that much, actually. Tower, yeah, Tower. Remember Tower League? I remember Tower League with nurses and stuff, right?
Monk, I need a monk.
Monk.
Stormbind login.
Stormbind login. Did they buff Stormbind? You're making me look, but I'm curious. I like Stormbind. They didn't touch Stormbind as far as I can tell. So I don't know about Stormbind login, but all right. What else do we got? Champion was buffed and the EA wasn't nerfed. Yeah, I bet you're pretty happy about that. New support will work with Stormbind, though. Ooh, that is a good point. The ramping cost thing, which is pretty dang important for Stormbind. For how fast you can, like, blow up the runes and stuff. That is a good point. That is a nice buff for Stormbind. The changes to Hyro. Oh, yeah, because the less cost was actually a downside for Stormbind Hyro. Funny enough, that actually is a Hyro buff. That's funny to think about. All right, so I think this is overall decent. I think this is a win. I think we traded. Oh, we'll have to see what the layouts of like the different connected maps are and stuff, but I think overall I like this set of maps slightly more than this set of maps. All right, what else do we have here? Map tiers and locations have been shuffled, though the pin locations for maps have not been changed. Most maps are now initially found at a different tier. Okay. I don't know what that means by pin locations. Yeah, I have no idea what that means by pin location. Some map bosses you are required to defeat to upgrade the Pantheon have changed as a result. Okay, fair enough. Crafting recipes have been shuffled, and the ones that were previously unlocked in the maps have now been removed from the Atlas. They're now found with other maps currently in the Atlas. Sorry, I dropped my water, guys. That's my bad. That's my bad. I knocked it down. This means the Atlas graph looks the same, but the maps are shuffled in between. Okay, fair enough. Hopefully, there's some good maps that we can bounce back and forth from. All right, Atlas passive tree changes. Let's see how much they have in here. There's probably more than this than what they're listing, right? Atlas passive skills now provide additional chance for your maps to contain a master or extra content that can be turned off through the Atlas passive. Now causes scares your maps to have increased chance to scare with that type. So if you run Harby, you could probably farm Harbinger scares while running Harby. Very nice. Ruthless, not affected. Intelligence gathering notable has been replaced with new lethal extraction, which causes executing Mortal Syndicate members to grant intelligence to their current division equal to 2 times their rank. Ooh. Pretty nice. But they no longer gain the additional rank? Is that what it is? I can log in and look at this. Is that the one that gave 10 random intelligence? Okay, so now this node you actually can click without feeling bad about it, maybe? That seems like just a buff. Just a straight buff. Because that node, I literally just don't click it on the tree because it would just randomly fill intelligence when I don't want it to. That's just an outright buff. That's like you don't even need the intelligence scarab. That's pretty nice. Are we grab farming, guys? Any grab farmers in chat? Did they nerf grab? I guess they didn't really say if they nerf grab. We don't know. They might have nerfed grab. They also might have made things just better, you know? Like a lot of those betrayal crafts and stuff seem pretty cracked. What else do we have here? Straight and narrow notable passive, which prevents ore deposits as Calgar scares from appearing on map. Okay. Added an Atlas memory cluster, including following passives, which is chance to find the specific boss. And lucky stuff. And I guess they just haven't told us about. There's probably a lot more stuff that they're not really going into. This seems pretty limited compared to what they were like showing on the tree a bit. Can I gild a fossil in a certain armor and then tailing orbit, then use an omen of fortune on it to turn it into its respective unique and keep the enchant and the gilded fossil? You can keep the enchant. I think you can keep the gilded fossil too. I think I think both of those work. Does it reset your board? No, they changed it. The board doesn't get reset now. So you can still just run the Katarinas. Almost a year of building, Johan is satisfied. So gold, you can still use. Currency exchange, gold. Invite you to, upon reaching end game, it'll invite you to King's March. Oh no, what are we getting rated? Yo, Ziz! What the hell? Ziz, what's going on, man? I'm guessing it's pretty late for you, dude. Thanks for the raid. Welcome everybody from Ziz's stream. Ziz is not mad, guys. Ziz is a very patient and kind person. What's going on, guys? Welcome. Ziz, okay, first, full stop, Ziz. Without really knowing everything, what class are you starting? Is it champion? Are you thinking about champion EA? Are you thinking about it a little bit? What was sticking out to you? I'm thinking about play. I kind of want to play Winter War of Elementalists. I wasn't thinking about EA, really, but now I am. I thought you would have been all about the champion changes. The champion changes with the freaking your fortify is instantly at max. You have you can go straight to conquer if you want for the enemies can't avoid. I'm gonna do the boss race. Oh, okay. So you're gonna try hard. Fair enough. I can respect it. I don't think I want to do the boss race. I'm gonna chill and accept the fact that I'm a slow player. I gotta go to sleep. All right, you have a good night, dude. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. You take care. We kind of jumped around a little bit in the patch notes, looking at a bunch of stuff, and then we jumped. Now we're going through it a little bit more systematically now. For those of you that came from Ziz's stream. But okay, actually, instead of talking about that, real quick, people from Ziz's stream, because I'm freaking hyped about it, and I'm gonna try to sell you guys on it. Okay, think about this, guys. Think about this. Okay, Elementalists, hear me out. This is my sales pitch, guys. This is a little elevator pitch. Okay, do you see this right here? This right here. Look at this. Liege of Primordial +2 golems instead of +1 now grants elemental immunity. Okay, hear me out. That's this node. This node now says +2 golems and immunity to elemental damage. You click this for 2 points. You click this wheel for 3 points. You now have 4 golems that have 3x power, okay? And then you go over here and you go, what does a flame golem do? And you see that you now have 60% AoE, 90% damage. You look at stone golem, what's that? 60% increased defense, armor and evasion without actually clicking armor and evasion, and like 300 plus regen. You look at freaking lightning golem, what's that? It fixed your mana regen while giving you 30% attack and cast speed so you can shield charge around fast while having good cast speed. Oh, and what's that? You're coping that Winter Orb's good now because you have an Elementalist with 60% AoE from Legion of the Primordial and 60% AoE from here, and all the projectiles are going to shotgun? Holy, we're shield charging around. We're channeling full stacks. Oh, it's gonna be a good time, man. Think about it. You had me until Winter Orb? Okay. At baseline, I think Elementals could do a lot now. I'm just coping about the Winter Orb thing. I still have like a week to talk myself out of it. Okay? I have a week to talk myself out of it. You lose the AoE with Convergence. It just procs when you hit a unique enemy. And then you have damage. And that's okay. Because damage is nice too, right? 25% more cast speed. Oh yeah. That is, I think, okay, I'm not going to talk about the thing that's going to get it nerfed. I'll talk about the thing that's just because it's good in general. Righteous Fire Arcane Devotion is extremely easy to sustain, and it grants cast speed because Arcane Devotion is dependent on your mana pool. I'm gonna not talk about what's gonna get it nerfed because I don't want it to get nerfed. But basically, you burn for how much your mana pool is. Your mana pool on most like normal builds is anywhere from like what 500 to 1,000, which basically means you have to sustain a 900 degen with 75 fire res. You are talking about a like 100 to 200 degen. With one stone golem, you put that on, you instantly full sustain it. You know, so you very easily could click this. Or just play Blood Magic. Shut up! Shut up, Gavin! Shut up! Shut up! Okay? Shush! I didn't say start talking about Blood Magic. Freaking keep it down, you idiot! You gotta get us nerfed! You freaking... freaking snitches, man. They're out of control. Don't at Path of Exile. Hopefully they're not here. Hopefully... There's nothing wrong, okay? It's all completely ethical, guys. It's all completely ethical. Nothing to see here. It's all under control. Anyways, I was just looking through the notes. What if you just use the Timeless Jewel that turns mana into armor? You could, but then it also is just like... It's kind of bricked because you once you start reserving stuff, all of a sudden you just can't even afford to cast skills because the base flat cost is too much to like even to cast skills, and you're forced into a Timeless Jewel that I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the mana into armor Timeless Jewel. The math on the new Herald node is pretty legit, but you have to play a Fizz spell. Yeah, like Herald of Purity plus Herald of Ash. I could see the argument for that. Like maybe if you want to play like a BV build or something else entirely. Please do a Golem build. I think I might be starting Elementalist. I think I'm gonna do first build Elementalist, second build Champion. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. First build Elementalist, second build Champion. I have time to change my mind, but that's what I'm leaning towards right now. Is 50% reservation a lot, or am I stupid? Can you explain? 50% reservation is a lot because it applies to both your life pool and your mana pool. So it makes it easier to get reservations on your life pool and your mana pool. So for example, you click that node, it's getting you roughly one more 50% aura on your mana pool, and it's getting you one more 25% aura on your life pool. So for example, that Ascendancy point on a Guardian build lets you grab, let's say, Flesh and Stone and Wrath or something. Like, it depends on what your build is, how you're spec'd out, but think of it as roughly giving you one more 25 aura and one more 50 aura. Not exactly, it's slightly worse than that because the reservation efficiency is kind of like additive in value and it gets slightly worse as you get more of it. But that's roughly a way to think about it because that's pretty much how much it gets you. You'll need just a slight bit more than that to make it that effective, but that's about like a good way to contemplate about it. Depends on your build, depends on what auras you have available, and how much value you'll give you. That'll dictate how worth it is to your build. Carrion Golem is scavenging. Read this. What does it mean? Carrion Golem is scavenging. Empowered. I don't know, man. Now provides minions regen life. Maybe it provides a buff that gives minions in your. I see this word and my brain turns off. I don't know what's going on here, man. 180. Yeah. 180% increase is so like okay. So let's say your value is 1. If you increase this by 100%, you're increasing it by 1. But if you're increasing it by 180, you're increasing it by 1.8. 1.8. Right? So it's 3x the normal value. Well, not entirely. It's 2.8. But the thing is, though, the other part of the Golem-Mentalist thing, the thing I didn't tell you that I didn't mention because I didn't have it all pulled up. If you go over to PvD mods, there is a notable on large clusters called Primordial Bond. So you can start stacking these clusters in your build. They give you 40 more Golem effect, and they give you 10% damage per Golem. So you can stack. Technically, you can get like, you could just put a Primor, like an Anima Stone or something, just throw one of those jewels on your build. 5 Golems, 50% damage notable. Plus, it helps your Golem life out so they don't die very much, and you get more Golem effect for each one of those passive benefits from all the Golems. Do Golems get a buff effect from quality? I believe they do, yeah. Spiritual Aid, yep. Spiritual Aid with minion clusters will work out well. They nerfed Sanctum? I am surprised. I mean, it's, fair enough. Sanctum's going to be a less dominant league start. It was already only being the best in slot on day one. Now, we'll see what the nerf is. It might not even be best in slot on day one. Will they nerf about it? We don't know. It's not in the patch notes, right? They just referenced it in the Q&A. It's not in the notes. In the Q&A with Mark, Ziggy asked about it, and he said, yeah, we're going to nerf it. They just didn't have numbers for us or anything. Have I got the change of the leech? Instant leech got cut in half. I didn't see the other stuff besides that, though. Less currency is going to have more of its own unique thing. Yeah, but that was like for a later patch. I don't think they have it ready this patch. That would be the thought process of giving Sanctum its own specialized loot, right? What's your build? I think I'm going to run Elementalist, maybe Winter Orb. We'll see. I'll have to look at other skills too. But I'm definitely heavily tempted to play Elementalist. Invert Mastery. Ooh, they're taking a shot at Elemental builds then, if they're going for the Invert Mastery. Kind of deserve. That Mastery was just everywhere, right? Dude, I got lost. Where was I in the tree changes? Like, I was around here. Settlers added the core game, I think is where we are. Are you going to make a guide on it? I'll probably make a, hey, this is my starter plan. This is what I'm going to do. I might do some test runs, stuff like that. That'll probably be the angle. Trickster nerf. Trickster's still very good. A lot of Trickster builds don't even grab Polymath. A lot do, but there's a large amount of scenarios where even on some of my min-max Valdo farming Tricksters, Polymath was a sometimes I didn't even click it situation where I'd click another node. And then Escape Artist nerf was 100% deserved, and also I don't think it changes too much of how good Escape Artist. Escape Artist is still very good. What do you think about the Chaos changes? Like a lot of the Chaos dot skills getting 20% more damage. I think it doesn't change too much. I think dot skills are probably still generally not great. Is where it's at. Tattoos, Scarab of Abundance, deposits, this is Kalgur stuff, added Kalgurin wheels, ore deposit stuff, sure. Blobbity, 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 blah. Do I care? Not sure I care too much about the ore node stuff. And moved the lamppost, the most important part. What do you think of the new Ralkish boost? Do you think it's going to be even more expensive now? I think it'll be less expensive. I think builds will still use them. That's pretty much it. I think it'll be less expensive, but I think builds will still use them. They're still quite good. Depending on how you're doing your characters, right? You thought it would be safe? I did! Frostblades was a very surprising nerf to me. It's not, I don't think it's a very good skill. So I'm very surprised it got nerfed. I mean, man, there's a couple ones that just don't make sense to me. And that's one of them. Mastermind fight is separate. Veiled orb changes. All flames can be used like scarabs. We'll have to see what kind of loot those are. Yeah, you can still do Ralakesh plus Maven Belt. One of the biggest use cases for it, for sure. The main thing is you now have to generate the other two charges is the main thing, right? Maybe a specific divine for good movement speed plus the X most valuable charge will be a thing, right? Had a time with Fortify stack? What, like back when did we do focus mod Fortify stack? I don't think the last time I did Fortify stack build. Either way, we're gonna do some Fortify stuff with the new champion. I'm freaking pumped, man. Is RF nerfed? No, not that I've seen really. Guardian maybe could be considered nerf / also a buff. It kind of just depends. Honestly, the rotating shrine thing might be kind of good with Guardian, because you could then get massive or defense shrines proccing on you, potentially. Could you do champion RF? Could you do champion RF? I'm gonna say you could. You could do champion RF, potentially. Champion RF could get you max fortify. There's a DR node for fortify, right? Yeah, so you could go max fortify, max fortify, max fortify, regen per fortify, and then you get the damage taken while you're at least 20 fortify. So you get reduced damage taken over time. So you get really good DR. You go intimidate, speed. Enemies take 20% increased damage from worthy foe, and inspirational aura effect. You could do a champion RF for sure. What's your thoughts on the reservation changes? I think it's a shakeup of Sanctum of Thought, or Sanctuary Thought mostly. Champion's so disgusting now. Yeah, Champion's very, very nice. It's got some good options going on. You could also, instead of doing the 20% damage, you could also do the evasion or armor attack speed angle as well. And that would allow you could also go you could grab the regen every 4 seconds based on armor evasion, be super tanky with that stuff too. Champion Heist Runner? Should be pretty legit. Because you got a lot of built-in speed with Champ. How long till the drops end? It might be the rest of the day. I don't know. I didn't look at the post. Or didn't look at that carefully for when the drops end. 41 new recipe objects. Some failed modifier craftings can be combined with pre-existing recipe objects that unlock normal crafting bench. You're no longer required to speak to June to unveil your items. Just right-click them. Cool. Removing rivalries is no longer offered as an option when deciding what to do with defeated members. Though there's a new option to remove all rivalries in the current division. Holy. So I'm just so much less likely to brick my grav now. I could still probably nuke my board by clicking remove grav, but at least I can't nuke my board by clicking remove all rivalries. I think with Champ, guys, I'm going to want to do a shield throw build. Unironically, I think that's what I'm going to want to do. I think I'm going to do the new throw skill. You get generic attack speed. You couldn't get fortify with throw skills either. I think that's what I'll probably do with my second build Champ. Maybe we'll do a shield throw. This new shield throw with Champ, maybe. I believe in your ability to nuke the board. Yeah, I do too. Assuming Grav's a thing, yeah, we don't know if Grav's a thing. That's a fair point. Animate Guardian now retains their items when they die. However, if your Animate Guardian dies, you cannot resummon them in that area. Unless the area is a hideout. So you'd have to leave the zone, resummon, then re-enter. Now they retain their items. Oh, the socket pressure, man. Holy, the socket pressure. W? Yep, that is a W. What are we playing? I think I might do an Elementalist start. I'm really looking at an Elementalist, really looking at it. Because of the Golem changes. The Golem changes got me. I'm licking my lips, man. Dude, there's so many nice combinations where you can get some OP stuff going on. I'll give you guys, like, I don't know, there's gonna be so many situations where you're gonna be min-maxing the mercenary and the guard and the whatchamacallit. I'm already thinking, like, for example, like the interrogation gloves. What are those gloves called? Unique. Let's just look at unique gloves. I can't freaking even remember their name. Abhorrent interrogation, I think is what they're called, but interrogation wasn't showing up, so... Where are you? Like, I could totally see you putting this on, like, your rogue exile, dude. Make enemy, it does, like, the elemental damage wither. You get, like, a fast-hitting enemy. You could also do this, too. Have some dude that causes chilling areas, make enemies take increased lightning damage. These things. 25% chance to inflict wither. Enemies take 4% damage, right? Like, if you have some fast-hitting dude, and then you just get them to proc 15 wither stacks, and they just take 60% increased damage. Can I still get the Twitch drop it? I've just got to work. You don't need to look up how much the duration, how much time you need to watch. I don't know how if it's like 1 hour of watch time or 2 hour of watch time for the drops. But it should last till like the end of the day, I think, for Twitch drops. It's 45 minutes? Yeah, then you're chilling. Or you can just have them do wither stacks for your build. Yeah, you use it as give them a way to give you to proc wither. That's a good point, too. The mercenaries are definitely sounding like they're going to be pretty abusable. Just give them a bright beak. Well, I'm imagining, like, they have different skills, right? Like, one of these dudes is going to have freaking ball lightning or something, you know? Some skill that hits, like, 10 times every time you cast it, you know? So as long as you get one of the dudes that has, like, a high hit rate, something like this is just free damage, right? That's what I was thinking. Just some, like, he has some skill that just hits a gajillion times. Ball Ryan, yeah, Rain of Arrows, Barrage, yeah, stuff like that. There's a lot of easy benefits. What's that axe? Kingmaker? Soul Taker into Kingmaker? Kingmaker's gonna cost so much. Kingmaker's gonna cost so much. Nearby allies have Cull, 50 crit multi, and 30 rarity, and 10 fortify. Every person in the game wants to run this axe now. Is Soul Taker... How rare is Soul Taker? PoE, unique, item, rarity. It's gonna be more expensive than an HH. It maybe. Yeah, it's probably gonna... It'll... Maybe not initially, but later on. Soul Taker, are you a T0? That thing with the rogue dudes, that thing is gonna be so expensive. Empyrean salivating at the rarity color aura bots with gloves that claim your kills. AGs don't die anymore, right? Well, they don't lose the loot anymore, right? So they're not getting like deleted out of the economy anymore, but at the same time, we're going from okay, let's just look at this. PoE.ninja. The player base that is using Animate Guardian in their build is 5%. That weapon is best in slot in pretty much every single one of them, let's be honest. But a lot of people don't use it because it's kind of expensive. But that number is going to go from 5% of the people want to use that weapon to 100% just for the Rogue Exile dude, which they were saying was already like a pretty tanky dude, right? That thing is going to go to the moon. I think. It's going to go 5% of player base wanting the freaking Kingmaker to... I mean... That's going to be pricey. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Any build will be able to use this thing. Yep. Yeah, any build will be able to have the rogues and be able to put gear on them and stuff, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the Divinity chest too is going to be really nice. Oh, I don't have to be a trickster. I don't have to be a jog. I just have to have my dude with the chest piece, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Nearby action speed cannot be modified below base value. Nearby enemies can't deal crits. Oh, yeah. Holy, I can walk past that stupid action speed garbage. Oh, yeah. I'm putting that on, too, on my dude. He can equip it, right? He's got 600 strength and 750 int on his tree, right? Does that just make you freeze and chill immune, basically? It's like a pseudo freeze and chill immunity, too. Until the mercenary dies, yeah, until the mercenary dies. And then next thing you know, it's over. Mercenary just tanks. You can give him Perquel's Quill or Perquel's Toe as well. Oh my word. You can, can't you? Nearby allies damage is lucky. Maybe that makes you want to play a lightning build. Maybe that's an argument for a lightning build. Because the dudes can totally wear that, right? Hold on, let me look through the page where they're showing the rogue dudes. Where was it? It was earlier, right? Oh my word, they do have an entire gear set and they can wear amulets. Anime Guardians cannot wear amulets, they can't wear rings, they can't wear belts. Holy, there's so much design space there. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Is it June 13th yet? My body's ready. Dude, there's a lot of free real estate there. Let's look at some unique rings, I guess, a little bit. I mean, rare rings could be pretty good too, right? Stranglegrass. I mean, depends what kind of annoyance you could get with that. Depending on what useful stuff you could give them. You got one annoyance at the very least, right? 30% of player base is gonna go Chieftain snaking with the new ring. That would probably be a decent build. I don't think that would be a bad time. I don't know if the annoyance will affect them. I mean, they might though. They might though. They have their. I mean, I wouldn't say it's not out of the realm of possibilities, right? You can do leadership's price. Yeah, get him to inflict brittle. Probably gonna put scorch boots on him. I'm gonna give him the Maven scorch boots, right? Now I don't have to wear the scorch boots. They're gonna wear the scorch boots for me. Kizaru might be nice to keep him alive, yeah. We probably do need to invest into some of their defense just a little bit. They need a little bit of defense going on. Marcus a mission, yeah, you give him a way to inflict a curse for you. Give him a +1 curse too, or something. You could get, oh, you know what you could do? You give him the reservation ring, right? I wonder if they could reserve, if you gave him the ring with a Saga gem, I wonder if they would reserve it or not. Probably not. That would be kind of funny if they could. If they could use the essence worm. Link skills will be legit with them? Probably. I would think the link skills will probably be decently legit to use with them. But then you're using link skills, right? Which is a downside. Give him Gravemind with a bunch of explode items. Oh, so you just use him as a explosion bot. I kind of still want to do the. I think I'm gonna use him as a little aura bot. I think is what I would use him at. Support for me. I don't want them doing the explosions. I want to be doing the explosions. Corpse walker boots, use them to generate corpses. Get them to cover the enemy in ash or frost. They have ignite or frost chance. Player devastation's pretty decent as a support ring for them. Yeah, there's some good stuff here. There's some good stuff. Use the party play. Oh, having 6 of them. Yeah, that's gonna be. I don't know if I want to even see the gameplay. That's gonna look so cluster. Perseverance champ. Perseverance champ is gonna be a good time. All right, wait, okay. I'm getting distracted. I'm supposed to be looking at the notes, guys. I don't know what happened. We were right here. We were looking. It's because I read the Anime Guardian line, and then I started thinking about the Rogue Exiles. Oh. Took a single step and went to grab snacks. That's not what happened, okay? That's not what happened. Did you check the item changes? We checked some of them. Do you want me to skip down to the item changes? Unique item balance. We saw Ralakesh get wrecked. Unaffected by freeze if you cast Frostblade in 10 seconds. Correctly grants is unaffected by freeze instead of freeze immunity. Sure. Bitterbind points. Increase spell crit chance per specter. Okay, so it's just better crits. Cane of Kulamak. Can be found with 4? Does it normally have 3? Nice. Devouring Diadem no longer gives +1. Wait, what? I guess maybe the unveils for Diadem are better. I'm trying to think what would be the reason for this. What would be the reason they would do this? Maybe you can unveil 2 now? Yeah, we don't I guess we don't know what this means. 2 unveils. It doesn't say that, right? I mean, they did say the new unveils are stronger, so I'm guessing that's maybe to counterbalance. We'll have to see what the new unveils are. They have curated unique unveils. Yeah, like the Bitterbind point had +1 Spectre, right? As an unveil option. Which makes it quite a bit better for a shield, right? What else do we have? EE properly got nerfed. Mercenary lot, unique gloves, no longer a core part of the drop table. Can now be instead equipped on certain mercenaries. It's unique. It also has 8% damage taken from marked targets life before you. The deer mode is better than it was. Sure. Queen's Hunger. Now triggered in a set order rather than random. Nice. That was like, I don't know. That was always one of the big problems with this friggin' chess piece. Is you couldn't guarantee you were getting all the offerings. Because it would just give you like the same ones over and over again, right? Most useless chess? I mean, yeah, it's still kind of rough, but it's better. And the unveils, we don't know what the unveils are, right? The unveils could very heavily dictate how valuable this chess piece is, right? Perfect EE's probably stonks, yeah, probably. Okay, back to the skill balance. We're gonna stop getting distracted. Stop getting distracted. Bane of Condemnation is slightly better. Okay. Blade Blast alone now has 5% more damage per blade. Vortex Blade That sounds like that's probably a decent buff. I don't know what the base damage of more damage per blade is, though. How to input on BOB less effectiveness of added damage? You do some math, and then you do custom config. Like, figure out how much difference your skill is, and then put it in the custom config. Like, let's say your skill got 25% less damage, just literally put 25% less damage in the config. That's what I would do. So figure out proportionally how much it changed. Do you think you can use the recom of 2 Essence mod with the PoE 2 recoms? Maybe. Maybe that'll allow us to get around the exclusive mod option. I kind of don't think so. I kind of think it'll just say 0% chance is what it'll do. I think that'll still be not a thing you can do. But if it does allow you to get special mods together, that would be pretty sick. That would be pretty sick. Thanks for the Twitch drops. No problem, said Pee-wee. Detonation, Blade Blast got a 20% buff. Nice. Blade Flurry got a buff. Cool. Buff for Blade Trap, Storm. Blade Trap Laceration got... Seems like it just got buffed, probably. By about 50%, honestly. That's kind of a lot, right? But it's Blade Trap Laceration, though, so... Probably still not great. I wonder if they'll remove the exclusive and non-native mod abuse. Mark wasn't sure. Yeah, he said he'll tell us. So hopefully they do tell us. Otherwise, we're gonna log in and we're gonna have to learn through spending some currency. Hopefully they tell us beforehand though, right? Blade Flurry got a very small buff to the effectiveness, and it got a slight effectiveness to the more multiplier per stage. That's nice. And it got a better quality. So slightly better, I guess. Blade Flurry is probably still like a rough skill that people aren't going to want to play though, right? I mean, a lot of these buffs are pretty slight. There's a lot of 20% buffs, which is really nice for a lot of the weaker skills. 30% for Burning Arrow if we decide to do Barf. Am I going to play Hero Siege tomorrow? I'm not planning on it. Not planning on it. If you could get the Malik, the thing is, if you could get those 2 exclusive mods together, that allows you to make... Let me give an example. So earlier today, we made this helmet right here. I don't think there's really any way for me to make the 30% more, 30% more. You maybe can do it with fossils. I don't think you can anymore, though. I think the only way you get those 30% more together is if you had one mod fracture and then you like essence. If I could recombinate those 2 mods and then like slam on the burn damage after the fact, that adds another link to the helmet, right? And depending on the build, that could be relevant. I mean, for my character, it would be another 30% more damage, which is very sizable, right? But I don't know if that'll be the thing, if that'll even be possible. What's a good build that scales with cast speed? Any self-cast build. Well, the more cast speed will apply for totems too, right? Fracture influence item? I didn't say anything about fracturing an influence item. When I was talking about fracture, I was saying the only way that right now I know to be able to get 30% more is if you have a fractured item. Which means it can't be influenced, which means you lose Conk and Burn, which is a loss, right? The win scenario is it needs to be Elder, you need to be having Burn and Conk, So you would need to have the ability to have Elder Helmet, recombinate those two together, and then force on burn after. But most likely that's not a thing. That's just maybe a possibility if they allow the rules to be changed based on using one version of recombinator or the other. Life stacking with Burning Arrow of Vigor. With Elementalist? Oh, Elementalist, Chieftain would probably be the two options. Maybe Scion. How tanky is Elementalist? Elementalist base defenses for this class is not great. And the Golem changes don't give a bunch of defense. But, well, I mean, there's some things that give you some defense. Ultimately, the thing that's going to give you defense from this class is going to be how you spec your tree. Very offensive weighted. You have the 40% conversion, which is nice. You have the Aegis, which is okay. You have the less damage taken, which is okay. Those aren't like the most insane defensive options, but they're okay. Ultimately, I think your defense is mainly going to come from your tree, how you spec your build out. All right. Anyways. Okay, guys. My throat is starting to like kind of get cooked. I think we might have to change. We might have to save finishing the patch notes for tomorrow. My throat's getting kind of destroyed right now. And I think we'll call it for today. I'm getting real pumped though. We'll see how I'm talking tomorrow, but Elementalist might be, I think that might be the starter angle. We're maybe gonna have to try to figure out a really, really fast, smooth way to do Elementalist on League Start. Because I'm looking real, you know, how do I put it? Intently at that Golem node. Champ for sure. I think I'm gonna do Champ on second build. I'm thinking like Champ on second build will feel amazing. Because like, for example, the plus 10 max Fortify gloves, those aren't gonna exist on League Start. But they'll exist by the time I'm rolling a second character, and they're gonna feel hella good to put on. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, but anyways, we're gonna call it for the day. We're gonna call it for the day because my throat is cooked. Let's see who is online. I appreciate everybody who stuck around for the reveal stream and the people that stuck around from Ziz's raid. I'm gonna send you guys over to Pox. See what Pox is thinking about the patch as a whole. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Have a good rest of your evenings. And yeah, enjoy Pox's stream. Pox is heading off now, by the way. Is he? Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna cancel the raid to Pox. If Pox is about to head out. Okay, we'll board the raid. We'll send you guys over to Connor. I bet we raid Connor. I haven't looked at the stream. I bet we're gonna show up there and he's gonna be talking about Incinerate. I bet he's gonna be talking about Incinerate. That's what I think Connor's gonna be talking about. He's gonna be like, oh, Incinerate's the best spell ever. Oh, it's so good. I bet you he's gonna be talking about it. He's gonna be talking Incinerate and venting. That's my prediction. All right. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a good rest of your evenings. I'll catch you all later. Have a good night.